Another setback for DMK Neta Senthil Balaji. Madras High Court is in favour of Senthil in ED custody. Madras High Court has said the ED has a right to Senthil's custody. Maharashtra High Court Judge Justice Kartikeyan says, I reject the argument that grounds of arrest were not informed. Money laundering is not a standalone offence in which accused was caught unaware. The ED was at that Senthil Balaji's door since the morning of June 13th. He knows the reasons. Madras High Court says that once the arrest and remand is legal, habeas corpus will not lie. Though it is maintainable, it cannot be entertained. Remember, DMK Minister Senthil Balaji was arrested by the enforcement watchdog in the probe over the cash for jobs scam. Shilpa Nair is joining us for more on this story. Madras High Court coming out with some key statements. Shilpa, just take us through all the latest and what the court is really saying here.
Well, yes, indeed, a big setback for DMK Minister Senthil Balaji. His wife, Meghla, had moved the Madras High Court. She had filed a habeas corpus petition claiming that the arrest of Senthil Balaji by the Enforcement Directorate is illegal. The case, of course, was first heard by a division bench. That division bench gave a split verdict in the matter. While one judge said that, the arrest is illegal, another judge differed from that point of view. And that is when the Madras High Court Chief Justice appointed Justice Kartikeyan as the third judge to hear the matter. And there was, of course, marathon hearing that happened in the last couple of days. Senior counsel Kapil Sibal and NR Ilango appeared on behalf of Senthil Balaji, and SG Tushar Mehta, of course, argued for the ED. And the judge today delivered the verdict. It was an open hearing in open court. He delivered the verdict wherein the court has held that ED has a right to take Senthil Balaji into custody, and it also says that the habeas corpus plea cannot be entertained. It says that the court, of course, said that once arrest and remand is legal, then habeas corpus will not lie. Though it is maintainable, it cannot be entertained. That is what we're being given to understand. So, at this point in time, this is a big setback for Senthil Balaji. This case, of course, has been going on for quite some time. The Supreme Court also was hearing a similar petition. It had, of course, asked the High Court to dispose of the matter first. And now the third judge has almost concurred with all the reasoning given by Justice Bharata Chakravarti of the division bench in rejecting the habeas corpus petition, and also saying that ED was right in taking custody of the minister. Now, remember, Senthil Balaji, his wife's primary argument was that the grounds of arrest were not informed to Senthil Balaji. He was harassed by the ED officials, and that is one pertinent point that they had put forward. And to that, the Madras High Court
All right,
judge,
Shilpa, we'll come back to you for more on that. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, no end to the flood woes for Delhi as streets remain inundated despite receding Yamuna levels. Chief Minister Kejriwal says drain damage causing floods near the ITO area.
You are watching India Today.
Mumbai is set to lose its shine as the diamond trading hub of India to Surat, the city that is famous for polishing the gems. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is slated to inaugurate the Surat Diamond Boss, a sparkling new addition to the already famous diamond processing hub, later this year. The Boss has been built to house about 4,500 offices for diamond traders. As of now, only 20% of the offices have been sold, prompting the Boss to step up efforts to woo Mumbai-based diamond traders. Business Today TV has accessed a letter sent by SDB to members of the Boss, asking them to close down their Mumbai office and move to Surat. SDB has offers for those shut and move before the opening date and also for those who decide later. Though Surat is the largest hub for cutting and polishing diamonds, over 98% of the diamond trading and export business is conducted out of Mumbai.
So in BDB, maintenance is only 1 rupee. This maintenance will be free for 1 year, but BDB has only one rupee maintenance. Which is technically free for life. Which is almost free, that is one. Surat has, all around Surat has about 10,000 offices, different areas. The whole of Surat is full of diamond offices. They should consolidate. They should invite and give the special soaps to the people in Surat to come and start first in SDB, then to talk to the people of Bombay to come from Bombay to Surat. First let the people of Surat move there.
They offer a free membership for a year for those who make this move before the opening of SDB, along with their names being framed in the reception area of the newly constructed Boss, and those who move later will get their membership fees waived for 6 months along with the mention on the board in the main area. Will these incentives lure the diamond traders to the diamond city Surat in less than 4 months? The clock is ticking for Surat to shine bright. With Rachna Dhanrajani, Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
The Red Fort stands besieged. Delhi's architectural marvel turns into a structure built on an island. Its sandstone walls battle the floodwaters.
I would like to show you some symbolic images here of the ring road. And this is that particular stretch of road that is adjacent to the Lal Killa, the Red Fort. And in fact, as you can see, these are the outer walls of Red Fort. There is water here. And the reason why this road becomes extremely important is the fact that a lot of buses travel to ISBT taking this particular road.
The old world charm of Delhi's civil lines, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's home and neighborhood, the Delhi government secretariat, all turn into a watery maze. The stately mansions of civil lines stand like marooned ships.
ये तस्वीर है दिल्ली के सिविल लाइन इलाके की, जो दिल्ली का सबसे पॉश इलाका जो है वो माना जाता है। इस इलाके में बाढ़ का पानी इस वक्त जो है वो कमर तक पहुंच गया। आप तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं कि कई सारी गाड़ियां और कॉलोनियां इस वक्त जो है वो पानी से लबालब यहां पर नजर आएंगी। एनडीआरएफ की टीम जो है वो इस वक्त यहां पर पहुंची है। आप देखिए तस्वीरें, ये एनडीआरएफ की टीमें जो है वो सिविल लाइन में इस वक्त तैनात की गई हैं। ये तस्वीरें अगर आपको हैरान करने वाली तस्वीरें, किस तरीके से फॉर्च्यूनर कार जो है वो इस वक्त पूरी तरीके से डूब चुकी है पानी के अंदर।
Rescuers wade through, navigate the residents out of this turmoil.
सारे अंदर हमारी कोठी बहुत ऊंची है, सड़क से 4.5 से 5 फुट ऊंची है, तब भी पानी हमारी कोठी में घुस गया। अब हम जा रहे हैं यहाँ से निकल के। हाँ, ये नाव वाले बेचारे, एनडीआरएफ की टीम हमको ले जा रही है। सभी अभी एक दफा तो ले गई थी, दोबारा फिर ले जा रही है बच्चों को।
Once a vibrant sporting arena, Delhi's Indira Gandhi Stadium too engulfed by the Yamuna's onslaught.
This is ITO to Rajghat Road, one of the most important roads of the national capital, and you can see how it is inundated. The water which had possibly come on both sides. On the left hand side is the Rajghat area. I'll request Sajid to pan the camera. That particular road is completely inundated, which means the traffic is blocked.
Floodwaters have also halted the production of clean and safe drinking water. 3 treatment plants have been shut. A drinking water crisis looms over parts of the flooded city.
पानी की काफ़ी ज़्यादा किल्लत होने वाली है। 25% पानी जो 3 वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट हमारे प्रोड्यूस करते थे, वो 25% पानी कम हो गया है, तो वाटर की एक राशनिंग करनी पड़ेगी। अगले 1-2 दिन लोगों को पानी की दिक्कत हो सकती है।
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Floods bring the national capital to a standstill. The water level of Yamuna River in Delhi decreased to 208.4 meters but continuously remains over the danger mark. The national capital is reeling under floods with crucial roads still affected. Streets are flooded. Multiple roads are waterlogged for the second straight day. Delhi's main roads have turned into rivers with water gushing into houses, medical facilities and even crematoriums. Waterlogging continued near Rajghat ITO, Kashmir Gate due to the rise in the Yamuna water level. The national capital witnessed terrific snarls in traffic, many areas due to knee-deep waters and damaged roads. Delhi police traffic has shut road from Pragati Maidan tunnel towards ITO. Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal has asked for help from NDRF and Army to tackle flood situation in the national capital.
Ground report from Mayur Vihar, where you can see this entire village has turned into a deluge of water. There's water everywhere, huts. This must be somebody's courtyard that's turned into a pool of water. Houses, shelters, all submerged in water, and you can see that this bears a very barren and deserted, lifeless look. Only living things that are left are dogs, and here you can see that after the rescue operations that got all the villagers from here out, the attempts are being made to in fact rescue dogs and cows here. You can see that after 3 days these dogs won't have eaten anything. They're sitting on the top, and there's an attempt to feed them and bring them to the boat.
पूरा राजघाट इस वक्त जल मग्न हो चुका है। तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं कि मैं यहाँ पर इस वक्त मौजूद हूँ। जब सुबह के वक्त मैं यहाँ पर आया था तब मेरी कमर तक पानी था, और अब पानी का लेवल जो है वो मेरी गर्दन से भी ऊपर है। अगर मैं नीचे की तरफ जाऊंगा तो हो सकता है कि शायद मैं यहाँ पर डूब जाऊं। ये स्थिति जो है वो फिलहाल राजघाट की तस्वीरों आप देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से पानी का लेवल जो है वो लगातार बढ़ रहा है, और कश्मीरी गेट रिंग रोड से ये पानी लगातार ITO और इन हिस्सों के अंदर जो है वो बढ़ रहा है, जो कि आम आदमी के लिए मुसीबतें जो है वो बढ़ाता हुआ नजर आ रहा है, क्योंकि ये पानी लोगों को डर है कि कहीं ना कहीं ये पानी उनकी कॉलोनियों में ना घुस जाए, जिसके कारण उनका पूरा रूटीन जो काम काज है वो पूरी तरीके से इफेक्ट ना हो जाए। लोगों में कहीं ना कहीं डर जो है इस बात को लेकर के सता रहा है कि किस तरीके से आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं कि पूरा राजघाट इस वक्त पानी से सराबोर है। पानी ही पानी इस वक्त राजघाट और आसपास के हिस्सों में नजर आ रहा है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ अगर आप तस्वीरें देखेंगे कि रिंग रोड पर अगर आप देखेंगे तो वहां पर भी पानी ही पानी इस वक्त जो है वो नजर आ रहा है। पानी का फ्लो रुकता हुआ फिलहाल जो है वो अभी नजर नहीं आ रहा है। ये तस्वीरें राजघाट पर, जहां पर आप समझेंगे कि किस तरीके से पानी का जो फ्लो है वो लगातार बढ़ रहा है इन इलाकों के अंदर। बेशक हथनीकुंड बैराज से पानी का लेवल जो है वो कम छोड़ा जा रहा हो, लेकिन पहाड़ का जो पानी है वो आगे की तरफ बढ़ता हुआ फिलहाल निचले इलाकों में दिखाई दे रहा है। कैमरा पर्सन लोकेंद्र के साथ सुशांत, मैं दिल्ली।
डूबकर बचना पड़ेगा और तैर कर जाना पड़ेगा, यही आलम है जहां पर मैं खड़ी हूं इस समय। मैं आपको खुद बता दूं, मेरे लिए भी थोड़ा मुश्किल है, क्योंकि अगर मैं थोड़ा और पीछे गई तो थोड़ी सी डूबने की सी स्थिति बन जाएगी। पीछे लोगों की दुकानें पूरी तरीके से डूब चुकी हैं। जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे, जो फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे लोग रहते थे, सब लोगों को यहां से निकाल दिया गया है। और मैं आपको बता दूं, यहीं पे एक गौशाला भी है जहां से गायों को अब से कुछ देर पहले बचाकर निकाला गया है। लोगों का ये कहना है कि प्रशासन कहाँ है, मदद क्यों नहीं मिल रही है। दूसरी बात, यहाँ पर लोग खुद ही जो है नाव का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, खुद ही एक छोर से दूसरी छोर नाव में बैठ कर जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि पानी इतना गहरा है। जो बैरिकेड्स आपको पीछे नजर आ रहे हैं वो सब भयंकर तरीके से डूब चुके हैं। अब तक लोगों की मदद के लिए यहाँ पर प्रशासन से कोई भी नहीं पहुंचा है। तैर तैर कर लोग जा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर नाव का इस्तेमाल भी किया जा रहा है, और वो इस्तेमाल इसीलिए किया जा रहा है क्योंकि अगर नाव का इस्तेमाल नहीं किया जाएगा तो एक छोर से दूसरी छोर वो आखिर पहुंचेंगे कैसे, ये बड़ा सवाल इस समय।
I am right now outside the Swaminarayan Mandir, and as you can see, I am sitting on top of a tractor because cars cannot come on this road. This is the road that comes from Kashmiri Gate, ISBT, from via civil lines towards the Chankira Makhara DRDO and the Chief Minister's residence. And you can see here the Swaminarayan Mandir, which is an old temple in civil lines. There's a boat here which is getting supplies and people in and out. The entire civil lines, this is one of the poshest old areas of Delhi. And the cars you see here, I'm just going to ask Ankit to sort of zoom in and show you. This is at least 3.5 to 4 feet of water. These are SUVs. These are very expensive cars that are currently drowning underwater. If you can see the tops of these cars, we can see several other cars which are even more underwater. Barely the roof of the car is visible around here. And this is the Kashmiri Gate area.
वाटर लेवल डाउन होना चालू हो गया है। अभी शायद 208.4 था जी सर, जब मैंने लेटेस्ट देखा था 38 हो गया, तो धीरे धीरे कम हो रहा है। मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ जल्द दिल्ली वालों को राहत मिलेगी।
0.01 मीटर के रेट पर पानी घट रहा है, तो पानी का लेवल नीचे जाने में अभी आप मान लीजिए 1 दिन तो लगेगा। तो जो अभी की स्थिति है पानी के एरियाज़ में इसलिए भर रहा है क्योंकि अब सारे ड्रेन्स भर गए हैं और अब ड्रेन्स में पानी वापस जा रहा है, और इस वजह से बैकफ्लो की वजह से अब कई एरियाज़ में पानी भर रहा है। अभी पंपिंग भी संभव नहीं है। पंपिंग इसलिए संभव नहीं है क्योंकि पानी पंप करके तो यमुना में ही जाना होता है, और जब यमुना का वाटर लेवल इतना हाई है तो इसलिए अभी सड़कों से पानी पंप करके भी निकालना संभव नहीं है।
Floods halt normal life in the national capital. Yamuna waters are their highest in the last 45 years. A surge has infiltrated homes of the armed janta as well as VVIPs of Delhi, sparing no one. Rescue teams have been called in to assist affected residents.
A lifeline turns into a relentless adversary. Floodwaters from the Yamuna invade Delhi. The surge infiltrates homes of both the wealthy and the impoverished. But what caused the unprecedented deluge? Given the city's downstream geography and climate change causing extreme weather conditions.
The water from Himachal Pradesh flows into Haryana. When rains come in Haryana, the water from Himachal Pradesh and the rainfall that comes to Haryana then flows into the river Yamuna into Delhi. So the current situation that we are facing is basically because Delhi is further downstream from places that are facing an acute, almost climatic catastrophe.
Experts don't fully agree. They delve into the heart of the matter and that of the burgeoning city. Experts suggest that Yamuna's riverbed itself may have risen. Larger quantities of water released in the past from the neighboring states never caused such consequences.
To colonize lands around the river, two major embankments have been built, the left main embankment and the right main embankment. Now this has jacketed the river. Extreme events are going to happen. The amount of water which has been released this time is only 300,000 cusecs. In 2019, 8,28,000 cusecs was being released, but they did not cause the same kind of problem. Is it possible that the river bed has risen?
Erosion weakening the riverbanks, pavements obstructing the natural flow, and silt narrowing the course. Another expert highlighted a multitude of factors that could have created a perfect storm.
Atish is wrong in saying that what happens in Delhi, Delhi is not, this flood is not dependent on what's happening. There has been rise in riverbed level. There has been obstruction in the river flow. There are at least 30 bridges and flyover, either under construction or completed. There has been more paved areas, which means less percolation and recharging of groundwater.
Some place the blame on unscientific constructions springing up across Delhi since the Commonwealth Games. Ill-planned structures disrupting the city's equilibrium year after year.
Delhi has reduced its capacity to carry water, mostly because of the large-scale encroachment that took place during Commonwealth Games time and the subsequent developments that came on the riverbed.
A disturbing pattern across major cities ravaged by floods. A common development model that worsens the situation in urban plains.
Unfortunately, we are perhaps not waking up enough. In addition to our haphazard development, we also have to understand that climate risks are non-linear. It's not too late. The point is you have to start preparing urban infrastructure that is designed for understanding what kind of a changed climate and what kind of extreme hazards we are going to be facing.
The Yamuna breached its course because its own capacity stood breached. Experts propose that policy should be reshaped to align with the new realities.
Protect lives and livelihoods by having far more real-time early warning systems. Now, many states have already started doing that, and they should be credited for doing that. But real-time flood warning requires a different level of investment. The carrying capacity of these urban areas is being breached. So we cannot keep building in the same concentrated landmass.
High time the policymakers abandoned flawed practices and adopted a new approach. One that combines scientific knowledge with environmental sensitivity. Bureau Report, India Today.
Not just the national capital, its neighbouring city Noida that's also flooded due to the rise in Yamuna waters. Houses and fields are totally submerged in sectors 95, 150, sectors 135 to 137, also affected with roads filled with waist-deep waters. Yesterday, the water level in the Yamuna River rose by 1.85 metres at the Okhla barrage in Noida, which brought the water level just 0.75 metres short of the danger level.
यमुना का जल स्तर लगातार दिल्ली से होते हुए अब नोएडा में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुका है और आप देख रहे हैं कि नोएडा में जो खादर का इलाका है, इस इलाके में पूरी तरीके से इस वक्त पानी भर गया है। आप सीधे तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं कि जो लोग यहाँ खादर इलाके में फंसे हुए हैं उनको बाहर निकालने का काम इस वक्त किया जा रहा है। और आप देखिए कि यहाँ जानवर बहुत सारे फंसे हुए हैं। इसके साथ साथ आप देखिए कि जो लोग हैं और जो घर यहाँ फार्म हाउस बने हुए हैं उनको लोगों को बाहर इस वक्त निकाला जा रहा है। स्थिति काफ़ी गंभीर है। आप देखिए कि यहाँ ट्रैक्टर के जरिए भी निकाला जा रहा है। साथ ही बहुत सारे जो यहाँ पर लोकल्स के जानवर हैं वो बाहर निकाले जा रहे हैं।
Let's take a break. When we return, news for the hearing impaired.
You are watching India Today.
Madam Finance Minister has reiterated that it has been a unanimous decision. I'd like to understand from you what has been the major motive behind this. Is it the social angle? Is it the revenue angle?
Yeah, so first thing, see, it is only a reiteration, as you said, or a confirmation of the earlier stand of the department that online games, when played for stakes, as opposed to online games, not played for stakes, will be taxed at the rate of 28%. There was certainly a consideration, because when we are imposing any tax, considerations of equity and fair play and what other similar activities, how they are being taxed and at what rate is important. And so if you compare online games with entertainment, even if you compare it with entertainment, some of the entertainment activities like entry into sporting events, for example IPL, or just the mere entry into a casino or into a horse racing club, these also attract a rate of 28%. And in fact, some of the members even compared the tax rates being presently paid by the online gaming companies, which effectively worked out to only about 2 to 3%, with the tax rates on food, which even a common citizen consumes and pays taxes on them, where the tax rates are of the order of at least 5%.
Right.
If not, for some of them it goes up to even 18%, as you are aware. So in line with that, certainly, yes, the social angle, the social dimension, the equity angle, all these things were considered, and you are aware that this has been a deliberation which has been going on for a very, very long time. So it was a well thought out decision. It was taken after due consultations with all the stakeholders, including the casino industry, the online gaming industry, and keeping the overall public interest in mind.
Great. You did mention about the casino industry, and I'd like to just get some information on this. Now, Goa and Sikkim, these two states, there were early reports that they were against the decision because, of course, casinos gets them maximum revenue from their tourism aspect. Was there some kind of discussion on if they would be helped in some other way, or were they okay going ahead with the 28% on whole?
No, all discussions relating to all the three games, three activities, that is online gaming, horse racing and casinos, all these were considered.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees.
You are watching India Today.
Carrying a billion dreams, India has shot for the moon. ISRO launched its third moon mission, aiming to be the first to land near its little explored South Pole. The Chandrayaan-3 lifted off at 2:35 with an orbiter, lander and a rover. The journey is estimated to take approximately 45 to 48 days, with the spacecraft potentially reaching the moon around August 23rd or 24th. Prime Minister Modi is in Paris attending the Bastille Day celebrations. Prime Minister Modi is the only international dignitary in attendance. A 269-member Indian Tri-Services contingent marched down Champs-Élysées. Contingents of the Indian Army, Navy and Air Force marched to the tunes of Sare Jahan Se Acha. 3 Indian Air Force Rafale jets also roared across the French skies. Floods bring the national capital to a standstill. The water level of the Yamuna River in Delhi decreased to 208.4 meters, but continuously remains over the danger mark. Delhi's main roads have turned into rivers with water gushing into houses, medical facilities, and even crematoriums. Not just the national capital, neighboring city Noida is also flooded as the Yamuna swells. Houses and fields are totally submerged in sectors 95, 150. Yesterday, the water level in the Yamuna River rose by 1.85 meters at the Okhla Barrage in Noida, resulting in waterlogging.
You are watching India Today.
जब शहडोल संभाग में केंद्रीय जनजातीय विश्वविद्यालय खुला तो उसका नाम भी उन्होंने अपने परिवार के नाम पर रख दिया, जबकि शिवराज जी की सरकार ने छिंदवाड़ा विश्वविद्यालय का नाम महान गौण क्रांतिकारी राजा शंकर शाह के नाम पर रखा है।
That was Prime Minister Narendra Modi at a recent rally in Shahdol, reaching out to the tribal population in Madhya Pradesh. Prime Minister Modi cited how Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan had named the Chhindwara Tribal University after tribal ruler Raja Shankar Shah. Now a reality check. The university is yet to get a building of its own. Even after 5 years, it continues to operate from a library building of the government PG College in Chhindwara. In 2018, the state government allotted 125 acres for the university near Bangaon. The university was set up in 2019, but the promised funds did not materialize.
2019 के बाद में पिछली बार यहाँ 486 करोड़ गवर्नमेंट ने सैंक्शन कर भी दिया था, पीआईयू को वर्क ऑर्डर दे दिया था, पर लास्ट में पैसा रिलीज नहीं हुआ है। उसके कारण बिल्डिंग नहीं बन पाई नवी और जमीन अलॉट है विश्वविद्यालय के पास, और यूनिवर्सिटी की तरफ से बार बार शासन को पत्राचार लगातार किया जा रहा है और आश्वासन ये मिल रहा है कि पैसा बहुत जल्दी रिलीज होगा।
131 colleges in 4 districts are affiliated to the Raja Shankar Shah University. Nearly 1.5 lakh students are enrolled here. While the university conducts examinations and issues certificates, it is yet to start proper academic work.
परीक्षाओं को लेकर हम बहुत से एकेडमिक कार्य शुरू नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, जैसे हमारा पीएचडी का काम शुरू करना वो भी अभी शुरू नहीं हुआ। हम सिर्फ यहाँ पे परीक्षाएं संचालित कर पा रहे हैं और शासन ने हमको पोस्ट भी सैंक्शन कर दिए। लगभग 325 पोस्ट स्वीकृत है। वो जगह के अभाव के कारण, हम जैसे नई बिल्डिंग नहीं है उसके कारण पद भर नहीं पा रहे।
जब तक निर्माण नहीं हो जाता तब तक एकेडमिक एक्टिविटी यहाँ पर कम हो रही है। अभी जितनी भी एक्टिविटी हो रही है, इन चारों जिले के विद्यार्थियों का एग्जाम कराना, उनका एफिलिएशन करवाना और उनको डिग्री देने का कार्य इस समय फिलहाल चल रहा है।
With the university functioning from their library, students of the PG college complain they're unable to make full use of the campus facilities.
इस महाविद्यालय के छात्र छात्राओं को बहुत ज़्यादा परेशानी जाती है। यूनिवर्सिटी के पास अपना खुद का निजी भवन न होने के कारण महाविद्यालय के छात्र छात्राओं को क्लास बरामदे में लगाना पड़ता है और छात्र छात्राओं की संख्या अधिक होने के कारण महाविद्यालय में उतने कमरे नहीं हैं जितने की होना चाहिए था।
University officials and students are hoping the government will soon deliver on its promise of providing funds. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees.
from the miracle of 1983 to becoming the first-time hosts in 1987.
The More versus Miadad of 1992 to the Prasad versus Amir Sohail of 1996.
And then, of course, the high of 2011 with Mahendra Singh Dhoni finishing it off in style.
He finishes off in style. A magnificent strike into the crowd. India lift the World Cup after 28 years.
Relive India's journey at the Cricket World Cup from 1983 to the last edition in 2019 with me, Rajdeep Sardesai.
And me, Nikhil Nas. World Cup Rewind at these times on India Today.
So sorry.
हमें तो अपनों ने लूटा, गैरों में कहाँ दम था। हमें तो अपनों ने लूटा, गैरों में कहाँ दम था। मेरी पार्टी ही तोड़ी तब, जब चुनाव में वक्त कम था।
मुझे आपका दर्द समझ में आता है। मुझे आपका दर्द समझ में आता है। अपनों के धोखे से इंसान संभल नहीं पाता है। आप और हम एक जैसे हैं। हम दोनों का बगावत का नाता है।
है और भी दुनिया में चाणक्य बड़े अच्छे, है और भी दुनिया में चाणक्य बड़े अच्छे। कहते हैं अमित शाह का अंदाजे बयान और है। कहते हैं अमित शाह का अंदाजे बयान और आधा बढ़ जाए।
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Airtel Extreme Fiber.
The fight for Delhi has been led as a result directly of India Today's reporters who have kept the nation's attention absolutely fixed and focused on what's happening in our national capital. Now, viewer, you may wonder, why the focus only on Delhi? What about all the other places that have been affected, including Himachal and Punjab? Those of you who've been watching India Today know that we've been covering every part of North India affected in the floods. Our focus today and over the last few days has been Delhi because this is the national capital and there is an especial sense of shock and dismay that the country's largest metropolitan city, our national capital, has almost entirely sunk as a result of decades of apathy, and now only a political blame game is the noise that you hear, nothing else whatsoever. And that's why here on India Today, it's Mission Delhi, because it's our reporters who have called the country's attention to this unbelievable crisis. I'm Shiv. Thanks so much for making us the most viewed channel right through the coverage of this truly distressing national event. Here are the headlines. Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft successfully takes off from Sriharikota to make a landing on the moon 43 days from now. India cheers for all ISRO heroes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
Liftoff normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LBM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft.
Prime Minister Modi attends the Bastille Day celebrations in France as guest of honor. Indian tri-service contingent marches in the parade for the first time. Indian Air Force Rafales also tear up the sky over Paris as part of the official flypast. Politics speaks over Delhi flood mayhem. Delhi Mantri spin blame on Lieutenant Governor. LG retorts, says no time for politics. Has the Shinde Sena been downsized in the Maharashtra government? 3 portfolios belonging to the Shinde faction have been given in to new entrant Ajit Pawar, including finance, 2 camp ministries also handed over. Another big setback for DMK Neta Senthil Balaji. Madras High Court states that the Enforcement Directorate is entitled to Senthil Balaji custody, says money laundering, not the standalone offence. What Delhi looked like yesterday and what it looks like today is a story in itself, viewer. I want to put these pictures on your screen to give you a sense of how 24 hours can change virtually everything in the national capital, including its most iconic zones. Take a look at these pictures from the Rajghat to the Red Fort to the India Gate area and to various other parts of the national capital. This is what the national capital has looked like earlier and what it looks like today. Now, we're not going to play fast and loose with images. We're only playing the latest images and marking them appropriately so you know that we're not playing dated images to give you the wrong impression of what the situation is out there. Now, let me show you what the situation is on the ground today and how the Yamuna levels have impacted the city. Roads in the Kashmiri Gate area continue to remain completely waterlogged as the water levels of the mighty Yamuna stand stable but are not receding just yet. Heavy traffic jams can be seen on every road leading to this area. The Yamuna Bazaar area also remains flooded as the Yamuna River remains at a record high in terms of levels. Houses and vehicles seen submerged. People were seen using boats in this area. Levels have not gone down yet. The old Yamuna bridge in Delhi, known as the Loha Pull, has also been inundated as the Yamuna River's water levels have risen above the danger limit. No recession of that level just yet. Even the ITO area, one of the most central parts of Delhi, well, this is what it looks like right now. Completely flooded, making it almost impossible to commute. This is an arterial road, an area that must be crossed to get to virtually every part of the national capital, especially the central zone. And that's what it looks like right now. Water also entered the Nigambodh Ghat as the swollen Yamuna River continues to flow above the danger mark. This crematorium near the banks of the Yamuna River is affected the most. Now, I want to take you across to India Today's reporters, each one of them a hero at this time, because remember, it is reporters like Mausami, Amit, Milan and others who have not only made India Today the most watched channel right through this coverage, but they've also done the very difficult task of focusing India's national attention on this crisis in Delhi. They're doing their duty, they're in the water, and they have reflected a story that most people would see as commonplace because floods happen all over the country, but this is India's national capital. Mausami, coming to you first, you're at the Rajghat. Rajghat, as most of our viewers already know, is the Samadhi of the Mahatma Gandhi. It is that particular area also completely flooded. What is the situation there right now, Mausami?
Right, Shiv, bringing the update from Rajghat, the iconic Rajghat. Here you can see that the water levels here have risen. Earlier, the board of Rajghat was visible in the day, but now it's no longer, you cannot read what's written on the front board, and the entire front yard of Rajghat is inundated. Not only that, this was the road, about 2 kilometers from here, which was completely flooded yesterday. Even though the water levels in the Yamuna have decreased to a certain extent, large parts of Delhi continue to be inundated. And this is the road, remember, Shiv, that I was showing you yesterday. yesterday, and it's still flooded, you know, till the red light of Rajghat. Behind me you can see that the road is flooded. People taking the entire flood issue very lightly, although I must say, because as I told you that it's not rained in the national capital, but the IMD has predicted that the next 3-4 days are going to be very crucial. There is moderate rainfall and thunderstorm that's predicted, so that, you know, adds to the worries of the administration. And here behind me you can see that that's a very concerning picture. People coming out, taking pictures, selfie cameras are out here, and people even having a bath in this dirty water, which is you know, very deadly. It's lots of waterborne diseases you can get infected with. And people recently, they were just having a bath in this water. Lots of people are out and they're clicking selfies and putting it on social media, and I would advise them to refrain from doing so. Importantly, the artery of Delhi continues to be choked, Shiv. This is the artery, and from Red Fort till Rajghat, absolutely a no-go for vehicles that just stop here. And that also today the water reached Supreme Court and ITO. So the cause of concern for administration continues to be there, and we just hope that the people here don't take it very lightly. If you'll give me a minute, I'll quickly go and ask people why are they here. आप लोग क्यों आए हैं आज यहाँ पे?
हम लोग देखने आए हैं जी।
पर बाढ़ का खतरा है, बोला गया है कि प्रशासन अपनी ड्यूटी कर रहा है, फिर भी आप लोग बाहर इस तरह
जी। हम लोग मीडिया पर देख रहे हैं ना, तो हम लोग को ये लगा है कि झूठ बात है, इसलिए हम लोग अपने आँख से देखने आए। यकीन हो गया अब हम लोग को देखे कि सच में पानी भरा हुआ है। और हम लोग
की सच नहीं है,
हम लोग को सच नहीं लगा था, इसीलिए हम लोग देखने आए हैं।
आप क्यों आए भैया?
हाँ जी।
आप क्यों आए यहाँ पे? बाढ़ है, पानी आ रहा है, बढ़ सकता है।
हम यहाँ पर देखना आए हैं कि क्या स्थिति है, क्या समाधान है, क्योंकि हम जो है यहाँ पर डिप्टी मेयर आले मोहम्मद इकबाल की टीम है। हमारी टीम यहाँ पर काम कर रही है और जायजा ले रही है प्रशासन की तरफ से। हम लोग यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं क्या चीज़ है क्या नहीं।
So that's a problem, Shiv, you know, because it also hinders a lot of traffic movement. It also hinders. I saw on the DND flyway on the Yamuna bridge, you know, the traffic was choked because people were getting down and taking selfies there and enjoying the high water level in Yamuna, which is a very dangerous thing to do.
Very true. Mosmi, continue to stay with me. We also have Amit and Milan with us, who we'll go to in just a moment, because the water levels of the Yamuna River in Delhi have decreased marginally to 208.4 meters from 208.6, which is a record high. But it continuously remains over that danger mark. Streets are flooded, like you can see in all of our camera frames with our reporters. Multiple roads are waterlogged for the second straight day. Here's a special report that our reporters have brought us.
Cars, rickshaws, motorbikes. These are now mere objects floating like fragile paper boats on the relentless currents that have taken over the streets of the national capital. The water level of the mighty Yamuna has decreased marginally to 208.4 meters, but it is still well above the danger mark. From Rajghat to Kashmiri Gate to Red Fort to Yamuna Bazaar, many parts of Delhi down on the knees for the second day straight.
The island kind of shape that you see behind me is Rajghat, and it is surrounded by water completely, and water flow has intensified in the last 24 hours. The Yamuna water level have slightly dipped. However, the encavements, the walls that were there to protect water level, water of the river from entering into the city, there are cracks there, and that is why the intensity of water flowing into the city has increased in the past 24 hours.
Floodwaters reached the entrance of the Supreme Court in central Delhi, while the busy ITO intersection got submerged as a regulator of the Delhi Irrigation and Flood Control Department suffered damage.
As a resident of the national capital, you understand how important ITO is. But unfortunately, for those who want to travel from Noida to Delhi or from Delhi to Noida, and in case you want to use the ITO, be prepared, you will have to spend at least a couple of extra minutes on the ITO. The reason is the entire side, both the sides are inundated. There are also chances of your vehicle getting stranded. Just in case you are on a two-wheeler, be extremely, extremely careful.
Several buses and trucks were left stranded in Kashmiri Gate, where city's biggest bus terminal is located, an area that is usually bustling with buses and passengers. And similar was the situation at the historic Red Fort. Politics has erupted over the floods in Delhi, with BJP and Aam Aadmi Party trading charges against one another.
सर रात को भी मैंने कई ऑफिसर से स्पेसिफिकली रिक्वेस्ट की कि एनडीआरएफ को बुलाइए, बट सर वो माने नहीं रात को। अब आइए एनडीआरएफ, थैंक यू है, बट सर रात को आ जाती तो बेहतर हो जाता सर। अश्विनी जी को मैंने कहा, ग्रुप पे लिखा, सीएस साहब भी थे उस पे सर, थोड़ी सी मदद हो जाती सर।
मैं सौरभ जी ये कहना चाहूँगा कि ये समय नहीं है कि हम किसी के ऊपर ब्लेम करें या कुछ और टिप्पणी करें।
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो बहुत दुख की बात है कि ऐसी आपातकाल स्थिति में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सिर्फ राजनीति करने का समय मिल रहा है। ये समय है सबके साथ काम करने का। जो आज दिल्ली में पानी आ रहा है, ये दिल्ली में बरसात की वजह से नहीं आ रहा है। हम सबको पता है दिल्ली में पिछले 4 दिन से एक बूंद पानी नहीं बरसा है। जो आज सारा पानी दिल्ली में है, ये हरियाणा की हथनी कुंड बराज से बहते हुए यमुना में आया है।
Blame lies to the extent that you have a department called Flood Control Department, which has got huge budget. Where has that money been spent? The money has been spent from Flood Control Department. And so while they are busy propagating their own name and signages, they refuse to work for real flood control job.
Normal life in Delhi has been thrown out of gear as rising waters of the Yamuna invaded homes, markets, thoroughfares, tourist spots. The next few days are critical. Even if Yamuna's level comes down, the water that has already entered the city may take time to clear out. Bureau Report, India Today.
India Today's Amit Bhardwaj, who's also been out there right through the last few days covering this crisis in Delhi, is currently at Delhi's Shantivan. Very marginal recession in the water levels of the Yamuna. Amit, what's the current situation there? We're actually able to see a lot more people in your frame today compared to yesterday. People obviously coming out now, out of curiosity maybe, as Mausami was telling us. Amit.
Well, Shiv, two important things. We are at Shantivan crossing. The Daryaganj crossing is right there. And on the left-hand side is the Red Fort. So essentially what is happening is that Yamuna is entering into the old city of Delhi with full force, full aggression. And it is also going towards Shantivan Rajghat area, flooding the entirety of this stretch. What had happened earlier today around ITO, Supreme Court, was the backwater from the drains were going there. So it was essentially a water logging. But now you have river Yamuna, the mighty Yamuna, flowing through Shantivan as well as Daryaganj. Now there's a big concern, Shiv, that is looming large on the national capital right now. We have heard stories of health hazards after devastation and floods of this sort. And that danger is looming large on the national capital. I'm actually really concerned about all these kids that you are seeing bathing in water. And I really have concerns about the parents who are allowing that to happen. They have been bathing in the water for the past quite some time now. Because when I was Red Fort, Shiv, the NDRF officials told me that many of the stray dogs and cows have gotten stranded and stuck in the water yesterday, and possibly there are dead bodies of these dogs and cows lying around the Red Fort area, and that might be, stuck still there. So essentially it means, Shiv, that this water, people are enjoying this water, but this is possibly contaminated. And all these people, many of these, we would not want them to face that destiny. Yeah. But there is a higher chance that they will have to, like this gentleman who's lying in water for quite some time now, this gentleman who has a smile on his face will have to see a doctor, because this is not safe for your health. This water is not good for your health, especially when you have stray cattle, cows, the dead bodies lying there. And it has not been taken out. The NDRF's priority is to bring out humans who have stuck in the flood, and also the dogs at the dog center. So this is a big concern for Delhiwalas and the administration as well. And I think the administration must tell these people that it's not good for their health. They will have to see a doctor. There's a high possibility of that. Back to you, Shiv.
It is definitely dangerous, and we are putting the focus on that, the possibility of disease after the deluge. Milan is in Noida, which is where I'm bringing you this broadcast from as well. Noida has been able to resist a large part of the flooding and the damage, Milan, but it looks like between yesterday and today, some of those things have actually changed. The water has entered Noida right now. Where exactly are you, and what's the situation?
Well, Shiv, I'm at Noida's 135 sector. So behind me is an area where there used to be a lot of farms, homes, as well as inside where you see that NDRF boat that is right now. Ahead of that, there is a Noida Authority Gaushala, a cow shed, where we have been told at the moment that the authorities have only been able to rescue only about 1,000 cows, and 800 cows are still stuck inside. We've been covering the rescue operations. As you can see all around me, Shiv, this is supposed to be a tarred road, okay? So the road has now been overtaken by the flow of the Yamuna, as if the Yamuna is actually reclaiming all its path that was destroyed to build homes and houses and nurseries and gaushalas within the Noida city as well. And now the flow and the current of the water is also such that it's not stopping. It hasn't rained, but definitely the flow is strong as normal water. In fact, we're told by the Noida Authority and the police to leave the waters right now because they imagine that it would be dangerous for us. What we've been told is that this is the boat that is going inside because a lot of cows, a lot of goats, their animals, the dogs, etc. are still stuck inside. Some of them have been shifted to the roofs of these homes in very dangerous, precarious situations. We saw some cows coming out. They were extremely scared. Their knees and the part of the foot was torn apart, standing in the deep waters for about 24 hours. No food, no fodder. In fact, there are some people also who are still stuck inside, which is why families are going in boats and trying to rescue whoever is stuck on the roofs of these homes. And there's no count of the number of animals who have died here, although we haven't heard from the Noida authorities of any human death at the moment in this particular stretch in Noida 135, which used to look like a posh locality, but the Yamuna has completely reclaimed and submerged it at least 10 feet below groundwater.
Milan, Amit and Mosmi, thank you very much for getting us those reports. Stay safe with your teams, and we'll of course keep coming back to you. Thank you for getting us those reports, helping us keep the focus on an incredibly important story for us here on India Today. We're going to keep this rolling coverage. Take a look at the latest news coming in from the national capital now as the Yamuna water continues to flow above the danger level. Red Fort, one of the most iconic landmarks, has faced the flood fury perhaps like never before as the Yamuna level has continued to rise. These drone pictures show you the extent of the flooding in and around the Lal Kila area. The Rajghat, which is the Mahatma Gandhi Samadhi, continues to remain submerged. Just look at these pictures. A regulator of the Delhi Irrigation and Flood Control Department has suffered damage near the Indraprasth area, exacerbating an already bad situation in the capital. Another badly affected area is that of Shantivan. That's where Amit Bharadwaj was just reporting from, where several locals have been stranded for hours due to inundated streets. Vehicles struggle to get through the knee-deep water in the area, waist-deep in many places as well. Meanwhile, homes in the Yamuna Khadar area continue to remain underwater. The Yamuna continues to be above that danger mark, 208.4 meters. boats, a very common sight in Delhi. Who would have thought? Well, normal life in the capital has gone completely out of gear, and that's really just the least of it, because Yamuna waters are at their highest in the last 45 years, nearly half a century. The surge has infiltrated homes of the common people as well as VVIPs in the national capital, sparing no one on its way. Rescue teams have been called in to assess affected residents. This is the largest evacuation the capital has ever seen.
A lifeline turns into a relentless adversary. Floodwaters from the Yamuna invade Delhi. The surge infiltrates homes of both the wealthy and the impoverished. But what caused the unprecedented deluge? Given the city's downstream geography and climate change causing extreme weather conditions.
The water from Himachal Pradesh flows into Haryana. When rains come in Haryana, the water from Himachal Pradesh and the rainfall that comes to Haryana then flows into the river Yamuna into Delhi. So the current situation that we are facing is basically because Delhi is further downstream from places that are facing an acute, almost climatic catastrophe.
Experts don't fully agree. They delve into the heart of the matter and that of the burgeoning city. Experts suggest that Yamuna's riverbed itself may have risen. Larger quantities of water released in the past from the neighboring states never caused such consequences.
To colonize lands around the river, two major embankments have been built, the left main embankment and the right main embankment. Now this has jacketed the river. Extreme events are going to happen. The amount of water which has been released this time is only 300,000 cusecs. In 2019, 8,28,000 cusecs was being released, but they did not cause the same kind of problem. Is it possible that the river bed has risen?
Erosion weakening the river banks, pavements obstructing the natural flow, and silt narrowing the course. Another expert highlighted a multitude of factors that could have created a perfect storm.
Atish is wrong in saying that what happens in Delhi, Delhi is not, this flood is not dependent on what's happening. There has been rise in riverbed level. There has been obstruction in the river flow. There are at least 30 bridges and flyover, either under construction or completed. There has been more paved areas, which means less percolation and recharging of groundwater.
Some place the blame on unscientific constructions springing up across Delhi since the Commonwealth Games. Ill-planned structures disrupting the city's equilibrium year after year.
Delhi has reduced its capacity to carry water, mostly because of the large-scale encroachment that took place during Commonwealth Games time and the subsequent developments that came on the riverbed.
A disturbing pattern across major cities ravaged by floods. A common development model that worsens the situation in urban plains.
Unfortunately, we are perhaps not waking up enough. In addition to our haphazard development, we also have to understand that climate risks are non-linear. It's not too late. The point is you have to start preparing urban infrastructure that is designed for understanding what kind of a changed climate and what kind of extreme hazards we are going to be facing.
The Yamuna breached its course because its own capacity stood breached. Experts propose that policy should be reshaped to align with the new realities.
Protect lives and livelihoods by having far more real-time early warning systems. Now, many states have already started doing that, and they should be credited for doing that. But real-time flood warning requires a different level of investment. The carrying capacity of these urban areas is being breached. So we cannot keep building in the same concentrated landmass.
High time the policymakers abandoned flawed practices and adopted a new approach. One that combines scientific knowledge with environmental sensitivity. Bureau Report, India Today.
And as always, the politics has only intensified. There's a blame game on as the people suffer. The netas continue to bicker while nothing happens for the people of Delhi. After Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena and the BJP have blamed the lack of preparations for the waterlogging in Delhi, Aam Aadmi Party leaders have held the Lieutenant Governor Saxena responsible for the situation in the national capital.
प्रधानमंत्री से आपकी बात हुई, जैसा आपने ट्विटर की जानकारी दी थी, क्या कुछ कहा?
उन्होंने ये पूछा कि दिल्ली के क्या हालात हैं और क्या क्या एक्शंस लिए जा रहे हैं उसको करने के लिए, और उनका एक मेन कंसर्न ये था कि दिल्ली की जनता को कोई तकलीफ ना हो, इस बात का आप पूरा ख्याल रखें। तो हम लोग रात से ही सभी के टच में हैं। सोनिया विहार में भी एक ब्रीच हुआ था, उसको भी टैकल कर लिया गया, यहाँ पर हुआ है, इसको भी हैंडल कर लिया जाएगा। ये एक अनप्रेसिडेंटेड सिचुएशन है और जिसको हम लोग हैंडल कर लेंगे, और सभी जो हैं इस पर मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं।
सर, एक निवेदन है छोटा सा। सर, रात को भी मैंने कई ऑफिसर से स्पेसिफिकली रिक्वेस्ट की कि एनडीआरएफ को बुलाइए, बट सर वो माने नहीं रात को। अब आइए एनडीआरएफ, थैंक यू है, बट सर रात को आ जाती तो बेहतर हो जाता। सर अश्विनी जी को मैंने कहा, ग्रुप पे लिखा, सीएस साहब भी थे उस पे, सर थोड़ी सी मदद हो जाती। सर
मैं सौरभ जी ये कहना चाहूँगा कि ये समय नहीं है कि हम किसी के ऊपर ब्लेम करें या कुछ और टिप्पणी करें। इस वक्त हमें टीम वर्क करने की ज़रूरत है। कहने के लिए मैं भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें कह सकता हूँ, लेकिन उसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है। हमें इस वक्त ये देखना है कि हमारे लोगों को कोई तकलीफ नहीं हो और जो प्रॉब्लम हमारे सामने है हम उसको सॉल्व करें। ये सारी चीज़ें बात को हो सकती हैं, हमें इतना समझना चाहिए। एनडीआरएफ की टीम का जहाँ तक सवाल है, सवेरे मेरे 7 बजे आर्मी से बात हुई, होम मिनिस्टर साहब से बात हुई है और उन्होंने अपनी टीम को पहले भेजा है, उन्होंने असेसमेंट किया है। असेसमेंट करने के बाद क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है उसके काम शुरू हो गए हैं। तो हमको जो है थोड़ा सा समझदारी से काम करने की ज़रूरत है, सबको एक साथ मिलकर काम करने की ज़रूरत है। हम ब्लेम गेम में जाएंगे तो परेशान हो जाएंगे।
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो बहुत दुख की बात है कि ऐसी आपातकाल स्थिति में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सिर्फ राजनीति करने का समय मिल रहा है। ये समय है सबके साथ काम करने का। और मैं इस बात से अचंभित हूँ कि अनुराग ठाकुर जी को लगता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी में इतनी चमत्कारिक क्षमता है कि वो हिमाचल प्रदेश में बारिश करवा सकते हैं, कि वो हरियाणा में बारिश करवा सकते हैं। क्योंकि जो आज दिल्ली में पानी आ रहा है, ये दिल्ली में बरसात की वजह से नहीं आ रहा है। हम सबको पता है दिल्ली में पिछले 4 दिन से एक बूंद पानी नहीं बरसा है। जो आज सारा पानी दिल्ली में है, ये हरियाणा की हथनी कुंड बराज से बहते हुए यमुना में आया है।
सरकार की तरफ से काम नहीं हो रहा और तकलीफ इसी बात की है। मैं नहीं कह रही कि बाढ़ को रोका जा सकता है या लेकिन आप पहले उसकी सूचना जो है वो दे सकते हैं। आप लोगों की मदद कर सकते हैं, आप प्लानिंग ठीक कर सकते हैं, नालियाँ साफ़ कर सकते हैं। इस बार नॉर्मली एक सूचना आती है कि बाढ़ संबंधित जो विभाग है उसकी एक मीटिंग की सूचना आती है। इस बार वो सूचना भी नहीं आई।
And India's attention will continue to be fixed on what's happening in Delhi, because even though the Yamuna River's levels have only marginally dropped by just a bare few centimeters, the actual crisis perhaps begin now, from disease to the fact that the water is not receding, that the drains in Delhi are still clogged in several areas. We will not be wavering from this story. Stay with India Today's coverage.
पूरा राजघाट इस वक्त जलमग्न हो चुका है। तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं कि मैं यहाँ पर इस वक्त मौजूद हूँ। जब सुबह के वक्त मैं यहाँ पर आया था तब मेरी कमर तक पानी था और अब पानी का लेवल जो है वो मेरी गर्दन से भी ऊपर है।
The kind of challenge that Delhi is facing right now, and the Delhiites are the struggle that Delhiites have to do, a battle that Delhiites have to do today in order to reach to their offices. You can see the bikers are taking all the risk, moving through this water, wading through this water.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across.
about asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals, it heals. Angry people came out on the streets. Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country? News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
It is never too late to chase your dream. Anil Kumar Mishra took to art late in his life, but what started as a hobby has become a passion over the years. The 70-year-old from Ramnagar in Jharkhand spends his time giving new life to waste wood.
मैं समझता हूँ कि ये कोई ईश्वरीय देन है, जो शक्ति है, जो मुझे प्रेरणा देता है और मैं इसको कार्य रूप में परिणत कर पाता हूँ.
Mishra's tryst with art started in 2007 when he was a school teacher.
गाछ है बहुत पुराना, हजारों साल पुराना गाछ है जिसमें बहुत सारे दीमक खाए हुए हैं, बहुत टिड्डा रहते हैं सर. और उसी गाछ का टुकड़ा से एक प्रेरणा जगी हमको और उसी गाछ के टुकड़ा से मैं एक बर्ड का भाव आया और मैं उसमें क्रिएशन का शुरुआत वहीं से हुई.
In the beginning, not everyone was his fan.
तो मुझे तो काफी बुरा लगता था, कभी कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा हो ही जाता था कि पुराना लकड़ी क्यों लेके आ रहे हैं. लकड़ी लाके जब इकट्ठा करना शुरू किए तो थोड़ा हो जाता था झगड़ा. जब बनाना शुरू किए तो जब पूरा बनने लगा तब बन के फिर बहुत अच्छा लगने लगा. अब तो खैर जान गए तो अब कोई बात नहीं.
Now his family and friends bring the raw materials for him.
सपोर्ट मुझे वो अगर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कुछ मिलता है तो मैं और इसको आगे बढ़ा सकता हूँ.
Mishra has won many prizes for his art. He has created more than 1,000 sculptures. With Rajesh Verma in Ramgarh, Bureau Report, India Today. A BJP march to the Patna Vidhan Sabha protesting against the Nitish Kumar government's teacher recruitment policy faced lathi charge and water cannon on Thursday. The crackdown on protesters followed their bid to breach police barricades set up near the assembly building. BJP leader Vijay Kumar Singh from Jehanabad allegedly died in the lathi charge and many were injured.
जिस प्रकार से बुरी तरह से पुलिस ने लाठियों से बर्बरतापूर्वक पीटा है, ये पीटा नहीं है बल्कि ये हमला किया गया है. ये सरकार के इशारे पर, ये नीतीश कुमार पलटू राम के इशारे पर जिस प्रकार से हमारे बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं पर लाठियां चली है, बरसाई गई है, पूरी तरह से ये लोकतंत्र की धज्जी उड़ा दी गई है।
The authorities claimed that Singh was found unconscious on the road and was rushed to the hospital. They claim he had no injuries on his body. Several top BJP leaders, including BJP State President Samrat Chaudhary, MP Sushil Kumar Modi, were arrested along with other party workers during the protest. The ruling JDU-RJD coalition has defended the crackdown on the BJP protest.
उनसे पूछिए, इनका काम है आग लगाना, आग बुझाना जानते नहीं है तो आग के लिए लगाते हैं? आग नहीं लगाना चाहिए। रोड़ा चलाइएगा तो लाठी खाइएगा, प्रशासन पर रोड़ा चलाइएगा तो लाठी चलेगी। तो इसलिए इनको कम से कम कानून को अपने हाथ में नहीं लेना चाहिए।
The BJP had held the protest against teacher recruitment policy in the state. The Nitish government has allowed outsiders to apply for teachers' job in Bihar. The government says reserving teacher jobs for local residents will not stand judicial scrutiny. Bureau Report, India Today.
What really should be your alternatives to white refined sugar, which clearly is something that you must avoid? Let's talk about what you can use instead of this white sugar. Number one, organic brown sugar. Organic, then all the very better, because this is extremely healthy. Now what it does essentially is that this is processed, but it is made in the most natural way to retain most of sugarcane's nutrition, and that's the reason why this should be an alternative. Coconut or palm sugar, again extremely healthy sources of sugar, which are alternatives as well, extracted from the flower buds of the coconut palm tree. The sugar has a mild caramel taste and can be used in a number of ways in your delicacies, also for daily consumption. Date sugar, extremely nutritious natural sweetener. Date sugar can be a great addition to your diet. This also is a good alternative. Jaggery or gur, as we know, it has got a world of benefits in terms of what it does to your body. Essentially, a lot of people have spoken about the fact that during pollution, you should be consuming a lot of gur. It's a great alternative to sugar. Also, the fact that it is rich in iron is really an added benefit and added advantage. Raw or unprocessed honey. This too is a great alternative. You can use it in various forms like you use white refined sugar. It tastes extremely good as well.
India graces France's Our Day. Rousing welcome for Modi at Bastille Day. Modi Macron Mitrata on stage. Roaring Indian Air Force Rafales join Bastille Day flypast. Desi tint at Bastille Day celebrations. India's Vishwaguru moment. Top focus on 5 Live.
What an incredible day for France, and what an incredible day and what an incredible honor for India as well. France has been graced by a huge Indian presence on their most important day, the Bastille Day, the anniversary of the French Revolution. And the Indian Prime Minister was there as the lone guest of honor to bear witness to India's record participation in the Bastille Day parade in the heart of Paris. Not only was there a 269-member contingent from the Indian military in terms of marching contingents from all the 3 services, but also 3 Rafale fighters, as you can see in those mesmerizing images that painted the skies above Paris, enthralling viewers from all across the city and all across the world. I want to take you through some of the big defining images, because remember, you may have missed some of what was happening in Paris, but let me refresh all of those pictures so you miss absolutely nothing from the grand Bastille Day celebrations. Marching to the tune of Sare Jahan Se Acha, the 269-member Indian Tri-Service contingent participated in the parade. Here are some of the best images of them marching past the VIP guys. Another piece of history, 3 Indian Air Force Rafale fighter jets performed a spectacular flypast over the Champs-Élysées in Paris, along with French pilots and French Rafale jets as well. It's the first time something like this has ever happened. The Indian Army's Punjab regiment, with a long-standing relationship with France, also marched during the Bastille Day parade today in Paris. The contingent was led by Captain Aman Jagtap. Squadron leader Sindhu Reddy, the helicopter pilot from the Indian Air Force, was seen leading a 68-member Indian Air Force ground contingent as well at the Bastille Day parade. She came in for a special praise from the Prime Minister, who called out the Indian officers and men and women of the military present on this day. Prime Minister Modi saluted the Indian contingent as it passed the dais, where President Macron, he and other dignitaries were seated throughout the parade. Macron was seen animatedly explaining to Prime Minister Modi the nuances of the Bastille Day ceremonials. And it really couldn't have gone any better, a complete Indian flavor to France's most important day. Gaurav Sawant, who's been our man on the ground right through the last couple of days in the run-up to these amazing celebrations, is with us live, and he was lucky enough to bear witness to India creating history at Bastille Day. Gaurav, it couldn't have gone better. An incredible performance by the Indian contingent there, both on the ground and in the air.
Shiv, you're absolutely right. I'm standing exactly at the same point where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the French President Emmanuel Macron were sitting. This is the saluting dais, and you can see the magnificent Champs-Élysées behind me and the entire Arc de Triomphe at the other end. Now, in the morning, we came with the troops before the parade formed up, and we've sent out those images. The excitement that was in the air was palpable for all to see. The Indian soldiers and the French soldiers. And while there was the spirit of camaraderie, the French soldiers were telling the Indian soldiers that they will march as well as the Indian soldiers, except that their marching is very different. And they say we are not used to raising our hands all the way up to the level of the elbow and then all the way back like the Indian soldiers do. And we've captured some of those images and conversations on our phones and our cameras for India Today's audiences. I also spoke to the commanding general of the ground forces, General Shibov, who said that it's actually been a privilege to lead this Bastille Day parade with the French President and the Indian Prime Minister, as the Indian Prime Minister being the guest of honor, because France realizes the importance of one of the world's strongest emerging countries that will have a big role to play. It's something that the French President also spoke of about in India's importance, not just in the region but across the world. But let's talk about the parade. The best that France had to offer in terms of military hardware was on display, and that is what the French President was also explaining to the Prime Minister. France is undergoing a major reform in its armed forces. It's getting a lot of new equipment, a lot of network-centric equipment, and Shiv, you'd understand why this is very important. This is equipment where communication is key, where
air, ground and sea are interlinked on the same communication grid. So from air and on ground, it's the same. What the air sees directs the ground, and that's the kind of weapon system that France is moving on, integrating all of it. General Chipov was explaining some of that to us here on India Today. So the new armored fighting vehicles, the new tanks, the new weapons that the infantry is also carrying, all of that he was explaining. France displayed it on its Bastille Day.
And so beautiful that India was a part of this and graced that occasion, added so much color, so much flavor and so much honor to the Bastille Day celebrations. Gaurav, thanks very much for that. Remember, the Prime Minister's day is far from over. There is a delegation level meeting at the Elysee Palace in a short while from now, and a joint press ceremony where the announcement of India and France agreeing to negotiate over a Rafale deal and a Scorpion submarine deal is likely to find mention at that point of time. All of that will be live on prime time here on India Today. Gaurav, for the moment, thank you. Prime Minister Modi's presence on the Bastille Day celebration, a day after being conferred with France's highest honor, is an apex in India-France relations. He had the rare honor of being the only international dignitary in attendance. It's never happened before. A 269-member contingent marching past on the Champs-Élysées from another country is another extremely rare honor. Take a look at this full wrap of India's big Vishwa Guru moment in Paris.
The resounding beats of pipes and drums. India's tri-services march down the famous three-lined Champs-Élysées in Paris. France extends one of its most spectacular recognitions to India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the guest of honor on the Bastille Day parade, an annual event that symbolically marks the birth of the modern French Republic back in 1789. The Prime Minister and the host, President Emmanuel Macron, watch Indian and French soldiers marching alongside in disciplined footsteps. India's 269-member tri-services contingent in all its splendor. Their steps echoing a centuries-old legacy, transcending borders and cultures. India's patriotism resonates through the French air. Bands played out the iconic Sare Jahan Se Achha tune. Prime Minister Modi took the salute. The hosts applauded the visual symphony of synchronized marching and captivating music. The Indian Army contingent, comprising of 77 personnel and 38 members of the band led by Captain Aman Jagtap. Commander Vrat Bhagel led the Indian Navy contingent. They move ahead with measured strides. Here comes the Indian Air Force contingent, led by squadron leader Sindhu Reddy. A rhythmic cadence flows out of their steps, a masterpiece of military precision. Dressed in their resplendent uniforms, adorned with medals and insignia, India's tri-services displayed their timeless elegance of tradition, seamlessly blending with the spirit of modernity in Europe's oldest and largest military parade. India's French-made Rafale jets soared in the French skies above. A stunning fly past over the Arc de Triomphe.
भारत फ्रांस की स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप के 25 साल के उत्सव का इससे बेहतर तरीका और क्या हो सकता है?
The two countries commemorate 25 years of their strategic partnership. A moment of profound significance, a moment of strengthened camaraderie. With Gaurav Sawant in Paris, Bureau Report, India Today.
And we're returning to our number one story on India Today on the other side of this break, 6 p.m. prime with Akshita. Delhi's flood crisis has expanded into a total nightmare. Things have gotten worse. We're also getting you the distressing breaking news of 3 miners having drowned in one part of Delhi. That's next.
You did say that the guidance you have maintained on the revenue growth front and also on the EBIT margin front, it was the upper end 19% earlier. Now it's 18 to 19%. Are you being cautiously optimistic?
We are being realistic. So again, the quarter one is at 17%. It was, by the way, the same 17% in the last year's June quarter as well. So we have seen this 17% levels before in the base. Our seasonality is that Q1 typically tends to be the lowest and Q3 tends to be the highest margins. That is driven by the software peaking in revenue and in margin terms in the December quarter. So there is that seasonality which we will see, and Q2 and Q4 are typically near the the margin band that we typically aim for and target. So based on all the actions, some of the actions we've announced yesterday, and I'll come to that, and there are actions taking place for pretty much every line item of the P&L. So based on those actions, we remain confident that we will be back to the 18 to 19%. The actions that we have already announced are on the wage increments. So for the senior staff, we have already mentioned that there will be no increments in this year. And for the junior staff, to whom we typically give the increments in the first quarter, in the second quarter, effective July, they have been deferred to October, and we will make the decision in October how much increments are rolled out for the junior staff. But for the senior staff, there are no increments.
I mean, we are literally on it. We've invested for the last years, but we are now accelerating. And so investments are starting now. A significant part, the biggest part of those investments are organic. So it's, investment that we are driving already now. I believe this month, as you know, we have shared this. We are going to train 100% of our employees, starting this month. When will it translate into revenue? It is already translating into revenue. We already have, as we speak today, dozens of programs around AI and generative AI.
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees.
online gaming, horse racing, and casinos will be taxed. They will be taxed at 28%, each one, and they will be taxed on full face value.
The online gaming industry had been waiting for the final decision of the GST Council with bated breath. And on Tuesday, the center state body of the finance ministers dealt the sector a killer blow. Not only was the rate of GST increased to 28%, the tax will now be levied on the full value, the entire bet amount in the game. Moreover, the GST Council has removed the distinction between game of skill and game of chance. The enhanced levy comes on top of the 30% tax deducted at source that is already applicable to the sector. In effect, the sector will now be taxed at over 50%. Experts see this as a massive setback for the industry.
Moving from the methodology of valuation from GGR to the face value, as has been highlighted in the press con yesterday, that is going to be a 1100% impact.
The government disagrees. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said the decision to levy maximum tax on online gaming in casinos was not intended to kill the industry, but was considering the moral question that it cannot be taxed at par with essential commodities. Explaining the rationale, Sitharaman said it was impractical to meet the industry demand for levy of tax on platform fee.
So it is impossible to pierce that veil of veil which brings opacity on how actually it is operated, and then say, no, I know what happens inside, therefore I'll only go by that. I'll go following every fellow, every tourist, and say, are you playing at this table? Are you paying at that table? How much pay you pay? Impossible to execute. So the discussion went thoroughly.
The reactions are coming in fast and furious. A day after the announcement, Ashnil Grover, the ousted co-founder of Bharat Pay and former Shark Tank India judge, tweeted, "India is super fun, super ironic. Uncles sipping on their drinks, smoke in hand, bragging about how they made their fortunes in land speculation by putting their cash to good use, planning their next casino trip to Macau and passing judgment on online gaming and how it's spoiling the youth. Would love to see government introduce 28% GST and 20% TCS on land purchases." Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
पूरा राजघाट इस वक्त जलमग्न हो चुका है। तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं कि मैं यहाँ पर इस वक्त मौजूद हूँ। जब सुबह के वक्त मैं यहाँ पर आया था तब मेरी कमर तक पानी था और अब पानी का लेवल जो है वो मेरी गर्दन से भी ऊपर है।
The kind of challenge that Delhi is facing right now, and the Delhiites are the struggle that Delhiites have to do, a battle that Delhiites have to do today in order to reach to their offices. You can see the bikers are taking all the risk, moving through this water, wading through this water.
इस गली में जहां तक मैं चले जाऊंगा पानी बढ़ता जाएगा। ये देखिए इस घर पे तो पानी का कब्जा हो गया है।
ऊपर यहाँ पे लोग इंतजार कर रहे हैं और अपनी खिड़कियों से बाहर निकल आए हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पर बिल्डिंग है, छत है, तो लोग छतों पर चले गए।
I am right now outside the Swaminarayan Mandir, and as you can see, I am sitting on top of a tractor because cars cannot come on this road. This is the road that comes from Kashmiri Gate, ISBT, from via civil lines towards the Chankira Makhara DRDO and the Chief Minister's residence.
Ground report from Mayur Vihar, where you can see this entire village has turned into a deluge of water. There's water everywhere.
As far as the water levels are concerned of Yamuna River, yes, they have slightly gone down, but as far as the water levels in the national capital is concerned, the waterlogged streets, the water that has in fact gotten into the main colonies of the national capital, that has further increased.
24 hours and counting. This is the situation in parts of the national capital. For many of you who thought, like me, that the water would drain off come 6 p.m. this evening, that's most definitely not the case. Yesterday, I was out there in that water, waist deep. In some parts, it's gone up. In some parts, marginally reduced. But what's clear and what remains constant from yesterday to today is the suffering of the average Delhiite. That's what we're putting the focus on in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. I gave you a glimpse of what our reporters have filed for us through the day. They'll all be joining me live over the next 1 hour to get you all those updates from the ground on what's happening in the national capital. Let's begin with the headlines. Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft successfully takes off from Sriharikota to make a landing on the moon in 40 days from now. India cheers for our ISRO heroes.
Carrying India's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
Lift-off normal.
Here we have a majestic lift-off of LVM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft.
Prime Minister Modi attends Bastille Day celebrations as guest of honor. Indian Tri-Service Contingent march and parade. IAF Rafales grace Parisian skies as part of the Bastille Day flypast. Politics peaks over Delhi flood mayhem. Delhi Mantris pin blame on Lieutenant Governor Saxena. He retorts saying this is not the time for politics. The Maharashtra portfolio allocation suspense finally ends. Ajit Pawar gets finance portfolio. 2 Shinde camp ministries given to Ajit NCP camp. Another big setback for DMK Neta Senthil Balaji. Madras High Court states ED is entitled to Senthil's custody, says money laundering is not the standalone offence. And tragic news coming in. Namibian cheetah Suraj dies in Kuno National Park. This is the 8th big cat casualty in just 5 months out of the 20 currently in India. Let's begin with breaking news coming in. First, casualties being reported of the Delhi waterlogging. 3 minors have drowned to death in the Delhi deluge. These 3 children have drowned in Delhi's Mukandpur. Inundated Rajghat has turned into a picnic spot. This is the biggest problem right now in the national capital. All you Delhiites watching this broadcast, do not take the waterlogging lightly. It's not a recreation point. It's not clean water. It most definitely will lead to health complications. And tragically, in one particular case, 3 children who were playing in the water, attempting to swim in it, have drowned in northwest Delhi. Delhi. And this is because of people thinking that the water levels are fine, manageable, we can enjoy in the Yamuna while it's in our neighborhood. It's led to 3 children now dying. And what we're seeing is an influx of flood tourism, believe it or not, in Delhi, where people are thronging parts that we're reporting from, showing you the plight of how waterlogged it is, how completely full of water. You have Delhiites coming there to click pictures and selfies. I want to play out a report from Moshmi Singh that shows you the extent of the problem here, how people are flocking these places without any regard for their own safety, to picnic, to take selfies, to send videos.
We are at Rajghat. Delhi is reeling under one of the worst floods in decades, and you're not expected to do this. You can see that some people are having a pool time there on the ring road, enjoying the water that is spilled over on the roads as if it's a picnic day. It is not a picnic day. This is dirty muck water, sewage water, infected badly, and you could in fact get infected with waterborne diseases, but people refuse to listen. We've seen various spots in Delhi which are flooded. People thronging those places. Right now the police has cleared this area. When I stepped in, there wasn't much space to walk because people thought it's Friday evening and they came out with tiffins and were enjoying the water at Rajghat, which is completely flooded. We saw children bathing here like they are there, and the police actually really had to haggle. This guard had to blow the whistle. Even now he's insisting. Guard भैया कितना लोग आ गया था यहाँ पे, आपने सबको हटवाया यहाँ से जी?
पिकनिक बना रखा, बस खाना ही नहीं ला रहे ये लोग। नहीं तो पिकनिक बनाने के लिए यहाँ बनाने को आ जाए, अभी चटाई वटाई बिछा दो, खाना भी ले आएंगे घरों से अपने।
तो आपने मना नहीं किया, पानी गंदा है इस तरह से?
सबको मना कर रहा मैडम कि पानी गंदा है, करंट आ जाएगा, कुछ भी हो सकता है। साहब आ रहे नहीं कह रहे, हम कोई बात नहीं, हमें कोई परवाह नहीं है, हम पानी देखेंगे नहाएंगे यहाँ पर, ऐसे कर रहे हैं।
Now, there's only so much that the authorities and the administration can be blamed for this kind of a mess. For people throwing caution to the winds, picnicking there, as Moshmi just showed you. Many of them, even when I was reporting on the ground, I noticed locals coming together, swimming in the water, diving headfirst into the water, thinking it's a recreation zone, thinking let's dive and play in this water, which is first of all carrying all sorts of diseases, and secondly, you don't know the depth. There is all sort of material floating also in this water, which is why it's extremely dangerous to do what so many Delhiites currently are doing. Let me take this across to our reporters on the ground. We've got Milind Sharma, Amit Bharadwaj and Moshmi Singh joining us on this broadcast. Amit, to you first on the news break that we've just got. Tragic news of 3 children having died because they drowned to their deaths. Are we seeing this far too often? I'm sure while you've been reporting too, you've seen how in several waterlogged places, children and adults dive into this water, think it's all fun and games.
Absolutely right, Akshata. It's very unfortunate. 3 children have died in Mukundpur area of the national capital. And all these 3 children had dived into a waterlogged ground thinking that it is a picnic spot, something to enjoy. But unfortunately, these minors could not, they had no idea about the depth of the water there. A police constable had jumped into the water to save them, but he was possibly too late and these 3 kids have died. 3 minors were between the age of 14 to 15. Their dead bodies have been taken out of the waterlogged ground. And unfortunately, Akshata, unfortunately from the very beginning we have been telling that to Delhiites out there that this is not a picnic spot. Right behind me at Shanti 1, Daryaganj crossing, you can see how recklessly the parents are allowing their children, small children, to bathe in this water. And this is extremely dangerous. This is a health hazard looming large on the national capital. Right behind us are 2 small children. Their parents are also sitting here and they have zero concerns about the health hazard that is looming large on their children as well. Because Akshata, when I was at Red Fort area today, the NDRF volunteers told me, who were involved in rescue operation there, they told me that around Red Fort, behind Red Fort, there's a possibility, higher possibility of stray cows and dogs, street dogs who were stranded and have, their dead bodies are still lying there. So the water that is flowing through all these areas is already contaminated, and the parents have zero idea, concern about this situation, that this could be really dangerous for their children. आप लोगों को इस बात का अंदाजा है कि पीछे डेड बॉडीज हैं कुत्तों के, गायों के, उससे कंटामिनेट होके पानी आ रहा है और ये बच्चों के लिए बहुत खतरनाक।
बिल्कुल जस्ट अभी हमें पता लगा, इसीलिए हम जा ही रहे हैं। अब
जा रहे हैं
जी, बिल्कुल अब यहाँ से निकल ही रहे हैं।
खतरनाक हो सकता है
नहीं, इसी अभी भी बिल्कुल हमें पता लगा, तो इस चक्कर में हम जा ही रहे हैं। हमसे गलती हुई,
3 बच्चों की मौत हुई है इस तरह से अभी मुकुंदपुर में, इसी तरह से वाटर लॉगिंग में स्विम करने की वजह से। ये नहीं लग रहा आप लोगों को गैर जिम्मेदाराना रवैया दिल्ली वाले?
बिल्कुल था हमारा, लेकिन हमें इस चीज को फील हुआ है और इस चक्कर में हम जा रहे हैं और उसे भी कह दें कि आप भी घर जाइए, हम भी घर।
Right there, Akshata, one parent accepting his mistake, but this situation is not
individually,
good in Delhi.
Amit, individually, it's like we have to send the message out individually. There are people, you see that, people sitting in the water and playing, thinking it's, recreational, thinking this is great, we can have a picnic spot here, not realizing that this is extremely contaminated water. Take it from me, I was out there in that water yesterday, and you could see logs coming in from the Nigambod Ghat, which is where cremations happen, logs coming from there, all sorts of muck floating in that water. It's extremely dirty water. So to all the Delhiites who are looking to have a great weekend of fun with the Yamuna, it's most definitely not the case. Please do not venture out and try to play in that water. I can't believe we haven't even given this kind of an advisory, but the reality is that 3 children have drowned to their deaths right now in the national capital as a result of this kind of reckless behavior. I'll request all our reporters to stay on with us. Let's get you images now from different parts of the national capital to show you if the situation has changed at all in the last 24 hours. These images are from Kashmiri Gate, which continues to remain waterlogged as the water level of the mighty Yamuna remains stable, but the water levels in the city continue to go up. Yamuna Bazaar area is one of the worst affected. Houses and vehicles are seen submerged in the water. People had to use boats to go back and forth. The old Yamuna bridge in Delhi, known as Loha Pul, has been inundated as the Yamuna river water level rose up. Roads around ITO in the heart of the national capital have been completely flooded, making it nearly impossible to commute in one of the key arterial roads of the national capital. Nigambod Ghat continues to be underwater as Yamuna river in fact entered this particular ghat. The crematorium is near the banks of the Yamuna river and so was directly impacted by the water levels rising. One of the most dramatic images that has come in today is from the Rajghat in Delhi, where water levels rose, even as in some parts it marginally receded. Why is that? Because a drain had burst close by in ITO. So add to Yamuna flowing in, the drains are functioning in the national capital, leading to another water crisis. These pictures are from the Rajghat. You can't even see right now the name board because the water levels have increased to that level. I want to bring in Maushami Singh on this broadcast right now. Maushami, you were reporting from Rajghat and you've gone across through different parts of the national capital. Compared to yesterday, have things slightly improved or is the water level essentially stagnant at the same level?
Despite Akshata, the water level of the Yamuna decreasing, the national capital, several areas, we've still seen an increase of the level of water, like in Rajghat as well, where you can see that the road is still flooded and even the Rajghat, is completely submerged. But importantly, that's because of several factors, and it's not got only to do with rain or water being released from Hatnikund Dam. That's also because of silting in the Yamuna riverbed, encroachment on the banks of Yamuna, and importantly, the entire stretches of flyovers, over almost 24 flyovers that were built in a 22-kilometer stretch, which really causes waterlogging. And you just said that the drainage system of Delhi is cracking up. So, the problems post-flood will get for Delhi will be over. We can't say that. There are several elements and several factors. The rain could play truant because the weather department has said that Delhi could receive moderate to heavy rainfall in the next 3-4 days, and also the sewage system. So that's one reason that Delhiites need to be on an alert mode. They need to understand there is a situation here where they need to be sensible and not risk their lives.
Very true, and that's the basic precaution right now that every Delhiite needs to take. Once the water levels recede, you're going to be seeing a bigger impact in the sense that it is going to take months really for us to emerge from this kind of a crisis, because the water levels as they go down will leave behind a complete mess. Milind is joining us from Noida, and Milind, before I come across to you, I'll get our viewers an update on what's happening in the national capital, and then we'll focus on Noida as well. With, in fact, the water at this point continuing to remain stagnant in the national capital, let's get you some of the images from Delhi right now. Iconic landmarks has faced flood fury. Yamuna water levels continue to remain high along the border and compound wall of the Red Fort. These drone images show you the extent of damage across the area. Water levels haven't gone down since yesterday. Rajghat continues to remain submerged as a regulator of the Delhi Irrigation and Flood Control Department suffered damage near Indraprasth, which is close to Rajghat, and that led to water levels rising there. Another badly affected area is that of Shantivan, where several locals were stranded for hours due to inundated streets. Vehicles struggled to make their way through as commuters waded through knee-deep water. Houses in Yamuna Khadar area continue to remain underwater as the Yamuna water levels have in fact stabilized. People were using boats to commute from one place to another because the water levels in the city haven't come down. So a lot of questions are being asked on what's happened. What has led to this unprecedented crisis in the national capital? People have lived here for years and decades together and never seen anything quite like this, of the Yamuna water levels reaching this level and then going ahead and flooding the entire national capital. 45 years, we have not seen anything like this, and nobody really in Delhi has been spared. Every single part of the national capital currently has faced some problem or the other because of the Yamuna water levels rising. In our next report, we decode for you what's caused this crisis.
A lifeline turns into a relentless adversary. Floodwaters from the Yamuna invade Delhi. The surge infiltrates homes of both the wealthy and the impoverished. But what caused the unprecedented deluge? Given the city's downstream geography and climate change causing extreme weather conditions.
The water from Himachal Pradesh flows into Haryana. When rains come in Haryana, the water from Himachal Pradesh and the rainfall that comes to Haryana then flows into the river Yamuna into Delhi. So the current situation that we are facing is basically because Delhi is further downstream from places that are facing an acute, almost climatic catastrophe.
Experts don't fully agree. They delve into the heart of the matter and that of the burgeoning city. Experts suggest that Yamuna's riverbed itself may have risen. Larger quantities of water released in the past from the neighboring states never caused such consequences.
To colonize lands around the river, two major embankments have been built, the left main embankment and the right main embankment. Now this has jacketed the river. Extreme events are going to happen. The amount of water which has been released this time is only 300,000 cusecs. In 2019, 8,28,000 cubics was being released, but they did not cause the same kind of problem. Is it possible that the river bed has risen?
Erosion weakening the riverbanks, pavements obstructing the natural flow, and silt narrowing the course. Another expert highlighted a multitude of factors that could have created a perfect storm.
Atish is wrong in saying that what happens in Delhi, Delhi is not, this flood is not dependent on what's happening. There has been rise in riverbed level. There has been obstruction in the river flow. There are at least 30 bridges and flyover, either under construction or completed. There has been more paved areas, which means less percolation and recharging of groundwater.
Some place the blame on unscientific constructions springing up across Delhi since the Commonwealth Games. Ill-planned structures disrupting the city's equilibrium year after year.
Delhi has reduced its capacity to carry water, mostly because of the large-scale encroachment that took place during Commonwealth Games time and the subsequent developments that came on the riverbed.
A disturbing pattern across major cities ravaged by floods. A common development model that worsens the situation in urban plains.
Unfortunately, we are perhaps not waking up enough. In addition to our haphazard development, we also have to understand that climate risks are non-linear. It's not too late. The point is you have to start preparing urban infrastructure that is designed for understanding what kind of a changed climate and what kind of extreme hazards we are going to be facing.
The Yamuna breached its course because its own capacity stood breached. Experts propose that policy should be reshaped to align with the new realities.
Protect lives and livelihoods by having far more real-time early warning systems. Now, many states have already started doing that, and they should be credited for doing that. But real-time flood warning requires a different level of investment. The carrying capacity of these urban areas is being breached. So we cannot keep building in the same concentrated landmass.
High time the policymakers abandoned flawed practices and adopted a new approach. One that combines scientific knowledge with environmental sensitivity. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's not just Delhi now that's flooded. These images that you see behind me are parts of Noida, which also now is seeing water levels going up, and it's fast spreading to several sectors in Noida as well. Particularly farmhouses located near the Yamuna have all been completely flooded out. And with this situation arising now, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath took stock of the situation, conducting an aerial survey to ensure that all necessary steps are taken by the authorities to be prepared for the situation at hand. Milind Sharma is joining us live from Noida. Milind, where exactly are you? How bad is it in Noida, Milind? Is Noida completely underwater like parts of Delhi?
Well, Akshita, yes, I'm at the Noida's 135 sector, and you can see behind me the people have to ply on tractors and boats to actually come out of the inundated sectors of the water. I'm trying to show you here, rescue operations are currently underway because a lot of animals were stuck inside this Gaushala. And let me just show you over there. I'm just panning my camera. These are the animals that have just been taken out of the waters of Noida right now, and look at the way that they are continuously being rescued. I'll ask Ashwini Helen to also show you these cows, and look at the situation of these cows. This particular animal is currently shivering. They've put towels and cloths just to cover the animal who was rescued from the knee-deep water. And just look at that. These animals are extremely tired, having stood up in the water for a long time. Here as well, currently a lot of cows are being taken out of the Gaushalas yet again. Wading through water, people have to drag them out. This is the Noida authorities cowshed or Gaushala. Dharmshala. There are many private farms also in this particular area, Akshita, that are completely submerged under Yamuna, because Yamuna has now made this her path to flow. And the animals, the situation is that it's not just the, look at that. We were just speaking to you, Akshita, and I can't believe that in front of our eyes there's a tractor that has just submerged inside the water right now. That tractor that was just driving past us has gone under the water. People have fallen from the tractor into the water, and there are rescue people who are now running towards that particular tractor that was just moving ahead on this road. We were told by the rescue operators that there is a road that has submerged on the middle path, and just there, if I could just ask Ashwini Helen to show you the people who have fallen off the tractor there. It just the tire got stuck in one of the roads, and they are just trying to rescue these people right now. So this is the kind of horrific scenes that are currently being meted out. There's a JCB that's coming right in front of us from here. The JCB is being deployed by the Delhi police, the Noida police right now. The JCB is going to try and rescue. There were 6 people who were sitting on the tractor that passed from here, as I just saw them. And this particular JCB has now been deployed. There's another JCB that's gone inside. What is being told to us that the entire road is now cracked from the bottom of where the water is currently flowing. So I just want to show you in visuals absolutely chaotic scenes in Noida's 135 sector. Where
so there are several sectors, a handful of them, where the situation is similar to what Milind is telling us, where only tractors can be used, boats can be used to ply back and forth. Thanks, Milind, for getting us that ground report. These are some of the images that we're getting to you from different parts of Noida as well. But remember that even once the water recedes, which the Delhi government says could take another 24 hours, it's going to be a mammoth task to ensure that there's no sort of outbreak of disease, whether it's waterborne or, for that matter, the fact that, you could have vector-borne diseases, mosquitoes also spreading across the national capital, the rise of dengue cases. All of that now is a serious concern in Delhi, and steps will have to be taken proactively to ensure there's no outbreak of any sort of health scare in the national capital.
Homes flooded. Roads turned into rivers. As Delhi remains submerged, a public health crisis looms. With drains destroyed, dirty water that could be contaminated with sewage or dead bodies of stray cattle and dogs can prove to be hazardous.
This water will remain stagnant, and one of the other things which a lot of experts at the moment are fearing is the increase in dirty water, and also the health of the people who stay here, because once the water will recede, then there are chances a lot of people might fall sick.
The waterborne illness that come with this dirty water are no backfloat. According to health experts, this murky flood is capable of contaminating Delhi's drinking water. It is a cocktail containing all sorts of viral and bacterial diseases, putting people at risk for cholera, typhoid, malaria and more. According to experts, even exposing your skin to this water can cause rashes and infection.
Water is the main source of infection over here. So, potable water. Boil your water for cooking, boil your water before drinking, whatever the water comes in, boil it well so that this infection reduces. Also, once the flood is not active, it's just stagnant water. All these protozoal infections like malaria and all that can spread. So don't let water stagnate around your house or in your coolers.
When the streets finally clear and water levels recede, the threat of disease will remain. Bureau Report, India Today.
So a word of caution for all the Delhiites watching this broadcast. Be very careful right now with the situation. Do not let the water, if you can avoid it, enter your homes or your neighborhood. On the other side of a short break, I'm going to be talking about what really the Yamuna water that's flowing through the Delhi actually is like. I was there yesterday reporting from one of the worst affected parts. I described that experience for you on the other side.
Bonjour and Namaste Paris. As chief guest, Modi heads to France. India Today's Gaurav Sawant reports.
We are currently in Versailles in France. You are hearing that Jaikara, Jo Bole Sonehal. Jai Bhavani.
All the flavor and friendship, all the dosti and diplomacy, from defense deals to bada bromance, all the dhamaka from Paris. Namaste France.
The Red Fort stands besieged. Delhi's architectural marvel turns into a structure built on an island. Its sandstone walls battle the floodwaters.
I would like to show you some symbolic images here of the ring road. And this is that particular stretch of road that is adjacent to the Lal Killa, the Red Fort. And in fact, as you can see, these are the outer walls of Red Fort. There is water here. And the reason why this road becomes extremely important is the fact that a lot of buses travel to ISBT taking this particular road.
The old world charm of Delhi's civil lines, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's home and neighborhood, the Delhi government secretariat, all turn into a watery maze. The stately mansions of civil lines stand like marooned ships.
ये तस्वीर है दिल्ली के सिविल लाइन इलाके की, जो दिल्ली का सबसे पॉश इलाका जो है वो माना जाता है। इस इलाके में बाढ़ का पानी इस वक्त जो है वो कमर तक पहुंच गया। आप तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं कि कई सारी गाड़ियां और कॉलोनियां इस वक्त जो है वो पानी से लबालब यहां पर नजर आएंगी। एनडीआरएफ की टीम जो है वो इस वक्त यहां पर पहुंची। आप देखिए तस्वीरें, ये एनडीआरएफ की टीमें जो है वो सिविल लाइन में इस वक्त तैनात की गई हैं। ये तस्वीरें अगर आपको हैरान करने वाली तस्वीरें, किस तरीके से फॉर्च्यूनर कार जो है वो इस वक्त पूरी तरीके से डूब चुकी है पानी के अंदर।
Rescuers wade through, navigate the residents out of this turmoil.
सारे अंदर हमारी कोठी बहुत ऊंची है, सड़क से 4.5 से 5 फुट ऊंची है, तब भी पानी हमारी कोठी में घुस गया। अब हम जा रहे हैं यहाँ से निकल के। हाँ, ये नाव वाले बेचारे, एनडीआरएफ की टीम हमको ले जा रही है। सभी अभी एक दफा तो ले गई थी, दोबारा फिर ले जा रही है बच्चों को।
Once a vibrant sporting arena, Delhi's Indira Gandhi Stadium too engulfed by the Yamuna's onslaught.
This is ITO to Rajghat Road, one of the most important roads of the national capital, and you can see how it is inundated. The water which had possibly come on both sides. On the left hand side is the Rajghat area. I'll request Sajid to pan the camera. That particular road is completely inundated, which means the traffic is blocked.
Floodwaters have also halted the production of clean and safe drinking water. 3 treatment plants have been shut. A drinking water crisis looms over parts of the flooded city.
पानी की काफ़ी ज़्यादा किल्लत होने वाली है। 25% पानी जो 3 वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट हमारे प्रोड्यूस करते थे, वो 25% पानी कम हो गया है, तो वाटर की एक राशनिंग करनी पड़ेगी। अगले 1-2 दिन लोगों को पानी की दिक्कत हो सकती है।
It was last evening from Noida going into Delhi by itself was a nightmare because on all sides is water. Most roads are barricaded off. There's no way you can get into the heart of the national capital. After a 2-hour struggle, I finally got there. And where I reached was close to the Lal Killa, Old Delhi, which is usually about a 25-minute drive. Took me 2 hours, by the way. And then when I reached there,
जैसे अब इतना बड़ा है, अब इतने चैनल में से पानी जा रहा है, बाकी इतने चैनल में से नहीं जा रहा। पूरे में से जाएगा तो जाहिर तौर पे पानी तेजी से बाहर निकलेगा।
हरियाणा सरकार मेंटेनेंस करती है सर इसका?
हरियाणा सरकार इसका मेंटेनेंस करती है, लेकिन चूंकि दिल्ली में उनका कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, इसके बाद इसकी कार्रवाई चालू करेंगे कि अगर वो हमें दे दें, हम उनसे निवेदन करेंगे कि हमें ही दे दें ताकि हम इसका मेंटेनेंस कर सकें।
बता दें कब से नहीं खुले हैं ये गेट, ये अब जब ऐसी वर्स्ट सिचुएशन हो गई है तब इनको खोला जा रहा है।
कई दशकों से कह रहे हैं नहीं खुले हैं।
सर, तो दिल्ली सरकार की जिम्मेदारी नहीं बनती है कि उन्हें पहले से पता होना चाहिए था ये?
नहीं, बताते हैं कि हरियाणा से कई बार रिक्वेस्ट की है, लेकिन हुआ नहीं। तो इस बार जब ये आफत आई है तो हरियाणा से इस बार कहा जाएगा कि भाई देखो इस बार इतनी आफत आई, अब आप मान जाओ, आप दे दो। तो मैं
बीजेपी का आरोप है कि ब्लेम गेम चल रहा है, आरोप प्रत्यारोप की सियासी।
हमने तो किसी को किया नहीं है। वही मैं कल से देख रहा हूँ, हमें गाली दे रहे हैं, वो देते रहे गाली, गाली देने में क्या रखा है। इस टाइम तो ये है, ये तो ऐसी क्राइसिस है जिसमें इंसान को इंसान की मदद करनी चाहिए। एक दूसरे को गालियाँ देने से कोई फायदा नहीं है। पर मैं देख रहा हूँ सुबह से वो कल से बीजेपी वाले मेरे को गाली दे रहे हैं, दे लेंगे गाली, अपने को क्या।
दिल्ली के मुकंदपुर में 3 बच्चे डूब करके मर गए हैं, 3 मौतें।
ये बहुत दुखद बात है। वो तीनों बच्चे नहाने के लिए गए थे उसमें नदी में, पता चला। और हमने कई बार बोला है कि नदी से दूर रहिए। कई लोग एक तरह से देखने जा रहे हैं, बाढ़ देखने जा रहे हैं, वो भी मत कीजिए। कई बार अचानक पानी बढ़ जाता है तो सेल्फी ले रहे हैं, वीडियो बना रहे हैं, वो सब मत कीजिए। नहाने के लिए अभी नदी का बहाव इतना तेज है, आप अच्छे से अच्छे अगर स्विमर भी हैं तो भी इस नदी का बहाव आप उसको बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पाएंगे।
दिल्ली की जिंदगी नॉर्मल कब होगी सर? पानी कब हटेगा? कब तक बेहतर होगी सर?
अब देखिए कल और परसों फिर बारिश का अंदेशा है। अभी जो आया है ना, अभी मौसम विभाग का आया है, तो अगर बारिश अगर नहीं आती तो मैं समझता हूँ 1-2 दिन में हो जाएगी। बारिश अगर और आएगी तो फिर देखना पड़ेगा कि कब।
एक आखिरी सवाल है सर कि आखिर दिल्ली की जो हालत है उसका जिम्मेदार कौन है?
इसमें किसी का ब्लेम गेम थोड़ी। सारा पानी तो ऊपर से आ रहा है। बारिश तो हुई नहीं दिल्ली के अंदर, 1 दिन बारिश हुई थी, उसके बाद तो ये सारा का सारा पानी हिमाचल प्रदेश, हरियाणा उधर से आ रहा है। ये हमारा लोकल पानी तो है नहीं। और इतना पानी हैंडल करने की दिल्ली की कैपेसिटी आज तक नहीं थी। 278 से 43 साल के बाद, 45 साल के बाद इतना 207.5 क्रॉस किया है। तो बहुत बड़ी क्राइसिस है। ऐसी क्राइसिस में एक दूसरे पे दोष देने की बजाय सबको मिलके काम करना चाहिए।
That's Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal speaking on the current situation, saying that there is a crisis in the sense that there isn't enough space for the water to completely drain off, which is why it's going to take time. He's also urged and appealed to Delhiites not to venture out and into the water. I'm slipping into a very short break. We'll be right back.
That bar of chocolate, another piece that you feel like having, another brownie, biscuit, just one more. Do you feel like that all the time? Addicted, helpless, wanting more? That, ladies and gentlemen, is addiction, and we are decoding sugar addiction to you. Why is sugar so tempting? For those with a sweet tooth, it is like addiction, almost like being hooked to drugs, alcohol. What does sugar do to your brain for you to be so helpless around it? The brain's neurons are fed by sugar. You continuously crave more sugar because your brain perceives it as a reward. The brain's reward system, known as the mesolimbic dopamine system, is stimulated when we consume sweet foods. Dopamine is a chemical produced in the brain by neurons that can indicate whether or not an event was positive. We are more inclined to repeat these behaviors while the reward system is active because it encourages this behavior. Consuming sugar causes dopamine hits, which speed up learning and make people seek out more of these meals.
What does happen is when we have sugar, there is a release of dopamine in our brain, which makes us feel good. Once you feel good, you want to have more of that thing, So yes, there could be binging on sugar, there could be craving for sugar. People would miss sugar if it's not there in their diets. Yes, we do strongly recommend against the use of excessive sugar, and if possible, very, very limited use of simple sugar in our diets.
Why do you feel a rush after eating a midday cupcake? It is simply carbohydrate containing sugar, which is readily converted to glucose in your bloodstream. For starters, we know that glucose is the main source of energy used by our bodies when it comes to overall physical wellness and bodily function. Your blood sugar levels rise. Fruits, vegetables and dairy products all include simple carbohydrates. However, they also contain fiber and protein, which halt the process. Table sugar, soda, candy and syrup don't. What about sugar lows? Do you suddenly feel a drop in energy? Does everything around you seem irritating? Well, this is called a sugar low. For energy, your body needs to transport glucose from the bloodstream to your cells. Your pancreas produces the hormone insulin to achieve this. As a result, your blood sugar level may have a sudden drop. You feel exhausted and disoriented after this sudden blood sugar drop, and you start craving more sweets to get back to that sugar high. Therefore, that sweet snack you had in the middle of the day has prepared you for more poor eating.
Artificial intelligence, AI, an ever-evolving field is transforming the world we live in, unleashing wonders that were once unimaginable. Now, artificial intelligence is transforming lives in Lucknow in the field of medical science. This is an ortho-robo performing a knee replacement surgery, all made possible courtesy AI. And this is a game changer in Uttar Pradesh, as this AI-powered robo will now perform more ortho procedure in Lucknow's Apollo Medics.
This is a most advanced active robotic system. Active means कि हम इसमें सर्जिकल प्लानिंग करते हैं और वो सर्जिकल प्लानिंग सर्जन अपने एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से पेशेंट की बॉडी के हिसाब से करता है, तब उस सॉफ्टवेयर को सेव करके और रोबोट में कनेक्ट कर दिया जाता है.
So how does this work? All the information is fed into the robo and then it works on its own, performing the surgery directly.
0.1 मिलीमीटर तक एक्यूरेट होता है. और अगर आप मैनुअल सर्जरी और रोबोटिक सर्जरी की बात करें तो मैनुअल सर्जरी इज 70% एक्यूरेट, तो दिस इज 95% एक्यूरेट.
From revolutionizing industries to enhancing everyday life, AI has proven to be a catalyst for progress and innovation. Bureau Report, India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Normal.
प्राप्त कर ली गई है. चंद्रयान 3 को सफलतापूर्वक अंतक्षेपित कर दिया गया है. इलिप्टिकल पार्किंग ऑर्बिट.
Carrying a billion dreams, India has made its shot for the moon. ISRO launched its third lunar mission, the Chandrayaan-3, which lifted off at 2:35 p.m. with an orbiter, lander and a rover. It's expected to reach the moon on 23rd or 24th August, in about 40 days from now. India will join an exclusive elite list of just 3 other countries that have managed a soft landing on the moon. And we've all got our fingers crossed.
3, 2, 1, 0.
India shoots for the moon, carrying hopes of billions of Indians. Bahubali rocket LVM-3 rocket lifted off with Chandrayaan-3, aiming to land a rover on the moon's surface. The takeoff was picture perfect, every technical milestone achieved.
यह भीमकाय रॉकेट आसमान को चीरते हुए अपनी भयानक दहाड़ से चारों ओर कंपन उत्पन्न कर रहा है.
And as Chandrayaan-3 separated from the rocket, scientists and space enthusiasts gathered to witness history and broke into applause.
We are excited, elated by the success of this because it was so much important for us to put it first in the orbit. Without that, there is no further travel to moon possible. So that way, it is really exciting for us.
The spacecraft will take about 2 weeks or more now to enter lunar orbit, aiming to be the first to land near little explored south pole of the moon. The journey is estimated to take more than 40 days, with the spacecraft potentially reaching the moon around August 23rd or 24th.
It was perfect, and all the propulsion stages worked very nicely, and the intended orbit also was achieved, and it was a perfect mission.
If ISRO pulls this mission off successfully, India will join an exclusive list of just 3 other countries that have managed a soft landing on the moon: US, former Soviet Union, and most recently China.
It's a moment of glory for India, also a moment of glory for you and I, all of us who have been part of the history in the making. And while Team ISRO has done the entire country proud, India has reaffirmed its leading role as a global player.
India's second lunar mission was launched in July 2019, but it was only partially successful. Even today, its orbiter continues to circle and study the moon. But the lander rover failed, crash landing during touchdown. Chandrayaan-3 comes 13 years after the first moon mission in 2008. With Pramod Madhav and Nagarjun Dwarkanath in Sriharikota, Bureau Report, India Today.
And that's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks very much for tuning in. I'm leaving you with a part of the press conference held by ISRO. A beautiful moment where our scientists finally had time to enjoy their achievement and burst out laughing in the midst of their press conference.
Because of shortage of time. Yes, sir. I take this opportunity to thank all the mission executives because mission executives for all the supports. The backward gas entry also is eliminated, and it is a perfect system. Yes, sir. And CE20 stage also is
Madam Finance Minister has reiterated that it has been a unanimous decision. I'd like to understand from you, what has been the major motive behind this? Is it the social angle? Is it the revenue angle?
Yeah, so first thing, see, it is only a reiteration, as you said, or a confirmation of the earlier stand of the department that online games, when played for stakes, as opposed to online games, not played for stakes, will be taxed at the rate of 28%. There was certainly a consideration, because when we are imposing any tax, considerations of equity and fair play and what other similar activities, how they are being taxed and at what rate is important. And so if you compare online games with entertainment, even if you compare it, with entertainment, some of the entertainment activities like entry into sporting events, for example, IPL, or just the mere entry into a casino or into a horse racing club. These also attract a rate of 28%. And in fact, some of the members even compared the tax rates being presently paid by the online gaming companies, which effectively worked out to only about 2 to 3%, with the tax rates on food, which even a common citizen consumes and pays taxes on them, where the tax rates are of the order of at least 5%.
Right.
If not, for some of them it goes up to even 18%, as you are aware. So, in line with that, certainly, yes, the social angle, the social dimension, the equity angle, all these things were considered, and you are aware that this has been a deliberation which has been going on for a very, very long time. So it was a well thought out decision. It was taken after due consultations with all the stakeholders, including, the casino industry, the online gaming industry, and keeping the overall public interest in mind.
Great. You did mention about the casino industry, and I'd like to just get some information on this. Now, Goa and Sikkim, these two states, there were early reports that they were against the decision because, of course, casinos gets their maximum revenue from their tourism aspect. Was there some kind of discussion on if they would be helped in some other way, or were they okay going ahead with the 28% on whole?
No, all discussions relating to all the three games, three activities, that is online gaming, horse racing and casinos, all these were considered.
This man with a bone and skull in hand is Joker Felix, a man who is now behind bars for a gruesome double murder in Bengaluru. He stabbed two men to death mercilessly in their office, all over a petty professional rivalry. This is a tale of two rival companies, turning into a tale of two murders. The victims, Phanindra Subramania and Vinu Kumar, the MD and CEO of their company Aeronix, went to work on Tuesday and never came home. According to the cops, at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, Joker Felix and two of his aides entered the Aeronix office and entered the MD Phanindra's room. They then attacked him, with Felix slashing him with a sword. Seeing the shocking crime, the CEO Vinu Kumar intervened but was then attacked with a knife that the accused were carrying with them. The three then escaped from the back door. What was the reason for this merciless display of violence? Murder by knife is personal. They wanted this to hurt. According to police, Joker Felix previously worked with murder victims Phanindra and Vinu. The victims left and started their own organization and reportedly took most of the customers and employees with them, angering Felix. Joker Felix and accomplices Vinay Reddy and Santosh Srinivasa are now in police custody. Pride, vengeance and professional rivalry cost these two men their lives. And the actions of this rather unstable internet influencer has landed him behind bars. With Anaga Keshav, Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 20.
Pokerbazi, you hold the cards.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, you're watching Mission 2024, but right now it does seem that it is a mission to somewhere down the line ebb the flood waters in various states. I'm standing right now on the Kiratpur highway onwards to Chandigarh, coming in from Himachal. The plains of Punjab flooded, the plains of the national capital flooded, unprecedented floods where Delhi is concerned. A recall to 1978. Let me take you through the headlines. Chandrayaan-3 spaceship successfully takes off from Sriharikota to make landing on the moon in 40 days. India cheers for ISRO heroes.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
Lift-off normal.
Here we have a majestic lift-off of LBM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan.
Prime Minister Modi attends Bastille Day celebrations as guest of honor. Indian tri-service contingent marches in the parade. Indian Air Force Rafale grace Parisian skies as part of Bastille Day flypast. Politics speaks over Delhi floods mayhem. Delhi mantris pin blame on LG Saxena. LG gives it back to the Delhi government. Maharashtra portfolio allocations out. Ajit Pawar gets finance portfolio. 2 Shinde camp ministries given to Ajit NCP camp. Another big setback for DMK Neta Senthil Balaji. Madras High Court states ED is entitled to Senthil custody, says money laundering not the standalone offence. Namibian cheetah Suraj dies in Kuno National Park. This makes it the 8th big cat casualty in just 5 months. Let's get you now the defining images of the Delhi deluge. We take you to the first image where the Yamuna breached the danger mark 2 days ago, flooded Delhi in unprecedented circumstances is what we are seeing play on the roads of the national capital. Roads in the Kashmiri Gate area continue to remain waterlogged as water levels of the mighty Yamuna continue to rise. Yamuna Bazar areas remain flooded as the water levels in Yamuna rises above to an all-time high. Houses and vehicles have been seen submerged in the waters. The old Yamuna bridge in Delhi, known as Loha Pul, has been inundated as well as the Yamuna river's water has risen above the danger limit. In midst the rising flood, the national capital roads around ITO have been completely flooded, making it nearly impossible to commute. Water entered Nigambodh Ghats as the swollen Yamuna River continues to flow above the danger mark. The crematorium is near the bank of Yamuna River and is also affected. All right, let's cut across right now to the latest news break that is coming in, and this is tragic, viewers, because still now, even though the politics was gutter cesspool level from every side, be it the BJP or the Aam Aadmi Party, but the latest that is coming right now has put a number to this tragedy. 3 children have drowned in Delhi's Mukundpur. Inundated Rajghat turns into a picnic spot as well. Children swimming in the Delhi flood waters, and the latest that we are getting in now is that 3 minors have drowned in this deluge.
बहुत दुखद बात है, वो तीनों बच्चे नहाने के लिए गए थे उसमें नदी में, पता चला, और हमने कई बार बोला है कि नदी से दूर रहिए। कई लोग एक तरह से देखने जा रहे हैं, बाढ़ देखने जा रहे हैं, वो भी मत कीजिए। कई बार अचानक पानी बढ़ जाता है तो सेल्फी ले रहे हैं, वीडियो बना रहे हैं, वो सब मत कीजिए। नहाने के लिए अभी नदी का बहाव इतना तेज है, आप अच्छे से अच्छे अगर स्विमर भी हैं तो भी इस नदी का बहाव आप उसको बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पाएंगे।
Wear it. I want to cut across right now to my colleague Abhishek Anand, getting us the very latest from Ground Zero, where this tragedy has taken place. Abhishek, for now, you know, what was at least that mere tiny silver lining on the Delhi flood was the fact that there were no fatalities. 3 young children right now dying in the flood waters where they had, it seems, of their own volition gone to swim. What's the latest that you're getting in?
Well, Preeti, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has repeatedly said that stay away from the river. But the incident has not happened in the river. It has happened on the Mukundpur Chowk, inside the city, in Jahangirpuri area. So this is the situation of Delhi right now. The water level is so increasing in certain low-lying areas that people are actually losing their lives. All these children are of 14-15-year age. So they actually, the locals say that they knew how to swim, but they had no idea how deep the water was. And maybe the silt that comes with the river as it flows inside the city, it takes a huge amount of silt with it. And maybe that is also a reason, because some people say that the area had become a picnic spot and many children were actually jumping into that puddle, into that Mukundpur Chowk to swim. So if the government says that advisory has been issued, the advisory had been issued for the river, not the areas. The traffic is completely shut in these areas. These areas are cut off from rest of Delhi. The only help which is reaching there is through boats of NDRF. So this is really heartbreaking in the national capital if such things are happening. And on the other side, if the politics is still going on, there has to be, something has to be done to stop such kind of incidents in the national capital.
Right. Right. Okay, Abhishek, appreciate you joining us with that quick update. Because like I said, till now, in the cesspool of Delhi politics, the collateral has only been the citizens. But there was no fatality. There was huge loss of infrastructure, property. The streets have been inundated. The lives of citizens completely compromised. But today marks the beginning of the first casualty, where 3 young children have died of drowning in Jahangirpur, Mukundpur area. With that, I want to quickly cut across to the latest news that is coming in from the national capital to take you through that, on how the national capital practically drawn to a standstill of sorts with the big Delhi deluge. The water levels of the Yamuna have now decreased today to 208.4 meters, but continuously remaining above the danger mark. The national capital reeling under floods, with crucial roads still affected. Delhi's main roads have turned into rivers, with water gushing into houses. The national capital witnessed traffic snarls across. Delhi police traffic has shut the road from Pragati Maidan tunnel towards ITO. The Delhi chief minister has asked for help of NDRF and even called in the army to tackle the flood situation.
Oh, I am right now outside the Swaminarayan Mandir, and as you can see, I am sitting on top of a tractor because cars cannot come on this road. This is the road that comes from Kashmiri Gate ISBT from via civil lines towards the Chankira Makhara DRDO and the Chief Minister's residence. And you can see here the Swaminarayan Mandir, which is an old temple in civil lines. There's a boat here which is getting supplies and people in and out. The entire civil lines, this is one of the poshest old areas of Delhi. And the cars you see here, I'm just going to ask Ankit to sort of zoom in and show you. This is at least 3.5 to 4 feet of water. These are SUVs. These are very expensive cars that are currently drowning underwater. If you can see the tops of these cars, we can see several other cars which are even more underwater. Barely the roof of the car is visible around here. And this is the Kashmiri Gate area.
I want to cut across right now immediately to my colleague Maushmi, who joins us from ITO with the very latest. Rajghat is where Maushmi is. Maushmi, what's the latest? Till yesterday you were in waist-deep waters. Today, is the situation better? Even though Delhi has claimed its first casualty in terms of fatalities, 3 young kids drowning in Jahangirpuri.
You know, that's very unfortunate and very saddening, Preeti, and that's one reason, Delhi has to be prepared for a situation post-flood. Even as I talk about the situation in the national capital, although the level of Yamuna has decreased a bit, it's still well above the danger mark. In 2013, in 1978, the water levels were way below, 2.7, 0.4, 2.7, 207.3. That were the water levels, and this is 208.4 that we are talking about. So Delhiites need to know that, and we're at Rajghat, as you said. Behind me, you can see that is the situation in Rajghat. On the right, this road has come to a standstill, and on this side is the ITO, and the water starts very early right here, very near to the red light at Rajghat. So this is blocked and this is blocked. The arteries are blocked. And this is still water. Very dangerous, contaminated sewage water. Still, the selfie cameras are on. People are here out curiously looking. People have taken battery rickshaws to sightsee. You have to understand that this is not a swimming pool. I've seen children, jumping into the water. You could get electrocuted. People are putting show reels on social media. Delhiites need to be more alert, more aware and responsible, because there are traffic snarls if you come out. The administration has to jostle and make you understand, and beneath all the hype, behind all the hype, you forget about your own safety. That said, Delhi continues to be choked. The rain forecast for the next 3 days is moderate rainfall. Added to it, the water continues to flow inwards to the main arteries of the city, the societies, and with the mainstream, the drainage system completely choked. It's not going to be a good sight. If you give me a minute, I'll try and ask these people why they are here and risking their lives. आप लोग बाहर क्यों आए हैं भैया? यहाँ पे पानी है, खतरा हो सकता है, बच्चे भी डूबे हैं आज।
फर्स्ट हम लोग दिल्ली में पहली बार ऐसा देखे, इसीलिए आए हैं कि देखते पानी कैसा है। बस हम लोग अंदर तक नहीं जाएंगे, इधर से देख के वापस चले जाएंगे। कि फिर दिल्ली में ऐसा पहली बार हुआ, इससे पहले कभी हुआ नहीं था, तो इसलिए हम लोगों ने अपनी होश में पहली बार देखा, इसीलिए देखने के लिए घर से निकले।
आप क्यों आए हैं?
हम भी देखने आए हैं।
और आपको पता है कि खतरा हो सकता है, दूसरा की ट्रैफिक की वजह से ट्रैफिक को भी दिक्कत
नहीं, खतरे वाली जगह पे हम लोग जाएंगे ही नहीं, इधर से देख के चले जाएंगे।
That's the point, Preeti. People are curious. They are saying they've never seen something like this before. Children, coming out with family. But importantly, the Delhi government also needs to send a very stern advisory as to the do's and don'ts post this situation, because there will be waterborne diseases and many other factors compounding, electricity supplies cut out, water shortage. The Delhiites need to keep their nerves and not lose their cool. It's unfortunate. We're talking about the national capital, but there are tough times ahead and Delhi needs to brace up.
Well, you're right there, Moshmi, and it's just not Delhi. Let me quote a very abused term, the tyranny of distance. Where I'm coming from, Himachal Pradesh right now, terrible. The scenes, the aftermath of the floods is devastating. The state has been completely crippled. We're going to play those reactions out. But where Delhi is concerned, in what the citizens are going through, is surrounded by gutter-level politics. Let's listen in to all the political reactions that are coming in.
प्रधानमंत्री से आपकी बात हुई, जैसा आपने मिनिस्टर की जानकारी दी थी, क्या कुछ कहा?
उन्होंने ये पूछा कि दिल्ली के क्या हालात हैं और क्या क्या एक्शंस लिए जा रहे हैं उसको करने के लिए, और उनका एक मेन कंसर्न ये था कि दिल्ली की जनता को कोई तकलीफ ना हो, इस बात का आप पूरा ख्याल रखें। तो हम लोग रात से ही सभी के टच में हैं। सोनिया विहार में भी एक ब्रीच हुआ था, उसको भी टैकल कर लिया गया, यहाँ पर हुआ है, इसको भी हैंडल कर लिया जाएगा। ये एक अनप्रेसिडेंटेड सिचुएशन है और जिसको हम लोग हैंडल कर लेंगे और सभी जो हैं इस पर मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं।
सर एक निवेदन है छोटा सा। सर रात को भी मैंने कई ऑफिसर से स्पेसिफिकली रिक्वेस्ट की कि एनडीआरएफ को बुलाइए, बट सर वो माने नहीं रात को। अब आई है एनडीआरएफ, थैंक यू है, बट सर रात को आ जाती तो बेहतर हो जाता सर। अश्विनी जी को मैंने कहा, ग्रुप पे लिखा, सीएस साहब भी थे उस पे सर, थोड़ी सी मदद हो जाती सर।
मैं सौरभ जी ये कहना चाहूँगा कि ये समय नहीं है कि हम किसी के ऊपर ब्लेम करें या कुछ और टिप्पणी करें। इस वक्त हमें टीम वर्क करने की ज़रूरत है। कहने के लिए मैं भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें कह सकता हूँ, लेकिन उसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है। हमें इस वक्त ये देखना है कि हमारे लोगों को कोई तकलीफ नहीं हो और जो प्रॉब्लम हमारे सामने है हम उसको सॉल्व करें। ये सारी चीज़ें बात को हो सकती हैं, हमें इतना समझना चाहिए। एनडीआरएफ की टीम का जहाँ तक सवाल है, सुबह मेरे 7 बजे आर्मी से बात हुई, होम मिनिस्टर साहब से बात हुई है और उन्होंने अपनी टीम को पहले भेजा है, उन्होंने असेसमेंट किया है। असेसमेंट करने के बाद क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है उसके काम शुरू हो गए हैं। तो हमको जो है थोड़ा सा समझदारी से काम करने की ज़रूरत है, सबको एक साथ मिलकर काम करने की ज़रूरत है। हम ब्लेम गेम में जाएंगे तो परेशान हो जाएंगे।
All right, viewers, that is Delhi. Let me cut across right now to the state of Himachal Pradesh. I'm coming in from there. It's taken me about 18 hours to climb down. But that aside, what that state is going to go through in years to come is abjectly, it's just tragic to say the least. What we've seen infrastructure loss of over at least 5,000 crores. Key water projects, key hydropower stations all wiped out. Arterial roads all wiped out with kilometers at end. The loss of life over 50 right now. Many still missing. The loss to personal property, unaccountable. You can't even put it in figures. The state has been set back for at least 10 years. The last time it saw this kind of devastation was in 1993 and then 1995. And most will tell you on ground that this time is even worse than that. JP Nadda, the BJP party president, who also hails from Mandi, Anurag Thakur, the INB minister, sports minister, who hails from Hamirpur, both of them were in Himachal today trying to take stock of the situation in their constituencies.
गृह मंत्री जी ने 13 एनडीआरएफ की टीम्स को यहाँ पर लगाया है। एनडीआरएफ की टीम और एसडीआरएफ की टीम डिजास्टर के लिए जो लगे हैं, डिजास्टर को बचाने के लिए राहत कार्य में, दोनों ही मिलकर के लगे हैं और राहत कार्य तीव्र गति से चल रहा है। गृह मंत्री जी ने प्रधानमंत्री जी के बताए अनुसार फौरी तौर पर ये डिजास्टर रिलीफ फंड, इसको रिस्पांस फंड, ये तुरंत रिलीज किया 180 करोड़ का। और आज भी शाम तक मैं बताऊंगा कि किस तरीके से फौरी तौर पर केंद्र सरकार, प्रदेश सरकार की मदद के लिए और भी फंड दे रही है।
We're at the arterial road right now, which connects Manali through to the Solang Nala, Atal Tunnel and Leh Ladakh region. This is the road which is arterial, especially where our troops are concerned when they need to be moved to the Leh Ladakh region. Atal Tunnel is about 85 kilometers from here, and where we are standing right now, fresh landslide. This road has just caved in this morning. So this is the aftermath of the flash floods there. Destruction continues to wreak havoc on the roads in not just the Kullu Manali region, but also in the Lahaul Spiti region as well. This road, of course, extremely important where our border security and our troops, mobilization of our troops are concerned. There is an attempt on a war footing to try their best to reconstruct the road, or at least temporarily build these roads or bridges right now. What we have been given to understand, where the, just up ahead is where the army camps are there. It's a cant area kind of, and that is where even the army is stepping in, especially to build those bridges. With roads completely washed out, tankers, be it the heavy vehicles, are not being allowed in where Manali or even the Kullu region is concerned. We are in Manali right now, and there's an acute shortage of fuel where petrol, diesel is concerned. Right here, this is the only fuel station which right now has had a fresh supply of fuel, a huge queue already, rationed there. Nobody's getting more than 5 to 10 liters at a time. And understandably, there is a sense of panic where the locals are concerned. Most of them coming in with bottles there, just trying to get some fuel at least to get by, because there's also no electricity in various parts of the region, and to even run generators, the fuel is essential. Where kerosene is concerned as well, there's a shortage of that as well. But right now, in terms of rescue relief, very, very little coming in where relief is concerned. Rescue is complete. Where relief is concerned, right now, Manali and districts of, the Kullu district, very, very far from that. In a city or in a region which is tourist heavy, a state as dependent and heavy on tourism like Himachal, the first priority becomes the rescue relief of tourists. Locals are always second priority, and that is what is playing out right now. Reporting with camera person Pawan Kumar, Preeti Chaudhary for India Today. With that, I'm going to step into a quick break. To stay with us on the other side is To The Point.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Delhi's historic Red Fort flooded. The area around the Chief Minister's residence submerged. Mile-long traffic jam. This is the national capital. As drowning Delhi sent out SOS, netas continue to bicker and blame.
इस लेवल की पानी पहुंचेगा ये कभी सोचा नहीं था. तो अभी 3 वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट हमारे वजीराबाद, चंद्रावल और ओखला 3 वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट बंद हो गए हैं इसकी वजह से, बिकॉज पानी पंप्स के अंदर घुस गया है, अंदर मशीनों में घुस गया है.
पानी का फ्लो तो इंसान कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकता है. हम लगातार हरियाणा के टच में हैं कि वो कम से कम पानी छोड़ें कि यहाँ पे दिल्ली की स्थिति और बदतर ना हो.
The BJP is gunning for the Kejriwal government, accusing it of shirking responsibility.
शीश महल में रहकर शीर्षासन में व्यस्त कुछ लोग दूसरों पर दोष मढ़ने पे लगे हैं, अपने जिम्मेदारी से भाग रहे हैं, और पिछले 9 वर्षों में हमने कभी उनको जिम्मेदारी उठाते नहीं देखा है. तो अपनी जिम्मेदारी लेने की बजाय जिम्मेदारी से भागते हैं, और केजरीवाल जी ने इस बार फिर वैसा ही किया.
Zero infra, zero planning, zero care. Delhi's enraged citizens have hit their limit, but does anyone care? Bureau Report, India Today.
Online gaming, horse racing and casinos will be taxed. They will be taxed at 28% each one, and they will be taxed on full face value. The discussion also looked at what is skill-based and what is chance-based. Whatever be the decision on each of the game being either skill or chance-based, or being both or being neither, is not what we are looking at. We are purely looking at that which is being taxed, because it creates value, profit is being made, or a wager is being levied. Based on the wager, people earn windfall, which is what is betting all about. So that's what we've been talking about. And therefore, today's decision looks at that aspect of what is to be taxed at what rate.
These are the worst floods that this region has seen in recent memory, taking away everything with it. And the most precious of it all, will to move on, resilience to rebuild.
पैदल आए वहाँ से रोड सारे ब्लॉक
लाहौर से पैदल आए हैं
पैदल आए जी
अगर हम यहाँ पर पूछेंगे ना कोई कि यहाँ पर पहले स्कूल था तो हम भी अब ऐसा बोलेंगे अच्छा यहाँ पर स्कूल था अब कहाँ जाए हम कहिए ना जमीन है ना घर है और ना कोई पूछने वाला है
Yes, this is a calamity, a mass disaster. But suffering is so very personal. The numbers and the tragedy don't matter to that one, that only one who suffers alone.
The initial estimate of loss of infrastructure stands at 4,000 crores across the state of Himachal Pradesh. But it's going to go way over that is what we have been given to understand. A state which is already in 70,000 crore rupee debt. Right now, I'm at Aloo Mandi. And this was the nerve center for packaging, for grading, for dispatching fruit and vegetables that would come all across Manali, especially the orchards. They would be graded here, they'd be packaged here, and from here on, you'd keep, from the plains, you'd get vehicles that would come and take the produce to the plains. If you talk about plums, you talk about apples, you talk about cherries, it mostly comes from here, even in the plains of Delhi, Chandigarh and even beyond. Completely destroyed. There was a full packaging grading unit here, completely destroyed. Nothing is left of it. Where I am standing right now was to be a grading center, the third one at that has been washed away in the surging waters of the Beas. Frightening pictures. One could have well imagined what chaos would have reigned in those hours of destruction. This is the unit of the Aloo Mandi where trucks, loaders, small vans would come from the plains. Fruit would be loaded on them and it would be taken down back into the plains. What you see here is abject devastation. This is the remnants, it says right there. It is the Sabzi Mandi or the Up Mandi of this area, one of the main nerve trading centers where fruit and vegetables and fresh produce is concerned. What you see around me is a war zone type situation. I can overturned trucks. You have cars, personal cars completely smashed. Loaders there which have gone inside this building, overturned, smashed. Complete war zone situation. कितना डैमेज हुआ है जी यहाँ पर?
डैमेज तो बहुत ज़्यादा हुआ, बहुत ही ज़्यादा नुकसान हुआ.
SBI Mutual Fund, a partner for life. UBI, अच्छे लोग अच्छा बैंक.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Let's cut across now to the latest visuals that have been coming in from the national capital. I'm coming down from Himachal, a state completely devastated, where the aftermath of the floods that the state hasn't seen in recent history, worse than the worst it had seen in 1995. But Delhi has also seen the worst it had seen ever since 1978. The Yamuna, well above the danger mark, though has receded a little, but the arterial roads of the national capital still flooded. And the cesspool politics still rife. Collateral drowning in that cesspool, the citizens of Delhi.
Cars, rickshaws, motorbikes. These are now mere objects floating like fragile paper boats on the relentless currents that have taken over the streets of the national capital. The water level of the mighty Yamuna has decreased marginally to 208.4 meters, but it is still well above the danger mark. From Rajghat to Kashmiri Gate to Red Fort to Yamuna Bazaar, many parts of Delhi down on the knees for the second day straight.
The island kind of shape that you see behind me is Rajghat, and it is surrounded by water completely, and water flow has intensified in the last 24 hours. The Yamuna water level have slightly dipped. However, the encavements, the walls that were there to protect water level, water of the river from entering into the city, there are cracks there, and that is why the intensity of water flowing into the city has increased in the past 24 hours.
Flood waters reached the entrance of the Supreme Court in central Delhi, while the busy ITO intersection got submerged as a regulator of the Delhi Irrigation and Flood Control Department suffered damage.
As a resident of the national capital, you understand how important ITO is. But unfortunately, for those who want to travel from Noida to Delhi or from Delhi to Noida, and in case you want to use the ITO, be prepared, you will have to spend at least a couple of extra minutes on the ITO. The reason is the entire side, both the sides are inundated. There are also chances of your vehicle getting stranded. Just in case you are on a two-wheeler, be extremely, extremely careful.
Several buses and trucks were left stranded in Kashmiri Gate, where city's biggest bus terminal is located, an area that is usually bustling with buses and passengers. And similar was the situation at the historic Red Fort. Politics has erupted over the floods in Delhi, with BJP and Aam Aadmi Party trading charges against one another.
सर रात को भी मैंने कई ऑफिसर से स्पेसिफिकली रिक्वेस्ट की कि एनडीआरएफ को बुलाइए, बट सर वो माने नहीं रात को. अब आई है एनडीआरएफ, थैंक यू है, बट सर रात को आ जाती तो बेहतर हो जाता सर. अश्विनी जी को मैंने कहा, ग्रुप पे लिखा, सीएस साहब भी थे उस पे सर, थोड़ी सी मदद हो जाती सर.
मैं सौरभ ये कहना चाहूँगा कि ये समय नहीं है कि हम किसी के ऊपर ब्लेम करें या कुछ और टिप्पणी करें.
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो बहुत दुख की बात है कि ऐसी आपातकाल स्थिति में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सिर्फ राजनीति करने का समय मिल रहा है. ये समय है सबके साथ काम करने का. जो आज दिल्ली में पानी आ रहा है, ये दिल्ली में बरसात की वजह से नहीं आ रहा है. हम सबको पता है दिल्ली में पिछले 4 दिन से एक बूंद पानी नहीं बरसा है. जो आज सारा पानी दिल्ली में है, ये हरियाणा की हथनी कुंड बराज से बहते हुए यमुना में आया है.
पंजाब रास्ते में पड़ता है, बिना पंजाब के तो हिमाचल से पानी दिल्ली नहीं पहुंच रहा. उसको कुछ नहीं करना है, और दिल्ली की सरकार को तो बिल्कुल ही कुछ नहीं करना है. दूसरों को आदेश निर्देश की बजाय खुद क्या कर रहे हैं वो तो बताइए.
Normal life in Delhi has been thrown out of gear as rising waters of the Yamuna invaded homes, markets, thoroughfares, tourist spots. The next few days are critical. Even if Yamuna's level comes down, the water that has already entered the city may take time to clear out. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, let's cut across to our political guest this evening. Like I said earlier, in the cesspool of Delhi politics, those who are drowning are the citizens of the national capital. While the waters might have receded a little, Delhi also saw 3 fatalities just reported an hour ago. 3 young children drowning in Jahangirpuri. I want to cut across to our guest this evening from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Joining me is Sardar R.P. Singh. Akshay Marathe from the Aam Aadmi Party will be with us shortly. Sardar R.P. Singh, you know, one can keep saying that it's apathy by this government, by that government, but the BJP has clearly pinned the blame on the Aam Aadmi Party government, understandably. But R.P. Singh, if you're going to be blaming Arvind Kejriwal today, do you equally blame in Kurukshetra? People are getting to their houses on tractors. There is water in Ambala, in Anil Vij, the health minister's residence. Waters have entered in Noida as well, which is Uttar Pradesh. Do you hold each chief minister equally accountable, R.P. Singh?
Yes, each one of them are equally accountable. But let's talk about, I say accept that each one need to answer why water arrangement was not done, why flood arrangement was not done. But let's talk about city as such. Preeti, sorry, it's bad to ask you, but can I ask you a question? What sort of water has come to Delhi? How much cubic tons?
Sir, I can tell you in Himachal Pradesh because I'm right now in Himachal Pradesh. But yes, with what you're talking about in terms of how many cubic tons and also, yes.
Okay, give me a second. It's 3.25 lakh cubic ton, okay, which is there in Delhi. I have a test cutting of year 2019, which there was water into to 8.28 lakh cubic ton. No floods because dredging was being done in Delhi that year. This year, can we know how much dredging has been done and when the dredging was done and how much money was spent and why the outcome is not there? I'm just showing you. I have the press cuttings with me. So that clearly shows what's the reason behind what's happening in Delhi. That Delhi government didn't prepare for itself this complete thing, which is supposed to do it 3 months in advance. They slept over it. And had the dredging been done in Yamuna, we would have faced this problem today, what we are facing in Delhi today.
All right, Sardar R.P. Singh, you've got a point, fair enough. I'm going to take you to the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson. But like I said, sir, you know, the scenes that we're seeing in the national capital, let me once again subscribe to a very old cliche which calls of the tyranny of distance. Scenes playing out in Kurukshetra, Ambala are equally tragic. And those are the cities that are under the Bharatiya Janata Party's rule. Having said that, Akshay Marathe, I want to bring you in. You know, one can keep going to town about blaming the Haryana government for releasing water from the Hathni Kund barrage. But sir, you know better. Don't you release water from the Okhla barrage? It's something that you do on a routine basis as well. You were expecting it. You had a 72-hour warning. Why wasn't complete 100% evacuation from low-lying areas affected?
Preeti, let me make 2 or 3 points. Okay, let me start number 1 by acknowledging that Delhi government is responsible for all the relief work, all the recovery of property and life, all of the work that is being done to repair the embankments on the Yamuna. All of that work that is within Delhi is the responsibility of the Aam Aadmi Party government and our ministers, Saurabh Bhardwaj, Atishi, even our chief minister, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, has been on the ground monitoring all the work and taken full responsibility for whatever is within our control. Now, point number 2 is that we have seen what has
Akshay
happened
Marathe, I want to ask you one question.
Region.
No, before you make point number 2, sir. Please answer, Akshay Marathe. Sir, I've asked the same question to the BJP spokesperson. I will ask the same question of you as well. Where you're talking about your leaders take full responsibility of relief and rescue. You had a 72-hour notice, didn't you? You knew very well that the Hathni Kund barrage would be releasing water. It would take 72 hours to reach the national capital. Why did we not see the kind of urgency that we saw with leaders from the Aam Aadmi Party waist down, deep in water right now? Why could it have not happened earlier?
No, respectfully, Preeti, I would like to disagree with you. In fact, the relief work started 4 days ago. We set up hundreds of camps for people who were leaving the low-lying areas to come and live in those relief camps. We are arranging for food kits for the last 4 days. So it's not as if relief work has started only today. The work we are seeing that's happening now is the work being done to repair some of the regulators that stop Yamuna water from flowing into the city? Because of the sheer capacity of the Yamuna water flowing into Delhi right now, a lot of the equipment is being damaged, and that repair work is ongoing, and our government is doing everything it can to stop the Yamuna waters from flowing into the city. But just imagine this: the Yamuna is being flooded from water not coming from Delhi, but coming from Himachal Pradesh, coming from Haryana, because we are experiencing unprecedented amount of rainfall in the northern Indian plain. This is not something that Delhi has created or Arvind Kejriwal has created. Now let me just finish one point.
You know, I want to bring in RP Singh. RP Singh, okay, make your point.
Let me only in the BJP's worldview can a natural disaster that has occurred in Himachal Pradesh and Haryana become a Arvind Kejriwal made disaster in Delhi. Only in the cynical worldview of the Bharatiya Janata Party can they convert a natural disaster into an opportunity for political mudslinging. That is the tragedy we are experiencing today in the national capital.
Okay.
One party is working on the ground.
Okay, I just want to bring in RP Singh back into this conversation. RP Singh, you know, the fact is, you might say in terms of how much cusecs of water that was released, it's not as much as it was released the last time around where 1978 was concerned. But sir, you also know that the Yamuna was flowing well above the danger mark before that water was released. You also know that 2 days, just about exactly 4 days ago, Delhi has seen more rainfall that it sees in the entire season. So we're talking about unprecedented circumstances, sir.
Preeti, that's why, because you are not in studio, so you don't have your research backend with you. 3.25 lakh cubic ton versus 8.2.
No, sir, I have my research now. Tell me.
Can I allow me to?
Sir, okay, do you admit to a fact? No, let me tell you, I'm reading it out. Do you agree with the fact that in the last 10 days, in just 2 days alone, Delhi has seen more rainfall than it sees in the entire monsoon season? Delhi has seen more rainfall in the last 42 years than it's ever seen.
Okay, are you through with this? This flooding is not because of rainfall in Delhi. I mean, that waterlogging happened in Delhi. Allow me to complete. Now, waterlogging happened in Delhi because of rainfall, where again the Delhi government failed. 107 points were given to Delhi government. 19 reminders were given to Delhi government by Delhi Traffic Police to ensure that waterlogging is taken care in all those places. But Delhi government miserably failed to do that also. But coming to this flooding, as I was saying, that more than 2.5 times more water was released just 4 years back, and that was managed because there was a proper dredging being done in the Yamuna river as such, the river bed. This time there's no dredging being done, and also the
But RP Singh, 4 years ago we did not see this kind of rainfall. We have seen more rainfall in Delhi in 42 years, sir. It's history.
You are mixing up the two. I'm sorry. You are trying to safeguard the skin of Aam Aadmi Party. Here is the cutting of the Indian Express, which categorically states, it's not me, which categorically states how much water was released from Hathni Kund. It was 8.28 cubic ton, 2.5
Sir, I don't understand.
It has been released this time. Give me a second. The rainfall has nothing to do with this.
Make your point. Make your point. Yes, make your point.
Delhi government to ensure. Please, I mean, don't do this to me. I mean, if I'm telling you the technical thing, understand with the technicality. As far as rainfall in Delhi goes, the desilting of the drains inside Delhi was not done. Even the dredging and the desilting, so-called, if I have to say in the easy term, desilting of Yamuna bed was also not done. That's the problem. There's a reason that's why even 3.25 cubic ton water has overflown the Yamuna.
Preeti, can I just come in?
All right, you're done, RP Singh. RP Singh, number one. 1 second, Akshay Marathe. RP Singh, number one, nobody is trying to save the skin of any political party. Maybe being in the Bharatiya Janata Party, you're not used to hearing questions and being asked questions, sir. But in our channel, we ask questions both ways. It cuts both ways. You will not have an easy one here as well. Having said that, you've made your point. Having said that, you have made your point. I did. And having said that, you've made your point. I want to bring in Akshay Marathe. RP Singh, if you're saying that unprecedented rainfall doesn't account to flooding and the kind of situation we've seen, then, you know, that's quite bizarre.
Not
because
in Delhi,
yes, it does.
Not in Delhi.
Having said that, when you're talking about the dredging, where you are talking about, sir, come on, we've not seen this kind of rainfall to know better. Having said that, what you're talking about the dredging, you've made a valid point. And I want to bring in Akshay Marathe on that. Akshay Marathe, once again I'll
challenge.
ask you that
I
same
give a
question.
challenge
Were you
if
not
I can
expecting
show-
unprecedented rainfall this time in Delhi? Yes, you were. But sir, let me cut across to the Aam Aadmi Party guest. Akshay Marathe, was the Delhi
very
government
pleased.
not caught napping? You had enough forewarning to go ahead and actually solve the issue before it became a crisis such as this.
Preeti, I want to categorically say on your channel today that Delhi government has completed desilting of all the drains. They have completed the dredging that the BJP is falsely claiming we have not done. And now I'm actually also pleased that the BJP spokesperson has admitted that this flooding is not happening because of the rainfall in Delhi. It is happening because of the water released by Yamuna. Now, who controls the Yamuna's water being released into Delhi? It is Haryana. And I'm not saying that the Haryana state government can stop the water from flowing into Delhi.
You can
But
once again, Akshay Marathe, doesn't the Delhi government release waters from? No, sir. Doesn't the Delhi government release waters from the Okla barrage? It's a barrage. It's not a dam. It's supposed to release water.
Let me finish. You will maybe understand what I'm trying to say. Just allow me to finish my sentence at least, and then you can ask me counter questions.
Please go ahead.
All I was saying is that the Hathni Kund barrage, which the Haryana government controls, has 3 outlets. One goes to Uttar Pradesh, one goes within Haryana, and one is the main flow of the river Yamuna, which goes into Delhi. We are not claiming here that the Haryana government can stop the flow of Yamuna river. No. We are saying merely that the 2 other pathways for the Yamuna river through the canals which have been built have not been used deliberately for the last 4 days. We are asking a simple question to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Why is it that you have not used the 2 other pathways that are at the Hathni Kund barrage? We are not saying that you can stop
It's
Yamuna.
a claim that the Aam Aadmi Party makes that this is by design to flood Delhi. 1 second, can I just get RP Singh to what your allegations are?
Akshay Marathe, thank you. Thank you, Preeti. The capacity of the canal is 7,000 cubic ton. Just 7,000. We can't pump in 3.25 cubic ton. Whereas the Yamuna canal, which is there for Delhi, has 10 lakh cubic ton capacity. 10 lakh. So even if and the water which has been released is 3.25 lakh cubic ton. Even if you reduce it by 7,000 cubic ton, it will be still more than 3 lakh 18 lakh cubic ton. So what is the reasoning? I mean, I don't understand any logic behind it. But fact is, they have to divert people's mind and attention. That's why they are doing so. And also, give me a second. Those canals are drinking water canals. And this Yamuna canal which comes towards Delhi is not drinking water canal. It's a normal canal. And I give a challenge. Can Akshay Marathe, by
10 seconds, Akshay Marathe, respond.
The Yamuna
sir, 1 second. Akshay Marathe, 10 seconds answer. We are going into a break there.
The Yamuna danger level is at 206 meters. All that Delhi needed was a respite of that 1.5 meters. So even if it was 3,000 cubic as he is claiming, even that would have been at least partially helpful to the people of Delhi. Instead, we are today floating in Yamuna river water, and you are coming on television and saying 3,000 se kya ho jata. Why didn't you do it?
With that, with all this politics, explain this, explain these figures, explain what you are saying to somebody right now stuck in the midst of surging waters of the Yamuna, his or her house completely inundated, because this, viewers, is a cesspool of political blame game, and the collateral drowning in this cesspool are the people of Delhi. And it's not just Delhi. The people of Haryana, Kurukshetra, people are on tractors trying to get home. Ambala, where the health minister's house is inundated. Delhi, where the chief minister's house was in a deluge, where water had come in. Where I'm coming from, Himachal, Congress-run state, abject apathy. Who's collateral? Citizens there. A quick break. Do stay with us. On the other side, Rahul Kaval.
You did say that the guidance you have maintained on the revenue growth front and also on the EBIT margin front, it was the upper end 19% earlier. Now it's 18 to 19%. Are you being cautiously optimistic?
We are being realistic. So again, the quarter one is at 17%. It was, by the way, the same 17% in the last year's June quarter as well. So we have seen this 70% levels before in the base. Our seasonality is that Q1 typically tends to be the lowest, and Q3 tends to be the highest margins. That is driven by the software peaking in revenue and in margin terms in the December quarter. So there is that seasonality which we will see, and Q2 and Q4 are typically near the the margin band that we typically aim for and target. So based on all the actions, some of the actions we've announced yesterday, and I'll come to that, and there are actions taking place for pretty much every line item of the P&L. So based on those actions, we remain confident that we will be back to the 18 to 19%. The actions that we have already announced are on the wage increments. So for the senior staff, we have already mentioned that there will be no increments in this year. And for the junior staff, to whom we typically give the increments in the first quarter, in the second quarter, effective July, they have been deferred to October, and we will make the decision in October how much increments are rolled out for the junior staff. But for the senior staff, there are no increments.
I mean, we are literally on it. We've invested for the last years, but we are now accelerating. And so investments are starting now. A significant part, the biggest part of those investments are organic. So it's, investment that we are driving already now. I believe this month, as you know, we have shared this, we are going to train 100% of our employees, starting this month. When will it translate into revenue? It is already translating into revenue. We already have, as we speak today, dozens of programs around AI and generative AI.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
online gaming, horse racing, and casinos will be taxed. They will be taxed at 28%, each one, and they will be taxed on full face value.
The online gaming industry had been waiting for the final decision of the GST Council with bated breath. And on Tuesday, the centre state body of the finance ministers dealt the sector a killer blow. Not only was the rate of GST increased to 28%, the tax will now be levied on the full value, the entire bet amount in the game. Moreover, the GST Council has removed the distinction between game of skill and game of chance. The enhanced levy comes on top of the 30% tax deducted at source that is already applicable to the sector. In effect, the sector will now be taxed at over 50%. Experts see this as a massive setback for the industry.
Moving from the methodology of valuation from GGR to the face value, as has been highlighted in the press con yesterday, that is going to be a 1100% impact.
The government disagrees. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said the decision to levy maximum tax on online gaming in casinos was not intended to kill the industry, but was considering the moral question that it cannot be taxed at par with essential commodities. Explaining the rationale, Sitharaman said it was impractical to meet the industry demand for levy of tax on platform fee.
So it is impossible to pierce that veil of veil which brings opacity on how actually it is operated, and then say, no, I know what happens inside, therefore I'll only go by that. I'll go following every fellow, every tourist, and say, are you playing at this table? Are you paying at that table? How much pay you pay? Impossible to execute. So the discussion went thoroughly.
The reactions are coming in fast and furious. A day after the announcement, Ashnil Grover, the ousted co-founder of Bharat Pay and former Shark Tank India judge, tweeted, "India is super fun, super ironic. Uncles sipping on their drinks, smoke in hand, bragging about how they made their fortunes in land speculation by putting their cash to good use, planning their next casino trip to Macau and passing judgment on online gaming and how it's spoiling the youth. Would love to see government introduce 28% GST and 20% TCS on land purchases." Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply Club Prime, Raho Befikar. Co-presented by
Macho Hind, बड़े आराम से.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn.
Co-powered by Sera. This is your space. Play it your way.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. It carries with it the pride of 1.4 billion Indians, and Chandrayaan 3 is now on its way to the moon. In a moment from now, the Minister at the helm of Science and Technology, Jitendra Singh, will be joining me on this broadcast as we look at the big Chandrayaan 3 mission. Also on the show this evening, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to France.
Peak prestige for Prime Minister in Paris. India shines at Bastille Day Parade. Big fighter and submarine deals afoot. France pins top honor on Modi. Modi's Top Gear French Connect. Vishwaguru, India's moment.
Here's a look at the headlines today. Chandrayaan 3 blasts off to the moon, successfully enters orbit. It will make its lunar landing in 40 days from now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
Lift off normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LBM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
Parts of northeast Delhi still submerged. 3 children die after drowning in flood waters. Threat of waterborne diseases looms. Flood politics peaks. AAP alleges conspiracy. Delhi ministers blame Lieutenant Governor Saxena for the mayhem. Ajit Pawar becomes Finance Minister of Maharashtra. 2 ministries from the Shinde camp are given to the Ajit faction. Another setback for DMK leader Senthil Balaji. Madras High Court validates the ED custody, says money laundering is not the only offence in this case. Carrying a billion dreams, India has shot for the moon. ISRO today launched its 3rd lunar mission. The Chandrayaan 3 lifted off at 2:35 p.m. with an orbiter lander and a rover from Sriharikota, which is expected to land on the surface of the moon on the 23rd or the 24th of August. If successful, India will launch an exclusive club of just 3 other countries that have managed a soft landing on the moon.
3, 2, 1, 0.
India shoots for the moon, carrying hopes of billions of Indians. Bahubali rocket LVM-3 rocket lifted off with Chandrayaan 3, aiming to land a rover on the moon's surface. The takeoff was picture perfect, every technical milestone achieved.
यह भीमकाय रॉकेट आसमान को चीरते हुए अपनी भयानक दहाड़ से चारों ओर कंपन उत्पन्न कर रहा है.
And as Chandrayaan 3 separated from the rocket, scientists and space enthusiasts gathered to witness history and broke into applause.
We are excited, elated by the success of this because it was so much important for us to put it first in the orbit. Without that, there is no further travel to moon possible. So that way, it is really exciting for us.
The spacecraft will take about 2 weeks or more now to enter lunar orbit, aiming to be the first to land near little explored south pole of the moon. The journey is estimated to take more than 40 days, with the spacecraft potentially reaching the moon around August 23rd or 24th.
It was perfect, and all the propulsion stages worked very nicely, and the intended orbit also was achieved, and it was a perfect mission.
If ISRO pulls this mission off successfully, India will join an exclusive list of just 3 other countries that have managed a soft landing on the moon: US, former Soviet Union, and most recently, China.
It's a moment of glory for India, also a moment of glory for you and I, all of us who have been part of the history in the making. And while Team ISRO has done the entire country proud, India has reaffirmed its leading role as a global player.
India's second lunar mission was launched in July 2019, but it was only partially successful. Even today, its orbiter continues to circle and study the moon. But the lander rover failed, crash landing during touchdown. Chandrayaan-3 comes 13 years after the first moon mission in 2008. With Pramod Madhav and Nagarjun Dwarkanath in Sriharikota, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is the Chandrayaan in its third avatar. The last time too, the launch was very successful. The landing wasn't. Here's a look at India's journey to the moon.
3, 2, 1.
The clock ticked, and at exactly 2:43 p.m. on 22nd July 2019, India took a giant leap to the moon. For the second time, Indian Space Research Organization created history by the successful launch of Chandrayaan-2.
L110 engine started. अभी अनाउंस किया गया कि L110 जो कि हमारा दूसरा मुख्य रॉकेट है उसका इग्निशन हो गया है, उसके दोनों इंजन प्रज्वलित हो गए हैं.
This was India's second mission to the moon after the successful voyage of Chandrayaan in 2008.
Ignition sequence normal and liftoff normal.
GSLV Mk3 blasted off to space carrying a Land Rover, orbiter and a lander with a speed of 11 kilometers per second from the Satish Dhawan Space Research Center in Sriharikota.
It is the beginning of a historical journey of India towards moon and to land at a place near South Pole to carry out scientific experiments to explore unexplored.
Within minutes, Chandrayaan-2 was successfully placed into the Earth's orbit. As the space vehicle beamed back a perfect report card, Indian space scientists at Mission Control erupted with joy.
7.4 kilometers and the velocity was nearly 140. So the Vikram lander has successfully completed the rough braking phase.
The mission was expected to take 48 days in total to land its rover Pragyan on the south pole of the moon, roughly on 14th September 2019. But then, on 10th September, days before the final landing on moon, ISRO announced that it had lost contact with lander Vikram. ISRO scientists were disappointed. It was an emotional moment. Chandrayaan-2 suffered various delays and revisions a decade after the successful maiden Indian moon mission, Chandrayaan-1. In October 2008, ISRO successfully launched Chandrayaan-1. On 22nd October 2008, Chandrayaan mission with a lunar orbiter and impactor was launched using PSLV XL from Satish Dhawan Space Center at Sriharikota.
Ignition sequence normal and liftoff normal.
It was a big boost to Indian space exploration history. India researched and developed indigenous technology to explore the moon with Chandrayaan-1. 2 weeks after its launch, it was inserted into lunar orbit on 8th November 2008. On 14th November 2008, the Moon Impact Probe separated from the Chandrayaan orbiter and struck the South Pole in a controlled manner. India became the 4th country to place its flag insignia on the Moon, near the crater Shackleton. The location of impact was named Jawahar Point. Though Chandrayaan-1 was planned to survey the lunar surface for 2 years, but after a successful year of transmitting data and detecting presence of lunar water, it stopped communicating on 28 August 2009. 312 days of Chandrayaan-1 was a celebration of ISRO's hard work and indigenous technological advancement in space exploration. Nearly 7 years later, NASA, with a ground-based radar system, relocated Chandrayaan-1 in its lunar orbit. Today, its orbit varies between 150 and 270 kilometers in altitude every 2 years around the Moon.
After the failure of Chandrayaan-2, ISRO scientists went back to the drawing board, looked at all their calculations to try and ensure that Chandrayaan-3 is a grand success. We look at how things have changed, how the program has evolved, and how ISRO thinks this time this rover is set for success.
Chandrayaan-3 is going to be the world's first mission to soft land near the lunar South Pole. It would take roughly 42 days for the lander and rover to reach the Moon and attempt a soft landing. Last time in 2019, Chandrayaan-2 crash-landed on the lunar surface. It was a partial failure and it triggered a very innovative method adopted by the Indian Space Research Organization for the follow-up mission, Chandrayaan-3. Chandrayaan-3 is similar to Chandrayaan-2 and yet very different. Chandrayaan-3 lander and rover will attempt to land at the exact same spot attempted by its predecessor in September 2019. But unlike a combination of orbiter, lander and rover, Chandrayaan-3 will have only the lander and rover, but no orbiter. Instead, it will use the orbiter of Chandrayaan-2, which is still operational and has been sending valuable data from its 9 in situ instruments. The propulsion module of the Chandrayaan-3 mission will have just a single instrument named Spectropolarimetry of Habitable Planet Earth, which will analyze the spectrum of Earth to generate data for habitable planets. Another addition to the Chandrayaan-3 mission is the Laser Retroreflector Array, or LRA. It is being sent with the lander. LRA would be a passive experiment to understand the dynamics of the Moon system. The other 3 payloads being launched with the mission are the same as that of the Vikram lander on Chandrayaan-2.
See, there is certain conditions in which it is supposed to work, and the conditions in which work has a window. If anything happens beyond the window, it may work, it may not work. So what we did this time is the window is expanded. Its ability to land at a higher speeds. Its ability to work within this much quantity of propellant is increased. We say this much is the power capability, we expanded. How about rovers? Rover, we have not made any change this time. It is exactly the same rover.
To achieve its objectives, Chandrayaan-3 has lander hazard detection and avoidance cameras that will be used to coordinate with the orbiter and the mission control as the lander makes its descent approach to the surface of the Moon. Chandrayaan-2 has just one such camera. Chandrayaan-3 has been fitted with 2 such cameras.
So we addressed all such failure modes and we built more rigorous hardening of many systems, including its ability to land at a higher speed, more propellant to handle, more power generation capability, more disorientation capability, more ability to handle rotations, and we added additional sensors and sensor failures we addressed. So, and we did all these test in simulation modes and made sure that all our thinking process algorithms do work under extreme conditions.
All previous spacecraft to have landed on the moon have landed in the equatorial region. Whether it's US or Russia, they all landed a few degrees latitude north or south of the lunar equator. The furthest that any spacecraft has gone from the equator was Surveyor 7, launched by NASA, which made a moon landing way back on January 10, 1968. This spacecraft landed near 40 degrees south latitude. A successful Chandrayaan 3 will not only elevate India into the elite group of lunar explorers as the fourth country to do so, but it would also mark India's expertise to do so at the most tough circumstances and in virgin lunar territory.
In a moment from now, I'm going to take you live to Chennai, where the man leading the ministry in charge of space and technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh, will be joining us live to talk about this mission. He was at the Sriharikota Launch Center when Chandrayaan 3 took off. But before that, I want to spend a moment on the history of India's space research. Aryabhat, the first known Indian astronomer and the inventor of zero, had for the first time explained the solar and lunar eclipses. India today is one of the elite space explorers. Here's a report from the India Today archives on this country's space mission.
Modern space research started in India in the 1920s, but it would take decades before the institutionalized probe into space-related activities would gain nationwide attention. The first milestone in Indian space exploration was the establishment of the Indian National Committee for Space Research, or INCOSPAR, by then Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, along with scientist Vikram Sarabhai in the year 1962.
ISRO started, as you know, with the vision of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, and he thought this vantage point of space could have a very, very interesting use for this country. So he thought that we should build this capability because India is a developing country at that time, 1960s, I am talking of early 60s. And obviously our developmental needs were very different from the United States and the then Soviet Union.
Tumba in those days used to be a tiny village on the outskirts of Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. But Tumba was different from other fishing villages in the area.
Then he found that there is this Tumba equatorial region, which is a geomagnetic equator, which passes over that land. And because of that, there are some very interesting physical phenomena in the atmosphere and ionosphere above. So he thought as a first step, let us explore this with rockets.
It was very close to the Earth's magnetic equator, and so Vikram Sarabhai met the local bishop, Reverend Peter Bernard Pereira, to set up his dream space research center in the village. The fishing community in Tumba was primarily Christian, and the Reverend offered the church for the sake of science. Thus began space research of modern India at St. Mary Magdalene Church, which was rechristened as Tumba Equatorial Rocket Launch Station, or TERLS. The prayer room of the church became the laboratory of APJ Abdul Kalam. It was later named the Vikram Sarabhai Space Center.
Vikram Sarabhai telling people after a few years, okay, India has to develop a capability to launch satellites. Why? Because using the satellites, India can leapfrog in terms of development in the field of education, communication, and telemedicine, etc., etc. In other words, you don't have to build the ground infrastructure which other nations built. And then when the satellite came, they had to change everything. Whereas we have almost a virgin land where we can straight away go to the higher technology. So he sold the idea of satellite development and satellite launching for the purpose of national development.
Incospar launched India's first rocket in 1963 from Tumba. By the end of the 60s, Incospar grew to become the Indian Space Research Organization, or ISRO. Around the same time, the Government of India formed the Space Commission for Policy Formulation. Research and execution of space-related enterprises got a boost in the country. ISRO improvised and developed technology, launching several indigenously created vehicles into space. From the modest start of launching Aryabhatta, the first Indian satellite using a Russian rocket in 1975, India has certainly come a long way. Aryabhatta provided India with the basis of learning satellite technology and design. Same year, ISRO along with NASA developed means of using space communication system for TV broadcasting that was acronymed as SITE, or the Satellite Instructional Television Experiment. The one-year program covering Indian villages and districts was to experiment usage of satellite broadcasting for mass education. For the next 2 years, 1976 and 77, ISRO launched Satellite Telecommunication Experiments Project, or the STEP, as a sequel to SITE. It used satellite technology to enhance domestic communication. As the 1970s wound up, ISRO was emboldened to create the first indigenous satellite vehicle that was launched from Sriharikota in Andhra Pradesh in 1980. SLV-3 successfully placed the Rohini satellite, or the RS-1, in orbit, making India only the 6th member of an exclusive club of spacefaring nations. But it was time for ISRO to move a step forward with its satellite broadcast program. Having experimented with SITE and STEP, the Indian National Satellite System, or the INSAT, was commissioned in 1983 to work on broadcasting, telecommunication, meteorology, and rescue operations. Over the next few decades, ISRO successfully propelled a number of INSAT satellites into space, making it the largest domestic communication system in the Asia-Pacific region. It was time for an attempt to make manned mission to space. The first Indo-Soviet manned space mission was launched in 1984. Air Force test pilots Rakesh Sharma and Ravish Malhotra went through rigorous trainings for almost 2 years in the Soviet Union. Finally, Rakesh Sharma was chosen to be the first Indian to go up into space.
I want to go across now, live and exclusive to Chennai. Joining us from there is the Minister of State with independent charge for Science and Technology, Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office, in charge also of atomic energy and space research. Dr. Jitendra Singh was with the team at ISRO at the launch center. He's just come back from Chennai, and I must tell our viewers this. I just discovered that Dr. Jitendra Singh speaks chaste Tamil. I didn't know that. He's a man from Jammu and Kashmir. For him to speak Tamil the way that I just discovered he does is quite incredible. You're a man of many talents. Dr. Jitendra Singh, welcome. You were at the Sriharikota Center when the launch was taking place, Satish Dhawan Space Center. Explain the sentiment, the emotions that you witnessed when this launch happened, sir.
Thank you, Rahul, for at the outset for having got me over here. As you said, I'm just back from Sriharikota. As you would have witnessed, there is a huge lot of enthusiasm across the country and even at Sririkota. I think for the first time, the Satish Dhawan Space Center was a witness to such a huge crowd of people from all sections of society. There were students, there were youth, there were academicians, scientific fraternity, of course, both the superannuated, the working ones, and most of all the media persons. We had at least as many as about 1,000 media persons, and I think this is a territory which was in a way forbidden for media. So I think that was the first time the gates of Satish Dhawan Space Center were thrown open for such a huge media presence. I remember the times when even a launching would get covered in the days of print media after 2 days. And that too, if a failure had happened, if it had gone smoothly, it wouldn't even invite media attention. But now, I think that is now the change. The ecosystem which has been developed in the last 3-4 years after Prime Minister Modi took a very path-breaking decision, breaking the taboos of the past to allow private participation and to allow other stakeholders to partner with ISRO. So even in today's mission, for example, we had the participation of the industry. So there you could see the academia, you could see the industry, you could see startups, you could see the media, and I think that media, in fact, has also become a part of the entire exercise behind the mission. So that kind of enthusiasm cutting across the sections of society shows the involvement of the people as a whole, the nation as a whole, and also they were owning it up as something which was a matter of great pride to them, and possibly also feeling a sense of supremacy being gained by India, which was till a few years ago looked at as a country which had nothing much to do with these new progressive areas like space technology or even climate change.
There's a lot of emotion attached to Chandrayaan 3, especially on the back of what happened, unfortunately, with Chandrayaan 2. You were speaking to all the scientists at ISRO. How confident are they that enough changes have been made in the manner in which this shuttle will operate to ensure that the soft landing on the 23rd, 24th of August completes the unfinished mission of Chandrayaan 2?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that, Rahul. I was just to add to what I was saying right now. The enthusiasm was so infectious that even the commoners were going to offer prayers before entering into that gallery. So that was the... Anyway, having said that, now as far as Chandrayaan 3 is concerned, vis-a-vis Chandrayaan 2, I would not precisely as someone from the scientific fraternity describe Chandrayaan 2 as a failure, in the sense that there's hardly been any country in the world which has had a successful landing in the very first attempt. Most of them have had a second attempt or even third attempt. So from that point of view, India's statistical record is much better. And having said that, the Chandrayaan 2, the rover is there. It has been sending us some findings. We have gathered inputs, inferences from there. The only thing is that the agenda which we had envisaged, it could not be accomplished in totality. So yes, but at the same time, as you rightly mentioned, learning from that experience, certain modifications had been made, which of course we do even otherwise. Even after a successful mission, we try to go to the next level, learning from the experience of the earlier mission. Sometimes, it occurs to the mind that, look here, this could have been done this way, it didn't happen that way. Like, you direct a movie after having directed the earlier one. So that part, now here we have not only made up for the buffer, we have created a buffer cushion against what had happened last time, but also that we don't have, we just have a propulsion module and a lander module. So that component is now not going to be there. So that is also going to make this exercise slightly different. The area of landing has also been increased, and more significantly, this is going to land in the southern polar area, south polar area, which is relatively a virgin area as far as the explorations are concerned, even by the other countries. So, which means that the inputs that would be gathered by Chandrayaan 3 would be of great utility even to the other countries.
Give our viewers a sense, Dr. Jitendra Singh, of the kind of scientific takeaways from this mission? Because it's not just the act of getting the rover to the moon and the soft landing, but there's a lot of serious science and research involved. Give our viewers a full sense of what do you hope Chandrayaan 3 will tell us and teach us about the moon?
Yes. Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. Rahul, the Chandrayaan series in itself has placed India apart from other countries. Even though we may have landed, some of the other countries had landed on the surface of the moon much before us. But it was Chandrayaan 1 which brought the evidence of the presence of water on the surface of the moon. So that itself was a breakthrough, huge breakthrough for all the other nations which were already into it, whether that be the USA or the then USSR, because the presence of water indicates the possibility of a human habitat happening sometime later in the future, because the H2O the component, oxygen component of that. And this time, this is going to be an extension of that experiment on the one hand, because the south polar area has varied craters over there, craters which contain water, because earlier on Chandrayaan 1 picked up evidence of H2O molecules, water molecules. Now we hope that this area which has been selected for landing would have more quantitatively more amount of water to experiment with, to gather inputs with. At the same time, there will be in situ experiments as well on the surrounding surface of the moon, and the possibility of human habitat being viable or not could be, I think, explored to the next level from where it was earlier. And that also makes the Chandrayaan series different from other countries, because they were not into this. And that's why I said the inputs which are expected from this mission are being very eagerly awaited even by the USA and the other countries which are already into it.
As Minister, what's your next priority? Of course, 23rd, 24th August, very important days in terms of the landing and many phases between now and then. But what's the next big idea? What's the next thing that's got you and our scientists at ISRO really excited?
Yeah, actually, in a mission like this now, since I have been associated for a number of years, each day is significant, because in the common parlays, what goes out is the milestone event or the milestone destination, like, for example, the landing of it. But in between, in the course of this journey of 42 days, there are a number of other, sensitive occasions which have to be very carefully followed up, attended to. Like, for example, today it has gone out of the orbit of the Earth. Now what we would now look for is how smoothly it enters into the orbit of the moon. So from the team which is following it or working on it, I think a number of other destinations happen before the final destination of landing happens, which of course is the ultimate.
Okay, you've had a long and rough ride all the way back. We literally requested you to sit down the moment you came back to Chennai, so I won't hold you back any longer. Congratulations on a successful launch, and as you said, there's a prayer on every lip as we look forward to 23rd, 24th August. Everybody will be anxious before that, but God willing, Sare Jahan Se Acha and the lunar probe will land successfully.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. So that was the minister straight out of the car and joining us in this live broadcast. I want to shift our attention now to the Bastille Day celebrations in France. The Prime Minister was the guest of honor at the French Bastille Day celebrations, and 269-member Indian Tri-Service contingent proudly marched on the streets of Paris as Sare Jahan Se Acha rang through the air. This was India's moment in France.
The resounding beats of pipes and drums. India's Tri-Services marched down the famous three-lined Champs-Élysées in Paris. France extends one of its most spectacular recognitions to India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the guest of honor on the Bastille Day parade, an annual event that symbolically marks the birth of the modern French Republic back in 1789. The Prime Minister and the host, President Emmanuel Macron, watch Indian and French soldiers marching alongside in disciplined footsteps. India's 269-member Tri-Services contingent in all its splendor. Their steps echoing a centuries-old legacy, transcending borders and cultures. India's patriotism resonates through the French air. Bands played out the iconic Sare Jahan Se Achha tune. Prime Minister Modi took the salute. The hosts applauded the visual symphony of synchronized marching and captivating music. The Indian Army contingent, comprising of 77 personnel and 38 members of the band led by Captain Aman Jagtap. Commander Vrat Bhagel led the Indian Navy contingent. They move ahead with measured strides. Here comes the Indian Air Force contingent, led by squadron leader Sindhu Reddy. A rhythmic cadence flows out of their steps, a masterpiece of military precision. Dressed in their resplendent uniforms, adorned with medals and insignia, India's Tri-Services displayed their timeless elegance of tradition, seamlessly blending with the spirit of modernity in Europe's oldest and largest military parade. India's French-made Rafale jets soared in the French skies above. A stunning flypast over the Arc de Triomphe.
भारत फ्रांस की स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप के 25 साल के उत्सव का इससे बेहतर तरीका और क्या हो सकता है?
The two countries commemorate 25 years of their strategic partnership, a moment of profound significance, a moment of strengthened camaraderie. With Gaurav Sawant in Paris, Bureau Report, India Today.
Joining us live on the news track at this moment, Rakesh Sood, former Indian ambassador to France. Air Marshal Anil Chopra has been in the Air Force, understands French weapon systems, Director General currently at the Center for Air Power Studies. Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha has been Flag Officer Commanding in Chief of the Western Naval Command. I want to start by apologizing to my guests for getting late and coming to them. The minister got held up in traffic right outside the hotel, and we started the interview with Dr. Jitendra Singh a lot later than we were originally expecting. So my profuse apologies before I begin. I want to go across to Ambassador Rakesh Sood first. You've seen the India-French relationship over the years. This is India's most reliable, oldest strategic partner in Europe. In terms of taking that relationship forward, Ambassador, and in terms of the announcements that have been made on the Scorpene submarine, on the purchase of the Rafale naval jets, how significant is this visit in comparison with the Prime Minister's recent visit to the US? When you look at what happened in Washington with what's happening in Paris, how do the two compare?
Well, I think first of all, let me tell you, as Prime Minister Modi just announced, that this is 25 years of India-France strategic partnership. France was the first country with which we established a strategic partnership in 1998. Now, since that time, we have seen a gradual development, a progression in India-France strategic partnership. When it began, there were three pillars: defense, nuclear, and space. Gradually, other pillars were added. Counter-terrorism was added. Intelligence sharing was added. Then smart cities and urbanization was added. Then economic investment was added. So, it is a very full agenda. And there are about 40 bilateral dialogues every year between India and France. The other difference, and I know, given the fact that the France visit is coming just after the US visit, there are bound to be comparisons. But I would say that with US, we have had ups and downs. Although in recent years, we have seen a consistency, a bipolitical consensus in Washington on developing relations, but it is driven a lot by China. With France, we have not seen that factor play a role. With France, there is an ideological convergence. The ideological convergence comes from the fact that both India and France look to a multipolar world. And therein lies the difference.
That's an important point. America has pushed back, raised concerns. With France, it's been an upward trajectory for the past 25 years. I want to go across to Air Marshal Anil Chopra on the question of why the Air Force has preferred the naval variant of the Rafale to the F-18 Super Hornet. I mean, if I do a tech comparison of the F-18 with the Rafale naval variant, it seems that the F-18 has the edge, yet we've chosen the Rafale. Explain, as someone who's so passionate about French fighter jets, why you think the Rafale naval jet is actually the right choice for India, sir.
Rahul, it is a day of double delight for aerospace. There is a saying that one who controls...
Just stay with us. I want to tell our viewers that these are live pictures of the Prime Minister now at the French President's residence. Please go on, sir. We're seeing these live pictures. There'll be a media briefing in a short while from now as well. So I just want to tell our viewers that these are live images from Paris, where, and I just remember similar visuals from Washington when Prime Minister Modi met President Biden. But go on, sir. Complete your argument.
Yeah, so what I was saying is that, Rahul, it's a day of double delight for air and space. We had a great space launch, Chandrayaan 3, and we had the Rafales flying during the fly past. We have had an air and space connection with France for a very long time. We use their launch sites for putting our rockets into space. But especially for Rafale, I must tell you that our experience with Rafale, firstly, it had been selected out of 6 aircraft after a grueling competition. And finally, when we bought 36 of them, the plan was to make them in India. But thereafter, the Navy started their process between F-18 and the Rafale, and I'm so happy that finally the Navy has chosen the Rafale. There are big advantages. We already have 36 aircraft. We have operational experience. We have got 2 air bases. They can take on more aircraft. If we have decided now that the Navy is going to have Rafale M, which is a very good aircraft, it's later than it has come later than the F-18. As far as the production timeline is concerned, so it is a better aircraft. And I personally feel today that if we have chosen to buy these 26 aircraft for the Indian Navy, it would be a good idea. After all, we have been talking of Make in India. Maybe it will be a good idea to buy some more for the Air Force, which is falling short of numbers. Instead of going through the 114 aircraft, grueling selection process once again, and make them in India with a larger order for the Air Force. And of course, even later on, the Indian Navy may have a large order.
As a champion pilot who's flown the Mirage, your heart's beating for those French jets, and I can see that. Marshal, I want to go across to Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha on India buying more Scorpene nuclear submarines in the context of China's rapid upgradation of its naval fleet, particularly submarines. China assisting Pakistan in upgrading its naval fleet. Do you think we're doing enough? And also explain the whole aspect of transfer of technology and how that could potentially help India, not close, but to the extent possible, bridge the gap with Beijing.
Well, thank you, Rahul, for getting me on your show. As you know that MTL was already making the Scorpene in Mumbai in collaboration, or rather in licensed production with the DCNS, the Scorpene manufacturer. That line has got complete. The last submarine is doing the sea trials, and by end of this year, it should be joining the submarine fleet. And therefore, it was the Navy had proposed that let's not lose the skills of manufacturing the submarine because the line is already there and fixtures are around. It is better to add the number of submarines so that the total numbers are they're a lot of them are getting decommissioned because of age, and we will fall short. And therefore, it's a very good decision to take that let's buy 3, or rather being manufactured here, will be built here. The good point is that the Air Independent Propulsion System, the AIP, manufactured by the DRDO, which has already done the trials on platforms, that will be fitted into these submarines. Earlier, the French company was sort of...
Okay, I just want to tell our viewers, Vice Admiral, that the French president is speaking live at this time. The Indian Prime Minister is there, the media briefing. Gaurav Sawant is there as well. So I just want to cut across to what's happening at the president's residence.
Des fronts de la Grande Guerre. Et je veux vous dire l'émotion qui fut la nôtre ce matin et la grande fierté de revoir ce régiment de Pendjab. Et je l'imagine aussi cet écho en Inde. Nous allons aujourd'hui continuer à renforcer cette relation de confiance historique entre nos deux pays pour faire face à la fois aux crises internationales comme aux grands enjeux mondiaux. Je pense que nous partageons une préoccupation commune d'un risque de fragmentation de la communauté internationale, en particulier dans le contexte
और हम वैश्विक चुनौतियों का साथ समाधान ढूंढ सकते हैं, और जो G20 के शिखर वार्ता में उसकी कार्यसूची में होंगे। हम चाहते हैं कि जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय समुदाय है उसका खंडन के जोखिम से अपनी दुनिया को बचाए, और इसलिए हमने पेरिस एजेंडा और नया वित्तीय वैश्विक कॉम्पैक्ट पर इकट्ठे काम किया है। हम आपने सितंबर में जो दुनिया के राष्ट्राध्यक्ष होंगे, जो हेड्स ऑफ स्टेट और गवर्नमेंट होंगे, उनको आमंत्रित किया है, और हम सब चाहते हैं कि एक ऐसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय व्यवस्था का स्थापना हो जो शांति और विकास की ओर हमें ले जाए। मुझे बहुत गर्व हुआ था जब 2018 में मैंने आपके साथ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सौर गठबंधन की स्थापना की थी, और हम चाहते हैं कि बिजली का उत्पादन 2030 तक 1000 गीगावाट का हो, और हमने आपके पिछले जो यात्रा थी उसके दौरान भी हमने एक नया पहल शुरू किया था प्लास्टिक से संघर्ष का। तो ये जो 2 उदाहरण हैं वो दर्शाते हैं कि हम अगर इकट्ठे काम करें तो हम सारे क्षेत्रों में नई संरचना बना सकते हैं, न सिर्फ जहां युद्ध से बचने के लिए। और G20, COP28 और जो संयुक्त राष्ट्र के समुद्र पर सम्मेलन होने जा रहा है नीस में 2025 में, उसका आयोजन भी हम इकट्ठे कर सकते हैं। तो हमारे जो सामरिक हित हैं वो उसका अभिसरण हम इंडो पैसिफिक तक जाता है, क्योंकि हमारे एक ही दृष्टिकोण है इसके बारे में। हम आधिपत्य से लड़ना चाहते हैं, हम हमारे सशस्त्र बल नियमित बातचीत कर रहे हैं और पूरी योगदान कर रहे हैं ताकि जो शांति है और सुरक्षा है इस क्षेत्र में बनाई रहे और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कानून का सम्मान रहे। ये जो सामरिक आत्मीयता है हमारी दोनों देशों के बीच में, वो ठोस रूप ले रही है नए योजनाओं के साथ, खासकर जो आर्थिक योजनाएं हम इकट्ठे कर रहे हैं। भारत आज दूसरे सबसे बड़ा हमारा साझेदार है एशिया में। हमने नए
moment où des projets émergent dans nos deux pays,
कार्य क्षेत्र ढूंढे हैं,
de la sidérurgie, du
जैसे
spatial,
कि
du
स्टील,
ferroviaire, des produits de biens de
अंतरिक्ष,
consommation, du transport maritime, de l'énergie, du nucléaire civil,
ऊर्जा,
comme aussi de la technologie.
सिविल, न्यूक्लियर और
Ce nouvel
टेक्नोलॉजी।
horizon vers lequel nous projetons notre
ये जो
relation
नया स्थिति है
bilatérale
जिसकी ओर हम
pourrait
अपनी
être atteint sans les
द्विपक्ष
femmes et les hommes
साझेदारी को ले जा रहे हैं, वो सिर्फ
au dîner d'État que nous donnons
महिलाओं, उन महिलाओं और पुरुषों की वजह से बना पाएंगे जो रोजाना इन संबंधों को जीते हैं, और उनमें से कई सारे आज रात के डिनर पर हमारे साथ आएंगे। और फिर हम युवा पीढ़ी को नहीं भूल सकते, क्योंकि भारत और फ्रांस में युवा ही आगे भविष्य की फ्रांस की छवि भारत में और भारत की छवि फ्रांस में इसको नया रुख देगी और उसको अब पुनर्निर्मित करेगी। 2025 में हमने सोचा था कि 20,000 फ्रांस के स्टूडेंट्स भारत तक पहुंचाएंगे, और कोविड के बावजूद हम इस लक्ष्य को पा पाए हैं, और हम समझते हैं कि यहां से 2030 तक 30,000 ऐसे स्टूडेंट्स को भेजेंगे, और हमारे प्रयास इसकी ओर जाएंगे। और हम चाहते हैं कि जो युवा भारतीय फ्रांस में पढ़ने के निर्णय लेते हैं, उनको आगे भी अपने दिल के करीबी देश के में आने का मौका दिया जाना चाहिए। इसलिए हम अपना वीजा की नीति भी उसके अनुकूल बनाएंगे, ताकि वो ये कड़ी बनाए रखे। हम चाहते हैं कि जो कोऑपरेशन शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में हो रहा है, वो संस्कृति के क्षेत्र में भी बढ़ाएं, ताकि संगीत, डांस और बाकी जो सांस्कृतिक क्षेत्र हैं उसमें भी साझा काम कर पाएं। और हम संग्रहालय विशेषज्ञता को साझा करना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे पास ये विशेषज्ञता है, क्योंकि 2047 में आप अपने शताब्दी महोत्सव मनाएंगे, और इसके लिए हमने एक मानचित्र बनाया है। एक बार फिर आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि आप हमारे साथ यहाँ पर फ्रांस में आए इस खास दिन के लिए, और जो 14 जुलाई की जो परेड है उसमें आपके जो आर्म्ड फोर्सेस जिन्होंने भाग लिया है उनको भी धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा।
योर एक्सेलेंसी और मेरे प्रिय मित्र राष्ट्रपति मैक्रो, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। पेरिस जैसे खूबसूरत शहर में इस गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति मैक्रो का आभार प्रकट करता हूं। फ्रांस के लोगों को राष्ट्रीय दिवस के लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं। यह दिवस विश्व में लिबर्टी, इक्वालिटी और फ्रेटर्निटी जैसे मूल्यों का प्रतीक माना जाता है। ये मूल्य हमारे दो लोकतांत्रिक देशों के संबंधों का भी एक महत्वपूर्ण आधार है। आज मुझे इस उत्सव में मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में शामिल होने का गौरव मिला। मुझे खुशी है कि इस अवसर की शोभा और गरिमा बढ़ाने के लिए भारत की तीनों सेनाओं की टुकड़ियों ने भाग लिया। भारतीय राफेल एयरक्राफ्ट का फ्लाई पास भी हम सब ने देखा। हमारी नौसेना का जहाज भी फ्रांस के पोर्ट पर मौजूद था, यानी जल, थल, नभ। हमारे बढ़ते सहयोग की एक शानदार तस्वीर हमें एक साथ देखने को मिली। कल राष्ट्रपति मैक्रो ने मुझे फ्रांस के सर्वश्रेष्ठ राष्ट्रीय पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया। यह सम्मान 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का सम्मान है। फ्रेंड्स, हम अपनी स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की 25वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं। बीते 25 वर्षों के मजबूत आधार पर हम आने वाले 25 वर्षों के लिए रोड मैप तैयार कर रहे हैं। इसमें बोल्ड और महत्वाकांक्षी लक्ष्य निर्धारित किए जा रहे हैं। भारत के लोगों ने भी इस कालखंड में एक विकसित देश बनाने का संकल्प लिया है। इस यात्रा में हम फ्रांस को एक नेचुरल पार्टनर के रूप में देखते हैं। 2 दिनों में हमें आपसी सहयोग के सभी क्षेत्रों पर विस्तार से बात करने का अवसर मिल रहा है। आर्थिक संबंधों को और सुदृढ़ करना हमारी साझा प्राथमिकता है। रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, सेमीकंडक्टर्स, साइबर, डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी जैसे अनेक क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए हम नए इनिशिएटिव्स की पहचान कर रहे हैं। भारत के यूपीआई यानी यूनिफाइड पेमेंट्स इंटरफेस को फ्रांस में लॉन्च करने पर समझौता हुआ है। हम दोनों देशों के स्टार्टअप और इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम को आपस में जोड़ने पर बल दे रहे हैं। समान विचारधारा वाले देशों के साथ मिलकर हमें टेक्नोलॉजी सप्लाई चेन्स के लोकतंत्रीकरण के लिए लगातार काम करना चाहिए। क्लाइमेट चेंज और पर्यावरण सुरक्षा हमारी साझा और मुख्य प्राथमिकता रही है। इस दिशा में हमने पहले ही इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस स्थापित किया था, जो अब एक मूवमेंट बन गया है। अब हम ब्लू इकोनॉमी और ओशन गवर्नेंस के रोड मैप पर तेजी से काम करना चाहते हैं। सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक के खिलाफ हम एक साझा पहल पर आगे बढ़ेंगे। इंडियन ऑयल और फ्रांस की टोटल कंपनी में एलएनजी के निर्यात के लिए जो लॉन्ग टर्म एग्रीमेंट हुआ है, मैं उसका स्वागत है। इससे हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन के लक्ष्यों को बल मिलेगा। अब से कुछ देर बाद हम भारत फ्रांस सीईओज फोरम में भी हिस्सा लेने वाले हैं। दोनों देशों के बिजनेस प्रतिनिधियों के साथ आर्थिक सहयोग मजबूत करने पर विस्तार से चर्चा होगी। फ्रेंड्स, रक्षा सहयोग हमारे संबंधों का एक मूलभूत स्तंभ रहा है। यह दोनों देशों के बीच गहरे आपसी विश्वास का प्रतीक है। मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत, इसमें फ्रांस एक अहम पार्टनर है। आज हम रक्षा के क्षेत्र में भारत में नई टेक्नोलॉजी के को प्रोडक्शन और को डेवलपमेंट पर बात करेंगे। सबमरीन हो या फिर नौसेना के जहाज, हम चाहते हैं कि मिलकर केवल अपनी ही नहीं, तीसरे मित्र देशों की जरूरतों को भी पूरा करने के लिए हम काम करें। हमारी डिफेंस स्पेस एजेंसीज के बीच सहयोग बढ़ाने की संभावनाएं हैं। फ्रांस की कंपनियों द्वारा एमआरओ फैसिलिटीज, स्पेयर पार्ट्स, हेलीकॉप्टर के लिए इंजन का प्रोडक्शन भी भारत में किए जाने पर हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हम इसमें हमारे सहयोग को और सशक्त करने पर बल देंगे। सिविल न्यूक्लियर क्षेत्र में सहयोग को आगे बढ़ाते हुए हम स्मॉल एंड एडवांस मॉड्यूलर रिएक्टर्स में सहयोग की संभावना पर चर्चा करेंगे। आज भारत में चंद्रयान के सफल लॉन्च पर पूरा भारत उत्साहित है। यह हमारे वैज्ञानिकों की बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। अंतरिक्ष के क्षेत्र में भारत और फ्रांस का पुराना और गहरा सहयोग है। हमारी स्पेस एजेंसीज के बीच नए समझौते हुए हैं। इसमें सैटेलाइट लॉन्च सर्विसेज, समुद्र और धरती के तापमान और वातावरण को मॉनिटर करने के लिए तृष्णा सैटेलाइट बनाने का काम शामिल है। स्पेस बेस्ड मैरीटाइम डोमेन अवेयरनेस जैसे क्षेत्रों में भी हम अपना सहयोग बढ़ा सकते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और फ्रांस के बीच लंबे समय से गहरे पीपल टू पीपल कांटेक्ट रहे हैं। हमारी आज की चर्चाओं से ये संबंध और मजबूत होंगे। हम फ्रांस के दक्षिण में मार्से शहर में नया भारतीय कॉन्सुलेट खोलेंगे। फ्रांस में पढ़े हुए भारतीय मूल के लोगों के लिए लॉन्ग टर्म वीजा देने के निर्णय का हम स्वागत करते हैं। हम फ्रांस के विश्वविद्यालयों को भारत में अपने कैंपस स्थापित करने के लिए आमंत्रित करते हैं। दिल्ली में बनाए जाने वाले नए राष्ट्रीय म्यूजियम में फ्रांस एक पार्टनर के रूप में जुड़ रहा है। अगले वर्ष पेरिस में होने वाले ओलंपिक्स के लिए सभी भारतीय एथलीट्स बहुत ही उत्सुक हैं। इसके सफल आयोजन के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति मैक्रो और उनकी पूरी टीम को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, आज हम कई महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्रीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर भी चर्चा करेंगे। इंडो पैसिफिक के रेजिडेंट पावर्स के रूप में इस क्षेत्र में शांति और स्थिरता के लिए भारत और फ्रांस की विशेष जिम्मेदारी है। हमारे सहयोग को एक रचनात्मक स्वरूप देने के लिए हम इंडो पैसिफिक कोऑपरेशन रोडमैप पर काम कर रहे हैं। इंडो पैसिफिक ट्रायंगुलर डेवलपमेंट कोऑपरेशन फंड के प्रस्ताव पर भी दोनों पक्ष में चर्चा में है। इससे पूरे क्षेत्र में स्टार्टअप्स और इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देने के नए अवसर खुलेंगे। भारत के इंडो पैसिफिक ओशन इनिशिएटिव्स में फ्रांस द्वारा मैरीटाइम रिसोर्स पिलर को लीड करने के निर्णय का हम स्वागत करते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, कोविड महामारी और यूक्रेन संघर्ष के प्रभाव पूरे विश्व पर पड़े हैं। ग्लोबल साउथ के देशों पर इनका विशेष रूप से नकारात्मक प्रभाव पड़ा है। यह चिंता का विषय है। इन समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए सभी देशों का एकजुट होकर प्रयास करना आवश्यक है। हमारा मानना है कि सभी विवादों का समाधान डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से होना चाहिए। भारत स्थायी शांति की बहाली में योगदान देने के लिए तैयार है। आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और फ्रांस हमेशा साथ रहे हैं। हम मानते हैं कि क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म को समाप्त करने के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई की आवश्यकता है। इस दिशा में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर दोनों देश सहमत हैं। राष्ट्रपति मैक्रो इस वर्ष G20 समिट के दौरान आपका भारत में स्वागत करने के लिए मैं और सभी भारतवासी बहुत ही उत्सुक हैं। एक बार फिर आपकी मित्रता और मुझे दिए गए आदर सत्कार के लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं।
Thank you, Mr. Prime
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, stay wild at heart.
Co-powered by Watcho OTT Super App. One hai to done hai.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn.
Co-powered by Sera. This is your space. Play it your way.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. Plenty to talk about tonight, this Friday night. The big story, the Delhi floods have now led to a war of words. We'll tell you more on that. Also, as you saw just now, Prime Minister Modi and French President Macron's handshake. What does that mean? Indo-French bye-bye and of course, the Chandrayaan takeoff. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. Chandrayaan 3 blasts off to the moon, successfully enters orbit. The spacecraft will make a lunar landing in 40 days. Parts of northeast Delhi remain inundated. 3 children die after drowning in flood waters. Threat of waterborne diseases now looms. Prime Minister Modi, French President Macron hold bilateral talks in Paris. Big defense deals inked. Prime Minister attends Bastille Day celebrations as a guest of honor. Ajit Pawar becomes Finance Minister of Maharashtra. 2 ministries from the Shinde camp given to Ajit faction. They get some of the prime portfolios. Law Commission extends the last date for suggestions on One Nation, One Law, sets a new deadline of 28 July. Another setback for DMK Neta Senthil Balaji. Madras High Court validates ED custody, says money laundering not the only offence in the case. Namibian cheetah Suraj dies in the Kuno National Park, makes it the 8th big cat casualty in just 5 months. India's lead in the first test match against West Indies goes beyond 200. Debutant Yashasvi Jaiswal hits a brilliant 171. And in Hollywood's biggest shutdown since over 60 years, actors and screenwriters go on a historic strike for fairer profits and better working conditions. But our top story tonight, the floods in Delhi that have really set the city back. The water level of the Yamuna River, the good news, has decreased to 208.4 meters from yesterday's 208.66. But it's still over the danger mark, and the water has continued to enter several parts of northeast Delhi, including areas near the Supreme Court today. 3 people drowned while swimming in the flood waters. The Met Department has forecast rains in the hill states, Delhi and Haryana, over the weekend, which could mean it might take more time to clear out the waters. Which areas of Delhi are affected? What does this mean for the national capital? It's our top story again tonight.
Cars, rickshaws, motorbikes. These are now mere objects floating like fragile paper boats on the relentless currents that have taken over the streets of the national capital. The water level of the mighty Yamuna has decreased marginally to 208.4 meters, but it is still well above the danger mark. From Rajghat to Kashmiri Gate to Red Fort to Yamuna Bazaar, many parts of Delhi down on the knees for the second day straight.
The island kind of shape that you see behind me is Rajghat, and it is surrounded by water completely, and water flow has intensified in the last 24 hours. The Yamuna water level have slightly dipped. However, the encavements, the walls that were there to protect water level, water of the river from entering into the city, there are cracks there, and that is why the intensity of water flowing into the city has increased in the past 24 hours.
Flood waters reached the entrance of the Supreme Court in central Delhi, while the busy ITO intersection got submerged as a regulator of the Delhi Irrigation and Flood Control Department suffered damage.
As a resident of the national capital, you understand how important ITO is. But unfortunately, for those who want to travel from Noida to Delhi or from Delhi to Noida, and in case you want to use the ITO, be prepared, you will have to spend at least a couple of extra minutes on the ITO. The reason is the entire side, both the sides are inundated. There are also chances of your vehicle getting stranded. Just in case you are on a two-wheeler, be extremely careful.
Several buses and trucks were left stranded in Kashmiri Gate, where city's biggest bus terminal is located, an area that is usually bustling with buses and passengers. And similar was the situation at the historic Red Fort. Normal life in Delhi has been thrown out of gear as rising waters of the Yamuna invaded homes, markets, thoroughfares, tourist spots. The next few days are critical. Even if Yamuna's level comes down, the water that has already entered the city may take time to clear out. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, a lot of people across the country believe the entire Delhi is underwater. Not true.
certain parts of Delhi, especially the north and the east part, what we call Yamuna Par in particular, has been the worst affected. Take a look at those areas. Civil Lines, Yamuna Bazaar, Kashmiri Gate, ISBT, yes, the area around Red Fort, Rajghat, Majnu Ka Tila, Batla House, Sarita Vihar, Khajuri Khas, Sonia Vihar, Kirari, Kingsway Camp, GTB Nagar. Effectively, East and North Delhi has been affected. If you're living like me in South Delhi, you're not affected. Remember, Delhi itself has not seen rain. The water has flown in from Himachal through Haryana. The fact also is, politics has erupted over these floods in Delhi. The State Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj now complaining to the LG VK Saxena that officers did not respond to his calls for help last night when a barrage was seen to be collapsing. The LG rejected the charge. All of this happening in front of the media. The spat was over a Delhi Jal Board regulator, that collapsed last night, sending more river water in the city. Listen in.
सर एक निवेदन है छोटा सा सर रात को भी मैंने कई ऑफिसर से स्पेसिफिकली रिक्वेस्ट की कि एनडीआरएफ को बुलाइए बट सर वो माने नहीं रात को अब आई है एनडीआरएफ थैंक यू है बट सर रात को आ जाती तो बेहतर हो जाता सर अश्विनी जी को मैंने कहा ग्रुप पे लिखा सीएस साहब भी थे उस पे सर थोड़ी सी मदद हो जाती सर
मैं सौरभ ये कहना चाहूँगा कि ये समय नहीं है कि हम किसी के ऊपर ब्लेम करें या कुछ और टिप्पणी करें इस वक्त हमें टीम वर्क करने की ज़रूरत है कहने के लिए मैं भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें कह सकता हूँ लेकिन उसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है हमें इस वक्त ये देखना है कि हमारे लोगों को कोई तकलीफ नहीं हो और जो प्रॉब्लम हमारे सामने है हम उसको सॉल्व करें ये सारी चीज़ें बात को हो सकती हैं हमें इतना समझना चाहिए
And joining me now is one of our newsmakers tonight. He's right there in the field. Minister in the Delhi government, Saurabh Bhardwaj, is near the ITO barrage, which, remember, has become one of the spaces where water has accumulated. Saurabh Bhardwaj, you are there at that ITO barrage spot. It appears that the Delhi government seems to be now blaming the Haryana government for releasing excess water, for suggesting that some of these barrage gates are not working. I want to understand from you, are you passing the buck? Are you blaming Haryana for what should be your responsibility?
Rajeev, we are just putting some facts on the table and we did not do it on day one. We have been working day and night to help the citizens of Delhi. Now I think you also stay in Delhi and most of the viewers who stay in Delhi understand that Delhi is not facing rains for last 5 days. Delhi had its rain on 8th, around 153 mm of rains. On 9th we had rains in the evening and 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th we did not have any rain in Delhi. In spite of the fact, the levels of Yamuna have been continuously rising for last 5 days and they have risen to levels which are unprecedented. I just wanted to remind all your viewers that the Delhi faced its worst floods in the year 1978. And even in 1978, when lots of people were dead, property was devastated, the levels of Yamuna were like 207.49 meters. Today, the levels of Yamuna breached 208.60 meters, which is 1 meter beyond what we witnessed in 1978. That is like 45 years back. So you can imagine these levels are unprecedented. Nobody expected that Delhi will get so much of water just because
I take that point. Saurabh bhai, I take that point. But are you blaming this? How can you blame the Haryana government? Either there was no coordination between Delhi and Haryana. The fact is Hatnikund barrage is located in Haryana. You seem to be suggesting that Haryana released excess water, that 5 of the 32 gates of the ITO barrage in Delhi, which are run by the Haryana government, were jammed, causing the rise in water levels. But the fact is, the regulator at Indraprastha metro station collapsed because allegedly of poor condition. Now, how long is this blame game going to continue between Delhi and Haryana?
Rajdeep ji, there is no blame game. I am just putting few more facts on the table. Another fact is, at Hatnikund, there are 3 streams which come out of Haryana. One is Western Canal, another is Eastern Canal, and the third one is the Yamuna. What we found today from various videos which have been shared by us from the neighbors is that the canal which comes to Delhi is full of water. The river which comes to Delhi is full of water, but the canal, the Eastern Canal, which goes to Saharanpur in UP, has no water. So I don't think it is just a coincidence that Haryana doesn't seem to send water into UP even through its canal. But it is very happy sending all the water into the canal of Delhi and into the Yamuna, which is flowing across Delhi. Now all these things are basically science. All the engineers who regulate the regulator at Hathnikund understand, and there are very basic formulas that if you release 3 lakh cubic water, this will make Yamuna's level this much. So these are predictions, and these predictions are with the Haryana government and are with the nodal agency, which is the Central Water Commission.
No, are you willing to put out? Are you willing to put out in the public domain? Are you willing to put out in the public domain all your communication with the Haryana government? You are making a very serious charge today. You are virtually claiming that at least part of the flooding was man-made. That this was done by the Haryana government to target an opposition government in Delhi.
Rajdeep ji, what I am saying is we can put out in public the log sheets of Hathnikund barrage, which will prove to the world that the Haryana government consciously did not send water into the canal which runs through UP, but they pushed water into the canals of Delhi and through the Yamuna river. Second, the barrage where I am sitting is an ITO barrage. Time and again we have written to Haryana government that you don't need this barrage. You don't have anything to do with this barrage. Please hand it over to the government of Delhi so that we can maintain it. Every time during the Chhath season, we have to request Haryana government to open 2 gates, 3 gates, modulate it. Why should we write to Haryana every time? We want to maintain it ourselves. It's a very simple thing.
No, you want to maintain it yourself, but did you, just a minute, you say you want to maintain the barrages. Okay, you want to maintain the barrages in ITO. For our viewers outside Delhi, ITO is in the heart of Delhi, and this is the area in and around leading up to Red Fort, which has been flooded in the last few days. But the question therefore is, you want to maintain it, Saurabh Bhardwaj, but isn't it a fact that the regulator at the Indraprastha metro station, which had not been used or maintained for several years, collapsed because of the poor condition, and this is what caused the flooding ITO, Red Fort and surrounding areas? Can you take responsibility for that or not?
Yes. So let me tell this. No, Rajdeep, I would invite you personally to come and visit the regulator. The regulator is almost new. The plates being used are not at all rusted. They are well maintained, well painted, and you can make out from the condition of the regulator that it was a very healthy regulator, well maintained, and we are maintaining 17 regulators. But you have to understand this, Rajdeep, that Haryana, this retention of water between Wazirabad and this ITO barrage, we are not creating a dam. We don't have a dam. It is a small, it is just a barrage, and these are just gates. If you are, so I'll just tell you few
how did the regulator collapse?
What is happening?
How did the regulator collapse if it is brand new?
So I'm telling you, yes, I'm telling you. 3 lakh cubic water is entering Delhi from Wazirabad, and 2.25 lakh cubic water is leaving from ITO. So you can understand that in Delhi, we are retaining a lot of water because these ITO barrage gates are closed. And obviously there are some more hindrances because, RRTS is constructing, few bridges across Okhla, and similarly a Barapula bridge is being constructed, which is also creating some obstructions. So what I'm saying is Delhi is retaining a lot of water, and when you retain 75,000 cusecs, that means 75,000 cubic feet water per second, it is not a dam. You cannot retain it. So it puts a lot of pressure on our regulators. And this regulator, which is nearest to ITO, could not bear this pressure because Delhi is not made. Delhi has never been designed to handle such kind of pressures coming from Yamuna. That's why, that regulator got breached.
Is it then a wake-up call? No, but then is it a Saurabh bhai, is it a wake-up call? Is it a wake-up call for you? Prevention, ensuring better coordination, are these all wake-up calls? Because the citizen has suffered. The citizen is not interested whether it was Haryana or whether it was controlled by Haryana or Delhi. The citizen wants to know, why is it that even when Delhi was not experiencing rainfall, the streets were flooded? Why did that water come in? Is there going to be now at least an attempt made to ensure this doesn't happen again?
I think, Rajdeep, this is very difficult to say because this is very unprecedented. You cannot create thousands of crores worth of regulators just because there can be rains after 45 years, and that too not in Delhi, that too somewhere in the northern India. You cannot put thousands of crores into that. So Delhi is designed for the optimal or the regular situations of rain and the regular situations of Yamuna. This unprecedented rain, you cannot blame the drainage system of Delhi, because if I'll just give you an example. Look, all the drainage system across the world runs on gravity. So drains basically flush all the storm water through gravity into the nearest water bodies, which can be Yamuna in case of Delhi. So drain is at this level and Yamuna is at this level, and the drain will drain out water into Yamuna like this. But when you have an unprecedented situation, when Yamuna is at 5 meters higher than its usual course, that means almost 2 stories high, then all these drains which are pushing out water into Yamuna cannot push water because Yamuna, it is at a higher level. So now you need regulators which will basically stop or prevent water from entering from the river back into the city. And that's how, because there is so much of pressure on regulators, unprecedented.
I am presuming though that the worst is over. Therefore, I will ask you, in your view, what is the biggest lesson that you have learned that you will ensure that next time round we are in a better place to deal with such a calamity?
Rajdeep, I must tell you, for last 3 days, NDRF is helping Delhi government. Even the engineers regiment of army has been helping Delhi government. And yesterday night at 10 o'clock, the news flashed on a lot of media channels on the Twitter that there is a breach of a regulator, and if it is not stopped, water will reach the top court of India, that is Supreme Court. Water will reach Luton's Delhi, and it is a very sensitive area. It is a pride of our country. So I reached that place at around 10 o'clock. I assessed the situation and I called up officials, and we have a special WhatsApp group just for flood control, which has the top IAS officers of Delhi. And I told them, Mr. Ashwini Kumar, we should call NDRF and we should take their help. At 11 o'clock, then Atishi tells, yes, if NDRF cannot come, we should call Army's engineer regiment. They are more skilled. They are more, they understand how to handle disasters. Our departments are not, they are not that expert. And the officials ignored it, avoided it. And
you're making a very serious charge again.
As a minister, I don't have these contact numbers.
You're making a serious charge again that officials did not respond to your emergency calls last night.
Yes, Rajdeep. And one of the district magistrates says on the WhatsApp group, which has the chief secretary, sir, I am at the location. My team is at the location. And I was at the location. I said, you are not at the location because I am at the location. So district magistrate is telling a lie on a WhatsApp group saying that she is at a location and she knows what situation is, although they did not know. None of the IAS officers were there in the night. I was there throughout the night, Rajdeep, with around 200 laborers and, a superintendent engineer. But had it been,
so
if the minister is giving directions, and not just one minister, 2 ministers are giving directions in the event of calamity, in the event of emergency, they should be followed.
So therefore, I will ask you: do we have too many? Do we have too many authorities who don't trust? Do we have too many authorities who don't trust each other? Haryana government BJP ruled, Delhi government Aam Aadmi Party ruled. MCD ruled now by the Aam Aadmi Party, NDMC comes under the centre. We've got officers responding to the LG, officers responding to ministers. Do we need a single authority now for flood control?
I think Rajdeep, we can deal with the central government and we can deal with the Haryana government. But we as a government cannot deal with the situation because where officers are not answerable to the elected government, where officers are not accountable to the elected government, because LG is not accountable to the people of Delhi. It is me who is being asked question by Rajdeep Sardesai. Nobody asked these questions from Honorable LG. Okay. Nobody asked these questions from the Chief Secretary. I have to go back to you, Rajdeep, and ask for your vote. So they should be accountable to me, the government. Okay. That's what we need, This ordinance has basically, has created havoc in the administrative system of Delhi.
Okay, that's of course the other big issue. We will debate that in the days ahead, particularly when Parliament is set up. But Saurabh Bhardwaj, you've joined us from ground zero near the ITO barrage. As I said, I hope the situation gets better soon. But thank you so much for joining me here and giving us your side of the story. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, while the politicians may do their blame game, the fact is life has come to a standstill for many Delhiites in the affected area. Several streets, houses as well as markets in the city remained waterlogged for the second straight day. Despite the water level of the Yamuna decreasing, there is no respite for these citizens. How are they coping with the flooded waters? Take a look at tonight's Get Real India story.
Yamuna's water levels are coming down, but several areas in the national capital remain heavily waterlogged, impairing normal life and traffic movement. As authorities scrambled to lead rescue and relief efforts, many Delhiites suffered.
भी आपको रेस्क्यू किया गया, लेकिन अंदर कितनी देर तक आप लोग फंसे रहे? आने की कोशिश किसी की?
हम लोग फंसे रहे 24 घंटे।
हम 2 मंजिल पे बैठ गए थे। 2 मंजिल पे बैठ गए। और कितने समय तक ऐसे बैठे रहे? कल्ले से पानी बढ़ गया तो हमने की मक्का बचाए और बकरियां थी दूसरे की बात। खाना पानी कुछ सुविधा नहीं होगी? ना दीदी, कुछ नहीं। Water is 10 feet deep right behind me, where houses and bungalows have been submerged, farms and fields have been destroyed, animals have drowned, many rescued by the locals here. But where there was no administration, police or NDRF, there is always India Today, ready to give you all the news and updates from submerged areas of Noida.
Water from the Yamuna infiltrated several homes, markets and tourist spots, throwing life out of gear for many.
कोई मदद के लिए आया?
नहीं,
कोई भी नहीं आया। कोई आया मुनादी हुई कि यहाँ से बाहर चले जाइए या सुरक्षित चले जाइए? आपने हेल्पलाइन नंबर पे कहीं कॉल करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं?
नहीं।
हम इनके पड़ोसी हैं, सामने हमारा घर है, हम इनको लेकर के हमने ऊपर हम लोग कर दिए इनको।
अच्छा, ये नीचे रहती थी?
हाँ, नीचे रहती थी, बहुत आनंद फानंद में भगी हैं ये। इनके घर में 12 बजे रात को पानी घुस गया सर।
Residents of the Yamuna floodplains rushed to save their cattle, dogs and cats. Even horses were seen at the rescue camps, where they were brought from the now inundated river banks.
अंदर जो फंसी हुई गाय, उन्हें हम सब गए यहाँ से, गाय निकलवाई हैं, घोड़े हैं, बकरी हैं, आदमी हैं, उन्हें सबको लेकर आ रहे हैं हम।
ऐसा कभी देखा ही नहीं अपनी जिंदगी में, इतना पानी आएगा। दिल्ली में तो हम कमाने आया हूँ खाने के लिए, ऐसा तो सारे सामान हमारे खत्म हो गया।
Amid the flood havoc, a 3-day holiday has been declared for all Delhi schools. Many schools turned into temporary camps for flood victims. With light to moderate rainfall likely to occur in Delhi and adjoining areas for the next 5 days, situation could turn worse. With Mausami Singh and Milan Sharma in New Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
It's been a tough few days for several Delhiites as they waded through those waters. Let's turn from there to our other big story. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and French President Emmanuel Macron holding delegation-level talks at the Elysee Palace in Paris. Those talks are ongoing at the moment. In a short address a short while ago, Prime Minister Modi called France India's natural partner in the development story, stressed on areas from defense cooperation to civil nuclear deals to trade and education. Macron said both countries together can find solutions to global crises. Remember, the Prime Minister is attending the Grand Bastille Day celebrations today, where an Indian tri-services contingent marched down the Champs-Élysées to the tune of Sare Jahan Se Acha, with Rafale jets lining up the sky. The Prime Minister has also got the Grand Cross of Legion of Honor, the highest honor of France.
Occupation commune d'un risque de fragmentation de la communauté internationale, en particulier dans le contexte de la guerre menée par la Russie en Ukraine. Nous avons le même objectif de chercher une paix durable et de répondre aux effets de cette guerre d'agression sur les pays les plus vulnérables, notamment en termes de sécurité alimentaire et de capacité de financement. C'était ces sujets qui étaient au cœur du nouveau pacte financier mondial que nous avons préparé ensemble et de l'agenda de Paris pour les peuples et la planète qui en est issu et que nous continuerons de porter.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत, उसमें फ्रांस एक अहम पार्टनर है। आज हम रक्षा के क्षेत्र में भारत में नई टेक्नोलॉजी के को प्रोडक्शन और को डेवलपमेंट पर बात करेंगे। सबमरीन हो या फिर नौसेना के जहाज, हम चाहते हैं कि मिलकर केवल अपनी ही नहीं, तीसरे मित्र देशों की जरूरतों को भी पूरा करने के लिए हम काम करें।
So what does this Indo-French partnership mean in real terms? Dr. Mohan Kumar is former India's ambassador to France. He joins us. Nicolas Barr is editor-in-chief L'Echo Paris, France, and he was the journalist who interviewed Prime Minister Modi. I want to come to you, Dr. Kumar, first, because give us the big picture. We've seen a lot of bonhomie in this visit between India and France. Is this the special relationship that Prime Minister Modi now seems to have with the French president, or is this something that has been built up over the last 25 years that has in a way solidified this relationship?
Thank you very much for having me. I think the latter, if I may say so. It's taken 25 years for these two countries to establish a certain strategic partnership based on trust and confidence. I would make 3 points. Both France and India seek a multipolar world. Both believe in practicing strategic autonomy, and both follow an independent foreign policy. I think what has happened over time is that the two countries are facing an uncertain world. They have decided that they will seek a stable, predictable world to the extent they can. I would make 3 final points. These are two middle powers, both France and India, which are trying to make sense of a world which is on the verge of fragmentation. That's the first. Second, I think really that India can offer to France and EU a chance of de-risking from China by offering itself as an alternative. And last but not least, I think France has come to the conclusion that no global problem can be solved without India. I'm not saying India is capable of solving all problems, but I'm saying that it is not possible to tackle climate change. It is not possible to tackle food security. It is not possible to tackle public health. It is not possible to tackle terrorism without India. And therefore, France has taken a calculated bet on India. I would make one final point, which is that the fact that the Prime Minister's visit to France comes so close on the heels of a hugely successful visit to the United States is itself an ultimate expression of India's strategic autonomy.
Interesting viewpoints there, Dr. Kumar. I just want to come to Nicolas Barr at the moment. Nicolas Barr, you were the journalist who interviewed the Prime Minister. Give us a sense of how France sees Prime Minister Modi, because we've seen the Prime Minister being warmly received, the guest of honor getting the highest honor. At the same time, we've seen concerns in some quarters over what they call human rights violations, they call nationalism. We've seen it in the European Parliament raising issues in Strasbourg over Manipur. How is Prime Minister Modi perceived by the French establishment?
Yes, you're right. There have been some various reports on the issue you mentioned, criticizing some of the policies that have been conducted by Prime Minister Modi since he came to power since 2014. So yes, we have seen these criticisms. At the same time, I 100% agree with what the ambassador said. France considers that India is absolutely instrumental in helping solving the key global issues that we are facing. We all remember the role that India has played during the COP21 Paris Agreement. India was really instrumental, and it's thanks to this country that we were able to reach an agreement. And another thing is that we share the same, more or less the same views on strategic autonomy. That's something President Macron in particular has been insisting on, that France, among European countries, is the one that stresses more on the need to for Europe and for our country, for France, to reach that strategic autonomy. And that's an idea or a line that India is also following. That so yes, there are questions on the current Indian leadership, but I mean what is more important probably is that we have to have this strategic dialogue, and that India is a critical partner in the world, and of course in the Asia-Pacific region in particular, where France has strong interests as well.
In fact, the Prime Minister did mention, of course, the Asia-Pacific region and India's role there. But Ambassador Kumar, you know, the Rafale aircraft agreement, both in 2016, now again, defense cooperation seems to be central to this agreement. There have been question marks. The opposition has raised it over the way the Rafale deal was signed in 2016, alleged favors being provided to a particular industrialist. But do you get a sense that defense cooperation in particular is in a sense central to this relationship because of the nature of the Indo-French cooperation at the moment over these aircraft deals?
I think the Franco-Indian relationship rests on a tripod, which is defense, security, and nuclear. Defense, nuclear, and space, So these three are the central elements of the relationship. Defense continues to be a central feature, I agree with you. But I think the more exciting things for me are, frankly, technologies, 6G, quantum computing, artificial intelligence, and I'm waiting for a roadmap by the two leaders which will indicate. But to go back to defense, I think it's interesting that when I was ambassador, we conveyed to France that a buyer-seller relationship will not do, because India simply doesn't have the money to keep on buying expensive equipment. What I find interesting is that France has been quick to accept that message, and we are now talking in terms of co-design and co-production. Should that come about, that will indicate a paradigm shift in the defense relationship between India and France. Bear in mind that France has been the best strategic partner, which has transferred almost 100% technology to India, whether it is the Uragan engines, which were called Tufani, whether it is the Alouette engine, which was called Chetak, whether it is the Mirage, or now we are talking of Safran getting in touch with HAL and making engines. So it's been an incremental trajectory in which France has consistently, over time, stood by India and tried to take into account our needs in defense. Secondly, They have done it without an on-again, off-again relationship. Third, they have been sensitive to our feelings that, okay, if we don't want something to be supplied to Pakistan, France has taken that substantially into account. So I cannot think of a more trusted strategic partnership than the one between France and India.
So you're saying it's not a one-sided transactional relationship. Am I correct?
You're absolutely right. It is not, because it used to be a buyer-seller relationship 6 years ago when I was ambassador. And even then there was substantial transfer of technology. But I am putting it to you that the key thing to observe in this visit is a paradigmatic shift in the attitude of France, that they will transfer substantial technology and try to make it in India, not just for India, but for third countries.
You know, Nicholas Barr, there's also the people-to-people contact. Very interestingly, yesterday the Prime Minister announced that UPI, our digital transactions, will be available if you travel to the Eiffel Tower and, you know, at the Eiffel Tower. My concern is Indians complain we don't get Schengen visas quickly enough, particularly post-COVID. But at a people-to-people level, do you see this relationship developing in various ways, or do you see it as primarily strategic and the rest will happen over time?
Well, of course, it's more strategic than the rest, but and I agree with what the ambassador said on defense. I would add one thing. The ambassador mentioned nuclear, and that's an area where the French, you know, on defense, they have been cooperating fully and with really a lot of transfers of technology and a lot of two-ways cooperation. On nuclear, there's some frustration on the French side that we've been discussing the establishment of nuclear plants for like 15 years, and this project is, I mean, it's very difficult to move forward. Right. So we were expecting that with this visit, things would probably move forward. It's still difficult, and so that's one point where there's a little frustration. But on the rest, on defense in particular, it's amazing how the cooperation is going on. For example, Airbus will transfer the production of military aircrafts, you know, of transport aircraft that will, it's called C-295, sorry, and very soon these aircraft, these military aircraft, will be manufactured in 100% in India. And there are several other examples like that with Dassault, of course, but also with another company called Safran.
Right.
So there's a really deep will on the French side to go ahead, transfer some technology and produce these equipments in India.
Right, Nicholas, I'm going to have to leave it there, but it's wonderful to know that the relationship now exists on multiple levels and has become stronger over time. I appreciate you joining us there, and also Ambassador Kumar, thank you very much for giving us, our viewers, a sense of why the French matter, the French connection. Okay, let's turn from there to the other big story of the day, because carrying a billion dreams, India has shot for the moon yet again. ISRO launched its third lunar mission. The Chandrayaan-3 lifted off at 2:35 p.m. with an orbiter lander and a rover from Sriharikota. It's expected to land on the moon around 23rd of August or 24th. If successful, India will join an exclusive club of just 3 other countries that have managed a soft landing on the moon. Take a look.
Plus 5 seconds. 2, 1, 0.
India shoots for the moon, carrying hopes of billions of Indians. Bahubali rocket LVM-3 rocket lifted off with Chandrayaan-3, aiming to land a rover on the moon's surface. The takeoff was picture perfect, every technical milestone achieved.
यह भीमकाय रॉकेट आसमान को चीरते हुए अपनी भयानक दहाड़ से चारों ओर कंपन उत्पन्न कर रहा है.
And as Chandrayaan-3 separated from the rocket, scientists and space enthusiasts gathered to witness history and broke into applause.
We are excited, elated by the success of this because it was so much important for us to put it first in the orbit. Without that, there is no further travel to moon possible. So that way, it is really exciting for us.
The spacecraft will take about 2 weeks or more now to enter lunar orbit, aiming to be the first to land near little explored south pole of the moon. The journey is estimated to take more than 40 days, with the spacecraft potentially reaching the moon around August 23rd or 24th.
It was perfect, and all the propulsion stages worked very nicely, and the intended orbit also was achieved, and it was a perfect mission.
If ISRO pulls this mission off successfully, India will join an exclusive list of just 3 other countries that have managed a soft landing on the moon: US, former Soviet Union, and most recently, China.
It's a moment of glory for India, also a moment of glory for you and I, all of us who have been part of the history in the making. And while Team ISRO has done the entire country proud, India has reaffirmed its leading role as a global player.
India's second lunar mission was launched in July 2019, but it was only partially successful. Even today, its orbiter continues to circle and study the moon. But the lander rover failed, crash landing during touchdown. Chandrayaan 3 comes 13 years after the first moon mission in 2008. With Pramod Madhav and Nagarjun Dwarkanath in Sriharikota, Bureau Report, India Today.
Fingers crossed, India on the moon. Let's take a break. When we return, we'll turn to the man who's over the moon, India's latest cricket star, from selling pani puri on the Maidans of Mumbai. He is a Test Centurion debutant. We'll tell you the story of Yashasvi Jaiswal.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
From the miracle of 1983 to becoming the first-time host in 1987.
the More versus Miadad of 1992 to the Prasad versus Amir Sohail of 1996.
And then, of course, the high of 2011 with Mahendra Singh Dhoni finishing it off in style.
He finishes off in style. A magnificent strike into the crowd. India lift the World Cup after 28 years.
Relive India's journey at the Cricket World Cup from 1983 to the last edition in 2019 with me, Rajdeep Sardesai.
And me, Nikhil Nas. World Cup Rewind at these times on India Today.
Welcome back. Let's turn to tonight's Good News Today story, and it's a great Indian story. A few years ago, Yashasvi Jaiswal was selling Pani Puri on the Maidans of Mumbai to make his ends meet and staying in a tent. Yesterday, he became the second highest run scorer for India on his Test debut. Yashasvi has beaten all the odds to become one of the finest talents in Indian cricket. His father wanted him to get a double ton, but he departed for a magnificent 171 today. This is a special journey to glory.
A century on debut for the boy whose story and challenges in life have been like no one else's. He's now the youngest Indian opener to score a century on Test debut and the first one to do it overseas.
ऑफ कोर्स बहुत इमोशनल था मेरे लिए, मेरे परिवार के लिए, उन सभी लोगों के लिए जिन्होंने मुझे हर तरीके से मतलब सपोर्ट किया है, क्योंकि ये काफ़ी लंबी जर्नी रही है मेरी और मैं बस यही कोशिश मैं सभी को थैंक यू बोलना चाहता हूँ जिन्होंने मुझे किसी भी तरीके से मदद किया है हर जगह पे। और जस्ट यही है कि मैं अपने माँ बाप को डेडिकेट करना चाहूँगा कि उनका भी बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है मेरे लाइफ में।
His age, his trying circumstances and his family's weak financial position did not stop a young Yashasvi Jaiswal from dreaming big. He always dreamt of playing for India, and to follow that dream, he left his family and shifted to Mumbai. He moved in with his uncle, who had a small ramshackle in Worli, but soon had to look for another place to stay.
It's not easy to live in small house with 3-4 people. They were like, you have to work. If you don't work, you can't stay there. After when I went for the practice, I get tired. They said like, you can't do anything, you can't live here. Then I was like, where will I go?
He was asked to move out as there wasn't enough space to accommodate him. And just when life's challenges started to get harder for him, he found his guardian angel in Coach Jwala Singh.
Then one day I just met Jwala sir. That day my life has changed. What I cannot afford, my family cannot afford, but he just took me up and he did everything for me, and he's my God.
Yashasvi's father proudly runs a small paint shop in UP's Badohi as his 21-year-old son dazzles on the big stage.
यही कि हमारे बहुत खुशी है, हमारे पूरे परिवार में बहुत खुशी है और सूर्यावत जनपद खुश है, पूरी भदोही जिला खुश है, सब एक दूसरे को बधाइयाँ दे रहे हैं।
Yashasvi's struggles have started to reap dividends, and given his talent, the world is his oyster. Sports Bureau, India Today.
As I said, wonderful Indian story, and I hope that he goes from strength to strength. The other story, of course, that has made us happy this Friday night is what's happening in space with a new chapter in India's Space Odyssey. As I said earlier, the successful launch of Chandrayaan-3 has scripted history for India's moon mission. Fingers crossed as we caught this light moment between the teams, behind the team's spacecraft launch. We leave you with the visuals of our remarkable scientists who over the years have done India proud. Thanks for watching. Stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubhratri, Jai Hind, Namaskar.
Sir.
Because of shortage of time.
Yes, sir. I take this opportunity to thank all the mission executives because mission.
You did say that the guidance you have maintained on the revenue growth front and also on the EBIT margin front, it was the upper end 19% earlier. Now it's 18 to 19%. Are you being cautiously optimistic?
We are being realistic. So again, the quarter one is at 17%. It was, by the way, the same 17% in the last year's June quarter as well. So we have seen this 70% levels before in the base. Our seasonality is that Q1 typically tends to be the lowest and Q3 tends to be the highest margins. That is driven by the software peaking in revenue and in margin terms in the December quarter. So there is that seasonality which we will see, and Q2 and Q4 are typically near the the margin band that we typically aim for and target. So based on all the actions, some of the actions we've announced yesterday, and I'll come to that, and there are actions taking place for pretty much every line item of the P&L. So based on those actions, we remain confident that we will be back to the 18 to 19%. The actions that we have already announced are on the wage increments. So for the senior staff, we have already mentioned that there will be no increments in this year. And for the junior staff, to whom we typically give the increments in the first quarter, in the second quarter, effective July, they have been deferred to October, and we will make the decision in October how much increments are rolled out for the junior staff. But for the senior staff, there are no increments.
I mean, we are literally on it. We've invested for the last years, but we are now accelerating, and so investments are starting now. A significant part, the biggest part of those investments are organic. So it's investment that we are driving already now. I believe this month, as you know, we have shared this. We are going to train 100% of our employees. I mean, starting this month. When will it translate into revenue? It is already translating into revenue. We already have, as we speak today, dozens of programs around AI and generative AI.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees.
From the miracle of 1983 to becoming the first-time host in 1987.
The More versus Miadad of 1992 to the Prasad versus Amir Sohail of 1996.
And then, of course, the high of 2011 with Mahendra Singh Dhoni finishing it off in style.
He finishes off in style. A magnificent strike into the crowd. India lift the World Cup after 28 years.
Relive India's journey at the Cricket World Cup from 1983 to the last edition in 2019 with me, Rajdeep Sardesai.
And me, Nikhil Nas. World Cup Rewind at these times on India Today.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Extra safe polycab green wire.
Prime Minister Modi graces Bastille Day parade. Modi, Macron, Bonhomie on stage. IAF Rafales roar at Bastille Day fly past. Indian tri-contingent garnered attention. Peak prestige for Prime Minister Modi in Paris. Our top focus on India first.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast from Paris in France. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Today is Bastille Day and Prime Minister Narendra Modi was the guest of honor at the Bastille Day parade. The French President and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, their bonhomie, was there for all to see. Also on display was the march past by Indian Army, Navy and Air Force personnel down Champs-Élysées. This broadcast comes to you barely a couple of kilometers from Champs-Élysées, where a very impressive parade was held earlier this morning. There were 6,000 French armed forces personnel and school children. There were also about 249 Indian Army, Navy and Air Force personnel. But while everyone lauded the valor of the Indian Army braves right from the First World War till date, all eyes also were towards the skies to see the Rafales as part of the flypast. Rafales of the French Air Force and Rafales of the Indian Air Force. During the course of the next half hour, we will talk in greater detail about the bilateral meeting that's taking place even as we speak between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the French President Emmanuel Macron. This is at the Élysée Palace. We were reporting from there just a short while back. But before that, as always, let's start with the headlines at 10. Chandrayaan-3 blasts off to the moon, successfully enters orbit. The spacecraft will make a lunar landing in 40 days. Parts of northeast Delhi remain inundated. 3 children die after drowning in flood waters. Threat of waterborne diseases now loom large. Ajit Pawar becomes the finance minister of Maharashtra. 2 ministries from the Shinde camp given to the Ajit faction. Namibin cheetah Suraj dies in Kuno National Park. This makes it the 8th big cat casualty in 5 months. In Hollywood's biggest shutdown in the past 60 years, actors and screenwriters go on a historic strike for fairer profits and better work conditions. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his the French President Emmanuel Macron, they're having a bilateral meeting at the Elysee Palace. Before that bilateral meeting, the President received the Prime Minister at the Elysee Palace and the two made a statement. And this statement talks about the future roadmap of India-France strategic partnership in the field of space. They talked about building new aircraft, they've talked about building submarines, and not just building submarines and ships for India and France, but as Prime Minister Narendra Modi said, build submarines and ships for friendly countries. So this is taking the relationship forward, talking about building military hardware for friendly countries. An aspect that the Prime Minister and the French President also talked about was more people-to-people contact, more visa for Indian students. Those who complete their master's degree, they will be given a 5-year visa to stay in France, and this helps both India and France. Apart from that, there was conversation about protection of space-based assets, cooperation in space, cooperation in nuclear energy. Again, something where both countries want to move forward. Remember, this is the 25th year of the strategic partnership between India and France. The French president spoke of the valor of the Indian army. He spoke of the bravery of the Punjab regiment in the First World War in 1915, and of course the march past, the impressive march past that had taken place today. Before we move on in this bulletin, let's quickly listen in to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Let's also listen in to the French President Emmanuel Macron.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत, इसमें फ्रांस एक अहम पार्टनर है। आज हम रक्षा के क्षेत्र में भारत में नई टेक्नोलॉजी के को प्रोडक्शन और को डेवलपमेंट पर बात करेंगे। सबमरीन हो या फिर नौसेना के जहाज, हम चाहते हैं कि मिलकर केवल अपनी ही नहीं, तीसरे मित्र देशों की जरूरतों को भी पूरा करने के लिए हम काम करें। अंतरिक्ष के क्षेत्र में भारत और फ्रांस का पुराना और गहरा सहयोग है। सैटेलाइट लॉन्च सर्विसेज, समुद्र और धरती के तापमान और वातावरण को मॉनिटर करने के लिए तृष्णा सैटेलाइट बनाने का काम शामिल है। स्पेस बेस्ड मैरीटाइम डोमेन अवेयरनेस जैसे क्षेत्रों में भी हम अपना सहयोग बढ़ा सकते हैं। रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, सेमीकंडक्टर्स, साइबर, डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी जैसे अनेक क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए हम नए इनिशिएटिव्स की पहचान कर रहे हैं। हम दोनों देशों के स्टार्टअप और इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम को आपस में जोड़ने पर बल दे रहे हैं।
Occupation commune d'un risque de fragmentation de la communauté internationale, en particulier dans le contexte de la guerre menée par la Russie en Ukraine. Nous avons le même objectif de chercher une paix durable et de répondre aux effets de cette guerre d'agression sur les pays les plus vulnérables, notamment en termes de sécurité alimentaire et de capacité de financement. C'était ces sujets qui étaient au cœur du nouveau pacte financier mondial que nous avons préparé ensemble et de l'agenda de Paris pour les peuples et la planète qui en est issu et que nous continuerons de porter. Occupation commune d'un risque de fragmentation de la communauté internationale, en particulier dans le contexte de la guerre menée par la Russie en Ukraine. Nous avons le même objectif de chercher une paix durable et de répondre aux effets de cette guerre d'agression sur les pays les plus vulnérables, notamment en termes de sécurité alimentaire et de capacité de financement. C'était ces sujets qui étaient au cœur du nouveau pacte financier mondial que nous avons préparé ensemble et de l'agenda de Paris pour les peuples et la planète qui en est issu et que nous continuerons de porter.
And in a short while from now, we will hear from the Foreign Secretary as he briefs media about the tangible outcomes of the bilateral meeting that is currently underway at the Élysée Palace. But let me now take you to what happened at Champs-Élysées earlier this morning. There were 6,000. It was like a victory parade. 6,000 French Army, Navy and Air Force personnel, men and women. A very large crowd of people. They'd also assembled on either side of that road to witness this magnificent parade. Right at the start of the parade were soldiers of the Punjab Regiment, followed by the Rajputana Rifles Regiment Band, followed by soldiers of the Indian Air Force and the Indian Navy. This was all about camaraderie of Indian and French soldiers, a camaraderie that's actually endured more than 100 years. It was in 1915 that the Indian Army soldiers had fought, 140,000 of them had fought here in France, in Europe, and 9,000 made the supreme sacrifice of their lives protecting liberty and fraternity and peace in France. So when the Indian Army Armed Forces soldiers marched past Champs-Élysées, people stood up and they clapped in gratitude. I was there. We bring you this report.
The resounding beats of pipes and drums. India's tri-services marched down the famous three-lined Champs-Élysées in Paris. France extends one of its most spectacular recognitions to India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the guest of honor on the Bastille Day parade, an annual event that symbolically marks the birth of the modern French Republic back in 1789. The Prime Minister and the host, President Emmanuel Macron, watch Indian and French soldiers marching alongside in disciplined footsteps. India's 269-member tri-services contingent in all its splendor. Their steps echoing a centuries-old legacy, transcending borders and cultures. India's patriotism resonates through the French air. Bands played out the iconic Sare Jahan Se Achha tune. Prime Minister Modi took the salute. The hosts applauded the visual symphony of synchronized marching and captivating music. The Indian Army contingent, comprising of 77 personnel and 38 members of the band led by Captain Aman Jagtap. Commander Vrat Bhagel led the Indian Navy contingent. They move ahead with measured strides. Here comes the Indian Air Force contingent, led by squadron leader Sindhu Reddy. A rhythmic cadence flows out of their steps, a masterpiece of military precision. Dressed in their resplendent uniforms adorned with medals and insignia. India's tri-services displayed their timeless elegance of tradition, seamlessly blending with the spirit of modernity in Europe's oldest and largest military parade. India's French-made Rafale jets soared in the French skies above. A stunning flypast over the Arc de Triomphe.
भारत फ्रांस की स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप के 25 साल के उत्सव का इससे बेहतर तरीका और क्या हो सकता है?
The two countries commemorate 25 years of their strategic partnership, a moment of profound significance, a moment of strengthened camaraderie. With Gaurav Sawant in Paris, Bureau Report, India Today.
And I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Neha Suryavanshi, who joins me for more on this story. Neha, you and I were reporting from Champs-Elysees earlier this morning, and this was quite a parade. Even a large number of French nationals who were there said this was a parade with a difference this year.
Exactly, Gaurav. The parade was fantastic. The feeling was fantabulous, and everyone was excited. And the pride which Indian diaspora and Indian people who are residing in Paris and all across the France, their excitement was next level. Someone has to be here to see the excitement which was going, which was running in the veins of Indians when they were seeing their troops marching shoulder to shoulder with French soldiers here in Champs-Elysees. And not only Indian soldiers, people from different countries came to Paris just to see Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Even yesterday, when he addressed the Indian community at the community center, where he addressed the Indian community, and also when Indian Rafale fighter jets, when they flew in the sky, and you should be, someone has to be here to see the cheer which echoes the ground, which echoes the full Champs-Elysees, and someone needs to be here. Everything was so fantastic, next to perfection.
Okay, stay with me for a moment as we play out some of the reports that were filed at the time of the parade, including my interaction with the general officer commanding the ground troops at this parade. He said that while he'd commanded many parades in the past, this time it was different. This time it was more exciting. This time there was a message that was being sent out. A message that was being sent out not just to the people of India and France, but to the world at large. Let's listen in. With me is General Sheshbov. He is the commanding general of this Bastille Day parade. General, many congratulations and all the best for the Bastille Day parade today.
Thank you. This is a great day for us, and it's a great day for Indian and French relationship. We are deeply proud and honored that you parade with us. Thank you.
Sir, you are leading this parade, and as part of this parade there are also soldiers of the Indian Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and a marching contingent of the Rajputana Rifles Regiment, the Punjab Regiment, which fought here in the First World War. They are very proud of this fact, but what goes through your heart this morning?
Oh, we are soldiers. We are all sharing the same values, the commitment to our different countries and commitment to our missions. And we are sharing the same values, the defense for freedom, defense for liberty, defense for the real deep and heartful values. So it's, for me, a real honor to have continue to train, because they are also, athletes are very, very, very good and very impressive. But I'm very deeply honored to welcome them with us in this Bastille Day parade.
At this point of time, when you march past the saluting dais, you have the President of France, you have the Prime Minister of India, you have a billion-strong nation, India, that's watching this parade, and you are leading this parade. what are your thoughts, especially on India and France and their military-to-military level cooperation, sir?
Okay, it's very important for us, the strategic partnership that we have with India. And I have been honored to welcome officially your Prime Minister when he arrived yesterday in France. It was a great moment for me as a general with our Prime Minister, Miss Bourne. For this parade, and knowing that India is watching the parade, I want all the Indian people to show all the smile on the faces, showing everybody that we are proud to parade together and we are defending the same values, and it means something for soldiers to parade for a national day. You are on it, we are on it, and it creates bonds and links together that will never be dissolved.
Tell me about your preparations for the parade today.
So we arrived like 1 week earlier, and we had a very long preparation by doing some rehearsals, and it took a long time to be perfect, so it's going to be all right.
So today the Prime Minister of India is the guest of honor at the Bastille Day parade. Indian Army, Navy and Air Force marching contingents will also be a part of this parade. What does that mean for you as an officer who will be a part of this parade?
We're very proud to have the Indian Army with us. First of all, because it's our oldest friend and partnership in the area of the Indo-Pacific area. So this is, we're very proud to march with them, and they are absolutely perfect when they go on a parade, because they're just, every time they're perfect.
Did you see the training of the Indian Army in these past several days? What were your experiences like interacting with the Indian Army?
We felt a little bit like jealous, because their uniform are very bright and shiny, their boots are perfect, and the alignment of their arms when they are going high, it's just crazy to see it. It's perfection.
There's another announcement that Prime Minister Narendra Modi made, which actually is making headlines more in India than in France. Imagine coming to France as a tourist, going to Eiffel Tower and not keeping euros in your pocket, but using your mobile phone and a UPI app to pay. Using UPI to pay. Now, the Prime Minister says India is in talks with France to make this happen. How soon will this happen? Well, that remains to be seen. But this would actually show that the currency, the cooperation is being taken altogether to a new level. There's another aspect which drew a lot of cheer and clapping from the Indian diaspora when the Prime Minister said those who complete their master's degree will get to stay in this country for another 5 years to pursue higher education or to work. And this is a win-win both for India and for France. We get you more in this report.
फ्रांस में भारत के यूपीआई के उपयोग को लेकर भी समझौता हो गया है.
The applause followed by another teaser from the Prime Minister.
अब मैं तो समझौता करके चला जाऊंगा, आगे बढ़ाने का काम आपका है.
There was still more, a gauntlet thrown for the NRIs in France.
साथियों, आने वाले दिनों में इसकी शुरुआत आईफेल टावर से की जाएगी. यानी अब भारतीय टूरिस्ट मोबाइल ऐप के जरिए आईफेल टावर में रुपये में भुगतान कर पाएगा.
The deal with France makes it the sixth country where UPI can be used instead of cash, debit or credit cards or forex cards. The others are Singapore, UAE, Oman, Bhutan and Nepal. Other countries like Malaysia, Saudi Arabia and UK and several in Southeast Asia allow remittances via UPI. NPCI is also in talks with other countries in North America, Europe and West Asia to extend UPI services. Although UPI in France will open up huge possibilities in the way Indians can spend, there will be no need to carry cash to spend. Just like international debit cards, users can make the UPI payments in the foreign currency from their Indian bank. An MOU was signed with French secure online payment system Lyra last year. The Prime Minister also had this challenge for the NRI community in France.
और मैं आपको भी चुनौती देता हूं कि अगली बार आप भारत में आए तो जेब में एक भी पैसा लिए बिना निकलिए घर से। खाली जेब, सिर्फ मोबाइल फोन पर यूपीआई ऐप को डाउनलोड करके रख लीजिए। आप पूरा हिंदुस्तान घूम करके आएंगे, एक नए पैसे कैश की जरूरत के बिना आप अपना गुजारा कर सकते हैं।
As per RBI data, UPI transactions stood at 139 trillion rupees in the last fiscal. This was about 73% of all non-cash transactions. According to a PwC report, daily transactions are likely to reach 1 billion by 2026-27, accounting for about 90% of all non-cash transactions. Another major announcement at the diaspora event was a decision by France to grant long-term 5-year visas for students pursuing a master's degree in the country. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
पिछली बार जब मैं फ्रांस आया था तब तय हुआ था कि फ्रांस में पढ़ने वाले भारतीय स्टूडेंट्स को 2 साल का पोस्ट स्टडी वर्क वीजा दिया जाएगा। अब ये भी निर्णय लिया गया है कि फ्रांस में मास्टर्स करने वाले भारतीयों को 5 साल का लॉन्ग टर्म पोस्ट स्टडी वीजा दिया जाएगा।
I once again want to bring in Neha into this conversation. Neha, both these aspects, very exciting. Coming to France with your mobile phone and using UPI app to make payment. I mean, it just sounds too good to be true. But what were the reactions that you picked up, both on UPI app and on long-term visa here?
The excitement was amazing. People were, they were not believing that this is about to happen. Even right now, I'm standing next to Eiffel Tower, and I can, I can literally see there are lots of Asian community, Indian people. They have their businesses open here, and when I talk to them about what's their reaction to it, they were shocked that this is true. And let me tell you one more thing: for Indians, for Asians, it is anyways difficult to travel to European countries. They need Schengen visa, and Schengen visa requires a lots of process. So most of the people, they just drop their plan. They just find it really hard. So this initiative is going to be a really big boost in tourism as well, because this is going to be to motivate them to travel to France, because it is going to ease, because people have to change their currency. They have to go through lots of paperwork to apply for Schengen visa, and it's already tiring. Imagining taking one burden off their shoulders, that they don't have to carry the cash, they don't have to do currency exchange. It saves a lots of time, it saves a lots of efforts, and it's eventually going to boost the tourism. It's eventually going to boost the tourism in France, and the reactions was extraordinary. Right now, next to the Eiffel Towers, there are lots of restaurants, and people, they are literally waiting for the day when it's actually going to happen. They're ready to welcome. And the next biggest announcement was the extension of post-study work visa. Even when I came as a student in London, I know the struggles which Indian students and other students face when it comes to sponsorships. So this decision, it's going to help a lot. The Indian students, they are going to brush up their skills. And even when I spoke to professors who studied Indian students, they mentioned the dedication of Indian students as compared to French students. They mentioned that the dedication of Indian students is on next level. So imagine, given 5 years, they will value the 5 years and they will turn it into a golden opportunity. If it comes from a student perspective, they invest a lot of money when they come to any other European country.
Absolutely right. It's a golden opportunity. It's an opportunity that many students can now harness for the betterment for their future and, of course, both the countries. Neha, for the moment, many thanks for joining me. For the French and for the Indian soldiers, the festivities are still not over. The Prime Minister will now be moving to Louvre. This is where this world-famous museum is now being shut down for the public. There is a state banquet here. About 250 prominent Indians Parisians, they've been invited for this state banquet at the Louvre. We'll be reporting from there. We'll get you more on that story. And as far as the Indian Army contingent is concerned, they are now moving to Nova Chapelle, where they will be felicitated for their coming to France and for their ancestors having saved the people and made the supreme sacrifice of their lives. 9,000 of them, they will be felicitated. That ceremony happens tomorrow. Well, that is all I have for you on this India Today special broadcast from Paris. Many thanks for watching. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
What seems to have been a slowest start, one of the slowest starts to a fiscal year. How is the quarter been? Take us through some of the highlight numbers, Mr. Subramanian.
I agree, it's one of the slowest starts we have had in several years as Q1. But then given the recessionary trends and the macroeconomic situation that everyone is talking about, we are pretty pleased with what we accomplished during the last 90 days. The order book of $10.2 billion on top of the $10 billion that we made in the previous quarter shows that we stay relevant. Our offerings are well accepted in the market. And revenue came flat sequentially, while on a constant currency basis, we grew by 7% year on year. We completed the performance appraisal of all our employees, 600,000 of them. And we have completed the annual increment process effective 1st of April. That's again a big accomplishment for us. And overall, I think we have met with a lot of our customers.
Your dependence, I won't use the word over-dependence because the US is still the largest economy. On the US market, do you see it being offset?
US will continue to do well. And especially, US is investing heavily on innovation. They want to really work on the future of technology, like 2 nanometers and things like that. Semiconductor technology is something that they want to invest very heavily. And they also want to take the lead on the next G, which is the 6G technologies. And then there's a lot of effort that's going on in the North America. And I think, there is a lot of discussion that's happening between India and North America to see how we can collaborate on critical and emerging technologies of the future. It means that, look, it should give us really a good base to collaborate with the innovators and large corporations in North America.
What is the outlook as far as demand is concerned? And therefore, do you see a double-digit growth happening in the remaining quarters and for the full year?
There are segments in which, we have done well. I think, for us, manufacturing is looking good. Life sciences, healthcare is looking good. Our regional markets and platforms business are really have done well, over a year-on-year basis. So there are businesses and markets which are growing on double digits. But as a company, given the growth that we have seen in Q1, the double-digit growth for the whole year is something that we have to wait and watch. It looks a little difficult.
Hello and welcome. You're with us on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top stories. An exclusive conversation with the mega exclusive founder and MD of Sun Pharma, Dilip Shanghvi, tells BTTV about the company's growth plans and how smart investments are driving both short and long-term returns. No import duty concession to Tesla under discussion, says Revenue Secretary. This comes a day after reports of Tesla planning huge investments for an electric vehicle gigafactory in India. Markets hit a fresh high. Sensex zooms 502 points and Nifty up 151 points to end at new peaks. Positive global cues and hopes of a pause in rate hikes helps the rally. Investors wealthier by 3 lakh crore rupees today. They see digital payment system UPI spreads its wings to be soon available in France for transactions. Prime Minister Modi challenges NRIs to come to India and venture out without cash. World Health Organization seemingly dilutes its stance on aspartame, says moderate intake will not cause cancer, tells companies not to withdraw products with the artificial sweetener. From seeing profits plunge by 70% in FY18 to recording their highest ever profits of 8,474 crore rupees in FY23, Sun Pharma has made a roaring comeback. The stock price in the last 5 years has risen over 92%. What's behind the remarkable turnaround of India's largest pharma company? My colleague Neetu Chandra Sharma spoke with the MD of Sun Pharma, Dilip Shanghvi, in this mega exclusive.
India's largest pharmaceutical company is making a strong comeback after a significant decline in profit in 2018. With an impressive turnaround, Sun Pharma has achieved its highest ever consolidated revenue of Rs 43,279 crores in the financial year 2023. I have a very special guest joining us today, Mr. Dilip Shanghvi, the Managing Director of Sun Pharma. Remarkable turnaround, Mr. Shanghvi. I would like to ask you how the company is experiencing growth and which areas you are currently focusing on.
Our focus in the business always has been that each of our business should focus on improving its performance over what it did last year. So if I look at our major businesses, that would be our business in India, our business, branded business in the US, generic business, both in US, also in Europe, then our business in emerging markets, then our business in Japan and other countries. So I am expecting each of this business to be able to do better than what they did last year. And I think it's only because we keep on improving consistently year after year that we will continue to grow faster than the industry. At the same point of time, we also make R&D investments in such a way that some of them produce short-term returns, some of them produce mid-term return. And when long-term returns start, I think it is when the step change in terms of company's growth happens. So we've been making large investment in specialty business over last 5 years. So we have kind of at a position where it will start contributing to profitability and future growth of the company in a much more meaningful way. So I think I see a brighter future for Sun as well as the other pharmaceutical companies.
Indian equities closed at record highs amid upbeat sentiment globally, fueled by hopes that a softening in U.S. inflation data will see the U.S. Fed pause its rate hikes. All sectoral indices ended in the green, with information technology up over 4%, trading at the highest level in 5 months. That's the IT index. For the day, the Sensex up over 500 points, back up above 66,000. Nifty up 150 points as well. Top gainers today: TCS, Infosys, Tech Mahindra, LTI Mindtree and HCL Tech. IT all the way, as you can see, they're 4 to 5% gains. Laggards in trade: HDFC Life, Power Grid and Dr. Reddy's, Ultratech Cement and Titan cooling off a touch. Nifty hitting a new record high of 19,570 in trade. My colleague Sakshi Batra spoke to Ruchit Jain of 5paisa to find out how far 21,000 is for the Nifty and what the best strategy is for investors at these record high levels.
Ruchit, I want to ask you, how far is 21,000 on the Nifty now?
Yeah, so I think markets would continue to achieve new milestones going ahead. What we are eyeing right now is 20,150. So ideally, as per technical analysis, whenever any stock or the index trades its all-time high, so it's a reciprocal retracement theory, which gives us the target projections or the next resistance projections. Now, 161.8% retracement of the previous correction that we saw in the Nifty, but the one which bottomed out around 16,800. That level is coming around 20,150. So I think as of now, for short-term perspective, maybe later half of this month or early next month, we would see 20,150 getting achieved. And yes, once that is surpassed, then 21,000 also would not be, it would not take much time.
So Ruchit, now tell us, how do investors make money at record high markets? What's the strategy that they should adopt right now?
So one should adopt a stock-specific strategy over here. See all the markets, if you see the broader markets, most of the sectors have participated in this up move. So I think auto is one name where we have continuously witnessed a good momentum of late. So I think this trend is likely to continue going ahead. Escorts, Ashok Leyland, then Tata Motors, these are some of the names which would continue this outperformance.
Another strong listing today, shares of Senco Gold listed at a premium of 36% on the NSE, with its share opening at 430 rupees against the issue price of 317 rupees. The stock touched a high of 444 before ending its first day of trading at 405 rupees. The 405 crore rupee public issue was subscribed 73 times. My colleague Sakshi Batra spoke to the CEO and the CFO of Senco, which is also the largest organized jewelry retailer in eastern India. Here's an excerpt.
Senco Gold, very well-known jewelry company in the eastern part of the country. You have a sizable customer base right there. The company has a vast retail network of 136 showrooms and store networks. However, if we see a large part of it, 63% of the showrooms are still in West Bengal. So going forward, what is the expansion plan? How are you looking to expand your presence geographically?
So looking at the past, it speaks a lot about the way we will strategize for the future also. We are very conscious of the strengths that are there in the company, and we would like to continue to leverage on the strengths. So our focus for business growth will continue to be eastern part of the country. As you said that 63% is a particular state, which is West Bengal. 80% of our business comes from the eastern part of the country. Around 15% comes from the northern part of the country, and 5-6% comes from the western and the southern part. So to leverage the strain, to work on the economies of scale, the future will be very much focused on the growth in the eastern and the northern part of the country.
Okay. Mr. Banka, if you could take that question forward and detail for all our viewers, both in terms of the revenue mix. We got a little sense from Mr. Sen. He talked about 80% of your product mix is gold, whereas the rest of it is diamond largely. Geographical presence, he's talking about 80% in the eastern part. So if you could break it down further for all our viewers, going forward, what is your revenue mix going to be like? What is your geographical mix going to be like?
So see, if you look at our revenue mix, we see from 2-3 angles. One is the jewelry. We see our stud ratio, which is diamond jewelry. That is around 11%, around 85 is gold. Balance is silver, platinum and so on. So as we move forward, we have to improve our gross margin and to deliver superior return. So that's why we are looking at improving our stud ratio. So if you see the average stud ratio in the market is around 15%. Where the top player has got 25%. So we take inspiration from the best in the industry. That is our business model, because we believe in understanding the best and doing the best in the industry. So stud ratio is one which we will look forward to improve every year, at least by 100 basis points. That's one. But and as far as our business model from own and store and franchise is concerned, 65% of our revenue is from own store, 35% is from the franchisee.
Let's take a look at what else is making news in the corporate world. IT services major Wipro has decided to cap the variable pay at 80% for the first quarter of this financial. It's also decided to defer the annual salary hikes by 3 months to October to December instead of July to September. Similar steps are being taken at other IT service companies as well. HCL Tech CFO said the company would be deferring annual hikes made to a section of employees. Foxconn reportedly is in talks with TSMC and Japan's TMH Group to set up a semiconductor manufacturing unit in India. Both Foxconn and TSMC are Taiwan-based. It's likely that they'll soon finalize details of the partnership to manufacture both advanced and legacy node chips. The news comes just days after Foxconn called off its chip-making joint venture with Vedanta. BYD, the world's largest electric car maker, has proposed $1 billion investment in India to establish manufacturing facilities for electric vehicles and batteries. The Chinese company is in a JV with Maha to build a full lineup of electric vehicles in the country. Indian tourists will soon be able to use their Bheem and other apps like Paytm and PhonePe to pay in France. Addressing the Indian diaspora at the iconic La Sienne Musicale in Paris, Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that India has tied up with France on the use of UPI. Tourists will now be able to replace their debit and Forex cards with their UPI-installed handsets.
फ्रांस में भारत के यूपीआई के उपयोग को लेकर भी समझौता हो गया है.
The applause followed by another teaser from the Prime Minister.
अब मैं तो समझौता करके चला जाऊंगा, आगे बढ़ाने का काम आपका है.
There was still more, a gauntlet thrown for the NRIs in France.
साथियों, आने वाले दिनों में इसकी शुरुआत आईफेल टावर से की जाएगी. यानी अब भारतीय टूरिस्ट मोबाइल ऐप के जरिए आईफेल टावर में रुपये में भुगतान कर पाएगा.
The deal with France makes it the sixth country where UPI can be used instead of cash, debit or credit cards or Forex cards. The others are Singapore, UAE, Oman, Bhutan and Nepal. Other countries like Malaysia, Saudi Arabia and UK and several in Southeast Asia allow remittances via UPI. NPCI is also in talks with other countries in North America, Europe and West Asia to extend UPI services. Although UPI in France will open up huge possibilities in the way Indians can spend, there will be no need to carry cash to spend. Just like international debit cards, users can make the UPI payments in the foreign currency from their Indian bank. An MOU was signed with French secure online payment system Lyra last year. The Prime Minister also had this challenge for the NRI community in France.
और मैं आपको भी चुनौती देता हूं कि अगली बार आप भारत में आए तो जेब में एक भी पैसा लिए बिना निकलिए घर से. खाली जेब. सिर्फ मोबाइल फोन पर यूपीआई ऐप को डाउनलोड करके रख लीजिए. आप पूरा हिंदुस्तान घूम करके आएंगे. एक नए पैसे कैश की जरूरत के बिना आप अपना गुजारा कर सकते हैं.
As per RBI data, UPI transactions stood at 139 trillion rupees in the last fiscal. This was about 73% of all non-cash transactions. According to a PwC report, daily transactions are likely to reach 1 billion by 2026-27, accounting for about 90% of all non-cash transactions. Another major announcement at the diaspora event was a decision by France to grant long-term 5-year visas for students pursuing a master's degree in the country. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Let's take a break. When we return, Musk's reply to Zuckerberg in the fight for the crown of the microblogging market.
Artificial intelligence, AI, an ever-evolving field is transforming the world we live in, unleashing wonders that were once unimaginable. Now, artificial intelligence is transforming lives in Lucknow in the field of medical science. This is an ortho-robo performing a knee replacement surgery, all made possible courtesy AI. And this is a game changer in Uttar Pradesh, as this AI-powered robo will now perform more ortho procedure in Lucknow's Apollo Medics.
This is a most advanced active robotic system. Active means कि हम इसमें सर्जिकल प्लानिंग करते हैं और वो सर्जिकल प्लानिंग सर्जन अपने एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से पेशेंट की बॉडी के हिसाब से करता है, तब उस सॉफ्टवेयर को सेव करके और रोबोट में कनेक्ट कर दिया जाता है.
So how does this work? All the information is fed into the robo and then it works on its own, performing the surgery directly.
0.1 मिलीमीटर तक एक्यूरेट होता है. और अगर आप मैनुअल सर्जरी और रोबोटिक सर्जरी की बात करें तो मैनुअल सर्जरी इज 70% एक्यूरेट, तो दिस इज 95% एक्यूरेट.
From revolutionizing industries to enhancing everyday life, AI has proven to be a catalyst for progress and innovation. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now.
Welcome back. The Finance Ministry is not considering any duty waivers for the US automaker Tesla. According to Revenue Secretary Sanjay Malhotra, a duty waiver is not under consideration by the government. As Business Today TV reported yesterday, Tesla is discussing an investment in India to produce 500,000 EVs a year. Tesla is reportedly considering India as an export base for the Indo-Pacific region and as a hedge to China. My colleague Karishma Sadani has more on these duty waivers, which have actively been pursued by Tesla.
Well, right, officials from the Ministry of Finance Revenue Department have in fact confirmed to Business Today Television that government right now is not considering or taking up any proposal on discussion of waiving off custom duty on Tesla or manufacturing of Tesla in India. In fact, government is more keen on the fact that Tesla should try and align with the Atmanirbhar Bharat or Make in India initiative by setting up a local manufacturing plant or tying up with one of the Indian companies in order to find roadways. Tesla has been complaining of the higher import duties and has been in discussion with the Indian government on a way out. In fact, the Tesla chief, that is Elon Musk, also met Prime Minister Narendra Modi on his visit to the United States of America last month, and they also discussed about the future of investments in India, especially in terms of the electric vehicles. Tesla is in conversation with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and they are trying to find a way out to make inroads for the company and also in a way that will stand justified for the Indian market.
Thanks, Karishma. Now, in one of the biggest announcements since Elon Musk's takeover, Twitter has decided to share its profits with verified creators. The microblogging platform will now pay creators with a share of the ad revenue earned from ads served in the replies to their posts. Users who subscribe to Twitter Blue and have earned more than 5 million tweet impressions each month for the last 3 months are eligible to join. According to owner Elon Musk, the first round of creator payouts will total $5 million. Danny DeCruz, assistant editor, Business Today, joins us with more on this. Danny, take us through this new revenue system for creators. How will it work?
So yes, Twitter is introducing the new revenue system for creators, which is definitely good news for all Twitter enthusiasts. The tweets that get a lot of replies will benefit the most out of it. In a sense, the revenue generated by the ads that are shown in the replies of tweets will be shared with creators. But the precise allocation is yet to be determined. Some creators seem to have already earned massive sums of money. One such creator, Brian Krasenstein, claims to have earned almost $25,000 from Twitter, which is roughly rupees 20.5 lakh.
Who is eligible to earn money on Twitter, Danny?
Firstly, you'll need to be a Twitter Blue subscriber. Secondly, you'll have to be famous. Bryan Cranston has over 7.5 lakh followers on his account. And that's not it. You should have at least 5 million impressions each month since the past 3 months to be eligible for these earnings. Also, this new feature is available in countries that support the Stripe payment system. And luckily, India is one of them.
All right, Danny, thanks so much for joining us with that. While retail prices spiked last month, wholesale prices continued their fall in June. The wholesale price inflation, WPI, fell to a near 8-year low of minus 4.12%, mainly on account of the high base effect. June marked the third straight month when the WPI print turned deflationary. Last year, in the same period, WPI was galloping at 16.23%. Overall, wholesale food prices were up 1.3% in June, with cereals, pulses, milk leading the price rise. Vegetable and potato prices were sharply down. In fact, tomato prices, which are up this month, were down 55% in June. Meanwhile, exports have plunged a massive 22% in June, according to trade data released by the Commerce Ministry. June exports were down 22% to $32.9 billion. Imports also declined 17% to $53 billion. This included a 19% dip in petroleum exports. A statement from the Commerce Ministry blamed the decline in exports on major global economic slowdown as well as inflation. The ministry said the dip was not due to a dip in volume, but due to easing crude prices. Drinking Diet Coke and chewing gum containing aspartame has now been deemed safe, but in moderate quantities. The World Health Organization today declared aspartame as a possible carcinogen, but said it remains safe to consume at already agreed levels. Aspartame is used as an artificial sweetener in a large number of products by the food processing industry.
The warning by two groups linked to the World Health Organization came earlier today. It was a warning that aspartame, which is one of the world's most popular sweeteners used in products from Coca-Cola Diet, sodas to Mars Extra chewing gum, is carcinogenic. The organization said it did not have convincing evidence of harm caused by aspartame and continued to recommend that people keep their consumption levels of aspartame below 40 milligram a day, a level it had set 32 years ago.
Working group classified aspartame as possibly carcinogenic to humans, that is group 2B, based on limited evidence for cancer in humans. This was specifically for hepatocellular carcinoma, which is a type of liver cancer. It shouldn't really be taken as a direct statement that indicates that there is a known cancer hazard from consuming aspartame.
In its first declaration on the addictive announced early on Friday, the International Agency for Research on Cancer based in Lyon, France, said aspartame was a possible carcinogen. That classification means there is limited evidence a substance can cause cancer. The WHO, in fact, suggested consumers weighing beverage choices consider neither aspartame nor sweetener.
If consumers are faced with the decision of whether to take cola with sweeteners or one with sugar, I think there should be a third option considered, which is to drink water instead and to limit the consumption of sweetened products altogether. So definitely we're not advising companies to withdraw products, nor we are advising consumers to stop consuming altogether. We're just advising for a bit of moderation.
Meanwhile, some researchers are pushing stevia as an alternative for aspartame. Stevia is a sugar substitute made from the leaves of the stevia plant. It's about 100 to 300 times sweeter than sugar, but has no carbohydrates, calories, or artificial ingredients. Some people complain that it leaves a bitter taste and even taste like menthol.
When it comes to beverages, which are by and large the major source of aspartame in the US, water really is your best beverage choice. Unsweetened beverages like coffee and tea can also be good options, but really water is your best choice. So if you currently drink diet soda, switch to water or unsweetened drinks, or worst comes to worst, drink sweetened with stevia if you want something that has a sweet taste. That's a safer alternative to aspartame in our opinion.
Several scientists not associated with the reviews said the evidence linking aspartame to cancer is weak. Food and Beverage Industry Association said the decisions showed aspartame was safe and a good option for people wanting to reduce sugar in their diets. The WHO said that existing consumption levels meant, for example, that a person weighing 60 to 70 kg would have to drink more than 9 to 14 cans of soda daily to breach the limit, based on the average aspartame content in the beverages, around 10 times what most people consume. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
That's all from us on the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching.
This man with a bone and skull in hand is Joker Felix, a man who is now behind bars for a gruesome double murder in Bengaluru. He stabbed two men to death mercilessly in their office, all over a petty professional rivalry. This is a tale of two rival companies, turning into a tale of two murders. The victims, Phanindra Subramania and Vinu Kumar, the MD and CEO of their company Aeronix, went to work on Tuesday and never came home. According to the cops, at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, Joker Felix and two of his aides entered the Aeronix office and entered the MD Phanindra's room. They then attacked him, with Felix slashing him with a sword. Seeing the shocking crime, the CEO Vinu Kumar intervened but was then attacked with a knife that the accused were carrying with them. The three then escaped from the back door. What was the reason for this merciless display of violence? Murder by knife is personal. They wanted this to hurt. According to police, Joker Felix previously worked with murder victims Phanindra and Vinu. The victims left and started their own organization and reportedly took most of the customers and employees with them, angering Felix. Joker Felix and accomplices Vinay Reddy and Santosh Srinivasa are now in police custody. Pride, vengeance and professional rivalry cost these two men their lives. And the actions of this rather unstable internet influencer has landed him behind bars. With Anaga Keshav, Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Anandagopal, and over the next half hour, we're putting the focus on India's moon mission on Chandrayaan 3. Carrying a billion dreams, India has shot for the moon. ISRO launched its third lunar mission, Chandrayaan 3, which took off from Sriharikota at 2:35 p.m. on Friday afternoon, carrying a lander and a rover. In the next 40 days, it will touch down at the south pole of the moon.
3, 2, 1, 0.
India shoots for the moon, carrying hopes of billions of Indians. Bahubali rocket LVM-3 rocket lifted off with Chandrayaan 3, aiming to land a rover on the moon's surface. The takeoff was picture perfect, every technical milestone achieved.
यह भीमकाय रॉकेट आसमान को चीरते हुए अपनी भयानक दहाड़ से चारों ओर कंपन उत्पन्न कर रहा है.
And as Chandrayaan 3 separated from the rocket, scientists and space enthusiasts gathered to witness history and broke into applause.
We are excited, elated by the success of this because it was so much important for us to put it first into orbit. Without that, there is no further travel to moon possible. So that way, it is really exciting for us.
The spacecraft will take about 2 weeks or more now to enter lunar orbit, aiming to be the first to land near little explored south pole of the moon. The journey is estimated to take more than 40 days, with the spacecraft potentially reaching the moon around August 23rd or 24th.
It was perfect, and all the propulsion stages worked very nicely, and the intended orbit also was achieved, and it was a perfect mission.
If ISRO pulls this mission off successfully, India will join an exclusive list of just 3 other countries that have managed a soft landing on the moon: US, former Soviet Union, and most recently, China.
It's a moment of glory for India. Also a moment of glory for you and I, all of us who have been part of the history in the making. And while Team ISRO has done the entire country proud, India has reaffirmed its leading role as a global player.
India's second lunar mission was launched in July 2019, but it was only partially successful. Even today, its orbiter continues to circle and study the moon. But the lander rover failed, crash landing during touchdown. Chandrayaan 3 comes 13 years after the first moon mission in 2008.
So the launch has been successful and 1 billion Indians are left so very proud with our ISRO heroes. Chandrayaan 3, more proof of what ISRO can really achieve. As the country rejoiced, the world joined in also with applause for what India is attempting right now.
3, 2, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
It was a successful takeoff. Indian scientists were proud, so were their family members.
भारत माता की जय। जैसे काम देशवासी अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता है और उम्मीद रखता है कि सफल हो मिशन, वैसे ही हम भी कर रहे हैं। हमारी शुभकामनाएं टीम को, इसरो टीम को, और मिशन सफल हो यही उम्मीद करते हैं।
The community of Indian astro-scientists were lauded by Indians from all walks of life. Prime Minister Modi led the way, tweeting within seconds of the successful takeoff. Soon others followed, recording the success story of ISRO, reflecting the proud moment of carrying the dream, pride and belief of 1.4 billion Indians.
The first phase is over. I think the system got into its elliptical orbit. Now it's time for us to wait, of course, to congratulate each other, and then wait for the 43 days.
प्रज्वलन और सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन LVM.
Chandrayaan 3 is a big milestone for India and the world is watching.
What an amazing launch, and it's good to see LMV3 executing flawlessly to put the spacecraft on the target orbit precisely around Earth and heading towards the moon.
चंद्रयान 3 को प्रमोशन की कक्षा प्राप्त कर ली गई है।
As Chandrayaan 3 orbits Earth before entering the moon's orbit, India prays for its august success, soon landing on lunar south pole.
The launch of Chandrayaan 3, the mission itself, is a significant and huge milestone for India's space program. We decoded our next report, how this mission works, what happens over the next 40 days, and what the objectives of this mission are.
Behind us is a model of the rocket GSLV Mk2, and the LV-M3 will resemble this model only. And on either side of this rocket, the columns you see, those are S200 solid state boosters, and in the center part where it is written GSLV, that is the liquid stage, and on top of it we will have the cryogenic engine C25. Over that particular pod with the Indian national flag, that is a heat shield which will be carrying Chandrayaan 3. This is a module which will have a propulsion module, a lander module, and the rover.
The launch vehicle will first orbit Earth before entering moon orbit. At the final lunar 100-kilometer circular polar orbit, the propulsion module carrying the launch module with the lander and rover will be launched through vehicle injection. Then the separation of the launch module from the propulsion module will take place. The propulsion module this time also has one scientific payload as a value addition. It will become operational post-separation of the lander module. The propulsion module, equipped with spectropolarimetry of habitable planet Earth or SHAPE, will then work for future discoveries of smaller planets in reflected light. It would also allow scientists to probe into a variety of exoplanets which would qualify for habitability or for presence of life. The lander module in the meantime will orbit closer to the lunar south pole.